This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today we'll get our first glimpse at Group D and 4 more teams fighting for the sport's biggest prize. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 4 of Champion Seoul. Coming at you live from the, Seth, where are we again?
We're at the COEX Shinhan Card Artium.
Say that 5 times fast.
I prefer not to.
And that's so fair.
Of course, I'm Golden Boy here today with Achilleos and Mimi as we break everything down. It's been a pretty fun opening to this event so
what
far.
was Wingman doing down on the stage?
Yeah,
Chilling.
Having a good time?
Vibing out in the center.
He's gone now.
Yeah, he's gone, never to be seen again. Probably afraid because you keep threatening to eat him.
That only happened twice.
Yeah.
And neither take was actually a risk to him because neither happened.
That's true, until it does. And then.
But I won't promise it again.
Yeah.
It's run its course.
The girl who
She's
cried.
my friend now. We're
Consumption
chill.
of Wingman.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just don't believe her. In any case, let's go ahead.
You want me to grow a Kaplan stash if they win? The Kaplan stash is yours, chat. The Kaplan stash is yours if Sentinels win the tournament.
Vitality, but man, the way things started off here, Mimi, with this Talon Left game was great.
It had upset vibes to begin. I think the Talon came in with a really off-kilter comp, showing for the first time some Yoru and Neon looks on Bind. It was super cool, but Leviathan Matsu had it in control. This second series, though, a completely different scenario. I mean, Trace, I think, exceeded expectations by so much here, and you saw how much it meant to these guys.
Yeah, no, definitely was. It was incredible to see them achieve that. First debut here on the world stage, and Trace, you know, shuts down all the doubters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first outing for the majority of those players, and to be able to come out and then take down a number 2 seed, to be able to have that win, something that we saw, you know, a lot of the other Chinese squads really have to fight and wait for them to come out in the first matchup and be able to take it. I mean, you could see that relief, you could see that elation that was on the face. I mean, tears were shed. People were saying, bro, why is he crying? It's only one game. I'm like, no, that's the point. It is one game. It's the first game. Of course he's crying. He's over the moon.
Yeah, only one of their players has ever played at a global event before. Beyond everyone else was new. This is something fresh for them, and everyone had no expectations for this team. They're the 3rd seed from China, and they just got a massive win. I mean, you can't not be happy for them. Also, the way they do it, it's not like it was about one massive individual popping off or, you know, a huge choke from Vitality. It was some really good, honest Valorant on Bind and Ascent. Their fundamentals looked on point. Those guys are good.
Yeah, they look fantastic. I'm excited to see what we get from Trace. But for now, though, let's look at our pick'ems powered by AWS. And based off yesterday, I think it's safe to say Trace kind of screwed up a lot of people's pick'ems. But hey, you love to see it, honestly, man, when a team puts.
Is it quiet when I'm talking into it right now? Like, or is it just quiet relative to the stream?
I mean, break my pick'ems every day of the week if we're going to get results like that. If we're going to see emotions like that from the players, my pick'ems don't matter.
Yeah.
Cool. Seeing moments like that, it's great. If you have to question why there's tears on those players' faces, get some joy in your life.
Ain't that the truth? A lot of people need that in this day and age. All right, well, look, folks, we've only seen 3 days of competition, but Group D is going to be taking the stage in just a little bit. So now's the perfect time to, you know, do something that we never do here on the desk, and that is some good old-fashioned overreactions. That's right. I've never been known to overreact after
Not
things
about
happening.
crew, map 1 especially.
Never
gloating too early. I'm honest, man.
I've never overreacted about anything.
What's on your notebook
you
there?
They're not even playing today, and you're talking about DRX. This is incredible.
Look, what can I say? I needed a new notebook. There was 2 in the shop. The other one was T1s, and it didn't look as cool.
They sold them at a store?
What's up, Golly?
Like out in the world or here?
Hell yeah.
Okay, that makes more
Enjoying
sense.
the weekend?
I tried to go downstairs.
I was like, how pervasive is esports in Korea?
How is the volume of the stream here, chat? Like 47.
We actually saw we were in the train and we saw a faker ad for some chicken joint. So pretty awesome. Esports, of course, continuing to grow. All right, well, let's do some overreaction, shall we? Now this one's going to be from DRVFM. and they say
I have PRX
Gen G
winning this.
have already won champions, and everyone else should just go home.
You know what? Based, I
Honestly,
fully,
I've
wholeheartedly
seen this
agree.
guy
Based.
like 12,000 times on Twitter because he did like the paying for it thing where you're at the top and also comments on
Or a bit
every
more.
post.
Oh my gosh.
But that's not important, and I don't know why I'm saying that.
Called out in 4K.
Know that you've been noticed. That blue check mark is getting it's working.
Yeah, Gen G is. They're playing some incredible Valor, and I think they're the favorite for the tournament. Should everyone else go home?
Sticky
No.
Mega Race.
No.
Dude, it was
No,
sold
but that's
out,
also not a
David.
real opinion.
Fine, we'll play
What's up,
it
Nolan?
out.
How you doing? How you doing?
We'll let them have their little fun on stage.
Good, Brad.
Gen G takes it all.
Yeah, all right. So there's one overreaction.
Random
Not,
question,
you know, a little
Brad.
bit hit or
F1
miss.
is
Okay,
the
here's our
F1
next
to
one,
do with
though.
like
All right, we
racing,
got,
like
Snack
F1 racing?
VLR saying Lev or PRX is gonna win champs.
Now this
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
Yeah, this one I
That's
cannot
odd. I didn't
agree
turn
with
them
at
on or
all. I
anything,
think
Youngins.
that
That's really weird.
Lev, you know, they played a close series. They were able to get the victory yesterday. I think that they should have been able to take that
Yeah, the
series
Mega Sticky Race
way
was sold
easier
out
than
when
they
I went.
did.
Yeah.
Sure.
And for PRX, that's
I went
more
pretty
of a, I have
late,
to
and
wait
apparently
see
they
type
sell out
deal,
the
but with
a
Gen
lot.
G in the form that they're in, given that they were able to take them down
To
recently.
say that without even seeing PRX play, though.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh,
as,
that's dope,
like,
Golly. Thank you. I
colored on
appreciate
as you
that.
are, like, of my opinion, off of that first game from Lev. My
I
stocks
see,
haven't
I see.
dropped for them that much off that. I think map 2 is pretty clean.
I asked about the F1 because I've just heard so many great things about it, like low key. So as broadcast talent, right? I first started hearing about F1 in like CS, like before I came to Valorant. All the broadcast talent started talking about like F1 Drive to Survive, and just how the broadcast is done in F1 is so sick. Like the narratives are just fire. Like everyone has like a dope like thing that you're like getting behind, and I want to see it just to see how like the package is put together. As someone that's been in the broadcast for esports, like that's what makes me want to see it. The way people describe like the entertainment package, like how it's put together. I've heard so many good things about F1 Drive to Survive, and it's gotten people like really into the sport apparently.
I really have no idea how any of these matches are going to go.
So I actually do want to see that one.
Frankly,
day, yeah.
don't either. Maybe that's
a good feeling.
Maybe that, I mean, it's a
Like
good
I've
feeling,
never
but it
seen
also makes me
anything.
feel
Like,
I'm doing
I've never
something
been to
wrong,
like
given that I'm
NASCAR
here.
racing or
Yeah,
anything like that, but
yeah,
You're fine.
this is
I
going
definitely want to check it out because of what I've heard.
One because G2 obviously they were able
It
to
would definitely be like
previously, but
me,
does that rebound?
you know, like
through here
I mean,
for
remember
PRX?
me
the way it
checking to see
happened,
if the
too.
grass is
PRX
greener on the
started
other
map
side of the
one
fence
up
type of thing.
11
It's
to
like
1.
I'm
It
literally
ended up not being the cleanest closeout, but they close out, and then
way out of
map
my
2 and
depth
3
when it
was
comes
like
to talking
a
about
huge
that shit.
G2 resurgence.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think anyone expected them to win that game going in, but how much does that shift
I cannot wait for this
expectations
group,
now
by
for
the
their
way,
second
chat.
showing on a
Thanks,
global
Ruby.
stage?
Oh my
where they've
God.
now proved themselves.
I didn't tweet it right away. I'm so bad at like updating just these like platforms and stuff with like cool stuff. But the 100K on YouTube actually did like mean a lot to me because it was one of the few goals that I set. It took way longer than I even thought it would, but I don't care. Like just getting it, like eventually getting it was good enough. So just made me super happy. It was like a goal I set. I hit it. Woohoo, you know? Yeah, but
We both know I'm dumb, Mimi.
Yeah, look, he's
it's
also
crazy.
old.
Like I don't know, man. It's been so hard though to get that number to go up. It's been so hard because I just watch like all these people that just like, man, I don't even. It's not to like throw shade or anything. It's just like they're so popular as pros that they could just like kind of put together like stream montages, and it's so low hanging fruit and so low effort that it comes so easy. It feels like getting the 100K in that scenario. Like, man, I feel like I had to fucking sweat to get this 100K. Shit, I thought it would come way easier. I'm not gonna lie.
Numbers are confusing me.
I had to
people.
fucking sweat
but
for this
we
shit.
want to know what you guys think at home, all right? Who you think has the potential to be our first two-time champion? Is it going to be CNET, Aspas, Com, or Saucy? scan the QR code, cast your vote, and we'll love to hear the results later.
I think it's got to be Allspots or something.
I definitely had the wrong
That's what I
approach.
was about to ask. Like, do we have an option for?
I had the wrong approach. Like as a content creator,
train here,
it's not the algorithms against me. It's just that like I wasn't consistent for years and years. I only made videos on like what I wanted to do, and truthfully, like truthfully, what I should be doing. I don't want to do this. I want to have unique content on my YouTube channel, which is literally a goal I set at the start of Valorant. I was like, I don't want people to get like regurgitated forms of my content on YouTube. Fast forward to today, I actually have a different stance on that same exact question. So I think I approached it incorrectly back then. That really hindered my growth. It is what it is. Like, but yeah, I wanted unique stuff over there, you know, and I don't know. Yeah.
To play a game to test their communication skills, their camaraderie. Let's check it out.
All right, I'm joined by G2 Valen, G2 Leaf, live in the flesh here in Seoul for CHAMPS 2024, and we're going to play a little game here. It's called Reverse Charade.
Leaf looks so good with the haircut, by the way.
It doesn't have
like,
both charades and charades.
respectfully, of course.
The different pronunciation, you know what I mean? Like US, UK, that type of beat.
It looks like a different fucking person, dude.
But that's not a problem because we're not playing charades, we're playing reverse charades. So, what I'm going to say is, here's how it works for the audience at home. The person pulls out a category out, this little bowl, glass bowl here, and it could be Valorant related, it could be not Valorant related.
I just wanted to stay true to me as a person.
Let's get it started. We're going to do 30 seconds time.
I didn't want to like be
turn.
disingenuous, clickbait
Valorant,
people.
you're the one who's going to be gesturing, you're going to be commanding him.
And I'm not saying that other people did that. I'm by no means saying that. It's just I was scared of doing these things.
Good, good. What are we looking at here? Oh boy! Wait, what?
That's awesome.
Okay. Okay.
What's it say? Throwing a smoke.
All right, Jake, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. Okay.
This is difficult, bro.
I hope this isn't cheating. Pretend you're Omen. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Pretend you're Omen.
Okay.
All right. You're using one of your abilities, right? And you are putting an object down to block vision.
Oh, I'm throwing a smoke.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait.
That was a little bit too easy because you were like, you're Omen and you're throwing like, okay, but that's pretty good. You got it one.
Wait a sec. No, he literally got the phrase on the first go. I feel like Brendan's being a little bit too fucking.
We don't have much time. We're gonna swap this up. Keep going. But that was good.
He's trying to play bad cop out here.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn. I'll eat it later. Don't worry.
Where's the fucking props for that? That was insane.
I don't think I'm allowed to play anymore. I think I butchered the intro. So.
All right, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Tell me when you're ready. Tell me when you're ready.
This is insane.
Come on, focus. What does it say? Reloading.
I don't even know what to say.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Is that my monitor brightness? Because surely Rito would.
You don't have to have your hands behind your back.
I know, but it's a nice neutral spot.
Put your hands out like you're holding a weapon.
Like?
A Valorant weapon.
Yeah, like a gun.
Yes.
Weapon.
And when you run out of ammo, what do?
Reload a weapon.
I mean,
I'm just like, you know,
I think out. Honestly, you guys, I don't know. Do we need to set more rules in motion?
Like dude, Brendan's a hater.
It's like a little bit too easy, no?
Maybe we can't describe the actual.
Yeah, I think you got to describe the hand motion.
All right, hard mode.
Plot twist. I feel like this is part of the bit. I feel like they sent Brendan out here expecting, fully expecting him to make shit harder for them on the fly, because they wouldn't agree to this by default.
Make it hard. Like,
what do you guys think? Conspiracy theorist Sean Garris out.
This was quite
actually my conspiracy theory here.
Okay, I'm good. You can look at me. Have your hands out in a motion where you're
what was this
like a totem.
What was the statement?
A totem?
Yeah, like on top of one another.
What was
Put your
it?
hands on top of one another.
Okay.
And then imagine you just put like do like a downward motion, like you're striking down.
Like a spear?
Yeah. Yeah. No, just straight down, okay? You're putting something down.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Okay.
A totem, basically. See, now this is a little hard.
It's harder. It's so much
a little bit harder.
Like I'm putting.
That's the motion you're doing to put this thing down.
You're like slamming it down.
Planting the spike.
No.
Kind of close, kind of close.
Diffusing the spike.
No.
Time's up. We'll get a buzzer sound in post or something. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Bren is look at him. He's instigating.
Killjoy ultimate.
He's being a fucking. Look at that smirk.
Like when you go like with it. But like I don't want to say like you're putting down
putting down an object that it
Bren is a plant thrown out here by Rita.
I feel like it's more fun.
Yeah, when we put the limitations in place. Anyway, may have butchered the segment. We're definitely not running this one.
Oh, I thought they would do one more for sure.
Nevertheless, thank you very much, G2, Valin, and Lee for sending back.
Bren,
see you later.
Honestly, Bren should just do all of the pregame segments. Bren, Mimi, Sideshow. Just let Plat Chat just do the whole fucking pre-show. Respectfully, like the other talent can do all the games. These guys are fucking clowns, and they're so goddamn funny. Like, they're actually so funny.
Struggled harder trying to get a read on a team in game compared to that.
That was the hardest part of the event for him.
Yeah, that was it. The biggest challenge you'll ever face.
I plan to get into VCT coaching.
They figured it out.
I mean, I'm not planning on it, but if good opportunities come along, like, and I'm in the right place in my life, then it's definitely gonna be something I look into.
Shanghai rematch. It's almost like these teams have qualified for multiple global events. That's crazy. And of course, G2's got that more measured style of play, and we all know and love PRX is aggressive. We say it 500,000 times. W Gaming, but the thing is that, you know, G2 is.
I'll do a CS watch party after Champions or Cologne. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. I don't know what it's like to get perms in CS. I watched the major or whatever, the one Navi just won, and man, like, dude, the storylines in CS are fucking. That's just literally chef's kiss, dude. To me, as like broadcast talent, watching like Alexi B in that booth and Blade behind him, holy fuck, dude. It's like huge nerd chill moment for me.
Versus DRX, that reverse sweep they were able to pull off against them in the lower final of Stage 2 in Pacific. That was less of PRX falling back into their slump and making mistakes, and more so it was DRX really getting a solid grasp, similar to how G2 got one over them in Shanghai.
I'm hearing dissension.
Wait,
I still think that if G2 are playing in their best form, and when we talk about their best form, it's having a really good read, it's having really structured ideas, not making mistakes, individuals not going off on their own. They match up really well against PRX. PRX barely plays
change
metacomps.
regions to coach a tier 1 team. Let's see. So to answer that question, it's very complex because I have a family, right, and a house. So, man, that would require me and my family moving. So moving regions, I'll go through them with you because I've thought this through. And I'll literally, like, I mean, I'll tell you guys how it is. Like, I don't bullshit. Like, I tell you guys literally, like, how I feel. And, yeah, so Europe, I could indeed coach in Europe. The reason being is because Team Liquid has the Alienware facility in Utrecht, which is pretty close to Berlin, which is where VCT EMEA is held. So that has been considered. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's something I want to do, but it's definitely something that can be achieved. Like, we've talked about it. VCT China, that really interests me. I feel like it, more than any of the other regions, me as like a person, like that is very exciting for like personal growth. If there was ever like an opportunity in China, my daughters are half Chinese. My wife is full Chinese. And yeah, I've always wanted to learn Mandarin. So that is, that would be a great opportunity for me on like a individual level. And I would definitely think about taking it.
And you're familiar with those guys. I mean,
APAC is a little bit harder to rationalize because it's in Korea. Oh, wow. Not saying that I wouldn't want to be in Korea. I've never been to Korea. My wife fucking loves Korea. But I don't know if I live there with my family. I have no idea what that would be like. So I cannot say that. And then, yeah, Americas, you know that I'm in OC, Orange County. That is, without traffic, I'm about like 50 minutes to the VCT studios. But the thing about Orange County to LA is, you know, like without traffic is a fucking joke. So it could be like 50 minutes one day, or it could be like 2 hours and 50 minutes the next day, you know? Yeah. So that's where I'm standing on the regions. I get that question a lot. I've never really gone through it because honestly, I thought it was a little bit personal, and I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. Like at this point, I started to think about it more. I'm like, yeah, I don't mind just telling you guys that.
Wasn't popping. Leaf wasn't able to go on these, you know, crazy walkabouts where he's getting these wild flanks and then just getting multi-kill rounds time and time again.
Look at this graphic, though. Wild. Every other Ascension team, 9th place, 11th place, 10th place. G2 makes it to the finals in stage 2. They make it to the finals in stage 1. They make it top 3 at
I've never been.
They are an utter anomaly when it comes to the other teams that were playing in tier 2. And you look back,
I've like
a year ago from today,
seen
G2
around
had
and
just
stuff.
won Ascension, and they were in a position
like
where they didn't even know if
I just wanted to like show you guys, like I have thought these things through like on a surface level before the offers have like come in, and just to mentally prepare myself, like, are these things even possible for me and my family, right? And that's where I'm pretty much standing, where like APAC isn't really a possibility because there's not really much for me. Nothing against the region, nothing against fucking living in Korea. Like, it's just, you can see how it compares to the other 3 regions for me. Like, if I'm gonna move.
Why? It's because their IGL Valen, who's the big brain of the team. He actually caught some words with Mika Fabs earlier today. Let's check it out.
Hey Valen, how are you? It's nice to see you. Got lots of fans out there.
Shirts,
it's been quite a year for you guys. And when
what
you
is this
reflect on the
banana
journey that
juice
you've had
shit?
so far, like through Ascension, and now you guys are the only Ascension team to make it to the global stage. Why do you think this team, this core, has stayed together for so long?
I think we knew since the beginning. We had good results even when we first formed the team. We knew we had something special. The personalities on the team, we all clicked, at least the core. And you know, results kept coming, and we kept working hard, becoming better individuals in and out the server. So I think we understood that we made each other better every single year, and so it would be a foolish decision for us to kind of leave each other when we had the constant.
Is that what that is, banana milk?
And now that it all paid off,
I've never had it.
National events, I'm so happy to do it with these guys, and hopefully we can.
I also have PRX here, Joe.
Best of luck. That's really wholesome.
That opening game PRX surprise factor, you know. I think that counts for a lot here.
Valen's humbleness, I mean, this is a guy, though, who is a demon in the server sometimes.
Oh, you live in Utrecht, wow.
Performances, not just, you know, clicking heads, but also with his strategy. I mean, the guy is doing so...
Oh, dude, that's crazy that you live there, wow. Dude, yeah, it looks great. Like, honestly, Utrecht looks like a fucking great place. Nothing bad to say about it. I think it's expensive. I think when I looked into it, I looked like, because we already pay like a decent amount in taxes living in California, but living in Europe over there like that, I think, you know, would make actually the cost of living be higher. The cost of living in Southern California is quite high, but I want to say, like, when I looked at it, I thought it would be higher to live in Utrecht. Not sure though.
It's absolutely
like I said, very surface level.
How like, okay, this one's a wash. Let's just get this out of our heads and focus up for the next one. No, they
the
stuck
schools are in Utrecht.
Went to the grindstone
by me, absolutely.
It's a tough team.
I live when we chose this house at the start of COVID, we chose it because of the school districts. So there's a lot of reasons, to be honest, but like we wanted areas with a lot of young families, kids, school districts, shit like that, but. Yeah.
Is such just a student of the game.
Answer
the way
for
he's
sure about some of those other areas, but
constantly learning,
I'd want to say
and
yes.
all of that is beyond his own ridiculous individual performances. I think he's the best individual player on the team, beyond just the external stuff he's doing as well.
The dude's a sponge. Genuinely, he's a sponge. When we worked with him, you know, he takes everything in so fast, and he's able to.
No,
really
I'm not originally from SoCal. I'm actually originally from
if he was a lesbian
New Orleans.
IGL, he'd take our jobs.
Yeah, honestly, and I wouldn't be mad. I'd be happy for him. Real talk. But in any case, though, let's go ahead and look at the other side of the stage. Because you got PRX. Now, this is a team finished 3rd in Pacific, and it was their worst placement ever for this squad. But the thing is, though, is that
you wouldn't know
very,
because I lost my accent.
Game
but,
Pacific region right now. PRX really trying to find what is going to work. And I think the question is, can this team, guys, go on a run here in Korea?
Look, it's certainly possible, but first I do want to quantify that. You know, worst placement within Pacific. They were able to get the trophy
Yo,
last year.
Forsaken's new haircut looks fucking sick, actually. It looks like a goddamn, like, model. What the fuck?
Is still that
I mean, honestly, Loki always did,
anomalous.
but...
And it's always difficult to say, like, yes, they have it, because it feels like every time you really have a ton of confidence in them,
I haven't had a Southern accent in a while.
But when you start to be like, okay, they're looking shaky, I don't know if they're going to be able to
my mom does. My mom and dad actually moved back several years back. I lived in New Orleans till I was 10. My dad got relocated. I moved to Akron, Ohio, which is where like LeBron's from, unironically. It was like right around that time. Also close to the Football Hall of Fame, Canton, Ohio. Then lived there for like 2 years. Then moved to New Berlin, Wisconsin. Lived there for like 2 years, and then went to high school and college in Arizona. And then when I graduated college, I went to New Orleans by myself, just to like go back and see what it was like. I was gonna go to pharmacy school. That kind of wasn't interesting me, and moved back to Arizona and started going to get my master's, and then I dropped out when esports took off.
You are
with
back
like
for
a year
another
left.
Champions, and it's against G2. So does this feel like it's unfinished business from like straight from Masters past, and they're kind of guarding the gate to your Champions run?
It's kind of sad
That's
the
good,
last time
eh?
how we lost to them, but this time I think we prepared enough to try to win them, so let's see.
All right, well, the crowd is hyped to see this. I'm hyped to see it as well. Good luck.
A man of few words, but he expresses himself perfectly fine when he takes to the server and dominates people all the time. The shots they
Hey, I'll wingman. What? You haven't directly asked. I would do it. I would wingman.
Though is that they're able to lean on a lot of the shooters on that team. One guy in particular, Jing, who we thought we were not going to see him for a little while, but he's back, he's here, and he's competing. And when Jing gets activated, Mimi, it is scary to go up against him.
The last time we saw him play on a champion stage was probably one of the most emotional matches we've watched in Valorant, making it to the final there.
That's pretty crazy that Jing got that kill, by the way.
That his national service.
Hold up, we got some.
Competing for
I forgot.
Of a year afterwards.
I forgot, guys. I did some work. What do we got in here? We got some new items. New items just dropped. We gotta add them to the board. Blind. This one's a banger. That is actually a giga banger. I cannot wait to use it.
For the most part, the firepower has been very reliable from him, but of course,
I actually cannot wait to use the Devi. I cannot wait.
Steady hand there on that team. He's been putting in so much work throughout this entire
year. And then I remember, you guys remember this bad boy?
People always say, like, oh, he's the unsung hero. We don't talk about Devi enough. I've been talking about this guy now. It's not because he is incredible, but I have to continue doing so.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's really, you could take any of these players.
How would I describe Alex as a coach compared to others? Well, I don't truly know like the inner team dynamic. I only know what I've seen in the videos. And from what I can infer by watching them, I can say that like by watching them, he definitely allows the inmates to fucking run the asylum a bit. He walks a very fucking crazy line, which he can do because he has 5 incredibly skilled players all the time, just stacking the fucking skill area of the team. But I feel like as a coach, his style is to innovate and overwhelm the opponent with things that they can't predict and things that have very few counters, like with a lot of momentum. Right? That's how it seems like he perceives the game. And like, what do I mean by that? That sounds like very vague, you know, like it is. It's very vague, but dude, the games there is so fucking good. Let's go. So looking at Bind, for example, like when you see them play Bind, they might do something like, let's see, they actually do this play. Harbor, do they use the perimeter? I don't fucking remember what it is, but it's something weird like this. Anyway, they'll do weird shit like this where, you know, like they'll just quad push B. This is like a pistol round, and they'll have Forsaken over here, and he has like a frenzy, right? So his goal is to just like nest back here, people push him, be really annoying, look bigger than he is, like throw a weird fucking wall as Harbor that like gives him a chance to like hide behind some weird ass area and get a kill. Like, and then these guys are just moving with like constant momentum in a way that can be decided ahead of time. Like, they're not reacting to a new scenario. They are doing what they've been told ahead of time. And this is where PRX has run into problems in the past. They're so rigid that some of these like CS style teams, like I'm thinking back to like the FNS teams, like NRG, Optic, Envy, like all those guys, they have immense experience in CS, and thus they're willing to, they love being like 3-on-3s. They love being like 3-on-3s. Like FNS, his goal isn't to win the round like this, with just like constant momentum, where like, okay, from this smoke, this is what we're doing. You know, like we're going to dizzy up in the air. We're all going to come through. Sky Flash with a dizzy. I'm sorry, I forgot about that too. All right, we're all out here. This is clear. What do we want to do from here? Okay, from this moment right here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to dog this way, and then like these guys are going to push through this way. You know, like this is the shit PRX would do. And all of this would be like predetermined to really reduce variance. But the problem is that, oh shit. I see it's superior, to be honest. It becomes readable late in a tournament. Big talkers, big so I don't fuck with. Two becoming champions. 1, 2, 3. Two becoming champions. That was weak. Let's go, the goal of life is to strive for excellence. In Masters Tokyo, I was flattered. Please come back to me. I suddenly got everyone's attention. The most difficult time was when we lost the game in Masters Shanghai.
It's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early.
There was nothing we could do but play better in Seoul.
In 21, I was more all over the place, like I can do whatever I want. But now I want to play with the team.
CNET doing it in English. Oh man. Hey, I kind of fuck with the FUT jerseys. I know I was literally just bagging on the change from we weren't on dogs on the. God damn it, I wasn't reading it.
EDG beat us when I played in Navi in 2023.
Vitality did the same thing where they went red and blue. But I actually fuck with FUTs more than Vitality's. I think CNET is creative and bold. Love those adjectives. However, there are many other players with similar characteristics. There's only one of me. Fucking bars! Fuck!
When I was in Tier 2 grinding, I've always watched people compete at Champions, I watched people win Champions, and I never had the opportunity to actually step foot on the stage myself. This time around, I'm in the position to compete.
The fact that we got G2 is kind of like fate to meet them. It didn't go in our way, but we could change that.
I know they're looking for revenge. This time around, I don't think it's going to be any different.
For us, I think we just have to find a balance.
Write that down, write that down.
Do
you know what's funny about that, Brian? I was actually...
PRX, right now we're 1-1. You beat us in Reykjavik. We beat you in Shanghai. And now it comes down to the decider at Champs.
Ooh, I like that framing. Valen with his broadcast talent framing? Fucking hell. This guy's broadcast talent.
PRX. G2.
Oh yeah, but I was saying, you said write that down. I actually did do that. Like when I was casting, unironically, I would write down like lines that I would hear places, like whether it be like songs or whatever. And when I was telling you guys this, like the shows that Achilio suggested, like Infinity Pool, the Wailing Audition, I looked below in this notepad and it had like a few lines like that I just thought sounded good. Put that pride to the side.
Fan match. You love to see it. Oof, and here is your series layout. Icebox.
I would just take a look at like those lines like right before I would go on broadcast. I wouldn't try to jam them into like my cast or anything, but if I thought of it and something happened, I would use it. And it would sound very good.
I think the other big surprising thing is it wasn't them picking the Lotus. That's something that they have felt very comfortable on, but G2 say, okay, you're going to take Icebox. We're going to go at you on Lotus, that map that you have been relying on so very much.
And I'm going to be real, not to lean back
I think they'll do it later on.
Isn't perfect and I'm going to freak out thing, but the no Sentinel
It's usually they don't do it for groups.
That's sold on it. I think these slow attack side teams with really good mid-rounding like G2 can exploit a lot of the gaps in that composition.
Do they move venues after groups, chat? Anyone know?
With the jet kind of stuff there.
When I look at this series layout, though, I do have to
Why did I call you Porter? I felt so awkward.
For G2. I feel like Icebox, solid for that team. Lotus, solid for that team. Bind,
I mean, Bind feels like a big advantage to them at the end there.
Yeah, it really does. But Seth, I know you're going to give me the counter opinion.
Look, there are some concerns to have here. Icebox, that was where the 100 Thieves incident happened over and over again.
Confirmed
frankly,
initiator piece.
Lotus was that second map, that first one rather, that G2 was able to take PRX down on when they faced off against each other. But we see here that there are going to be some adjustments as Forsaken's going to be flipping over onto this Silva.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I've never really seen the value of the KO over the Silva on this map. I think that drone is kind of an invaluable tool to have, although kind of playing exploitatively against the Harbor comp. I don't think it's bad, but overall, good adjustment here. G2 is one of the few teams sticking to the Harbor Viper ideas. They changed to that recently and beat Leviathan on this map. I think they look really good with it. I was impressed with how well Valen was playing on the Harbor.
I'm curious to see how practice this Silva looks. It's not something Forsaken has played much of in his career.
I think that's a good adjustment.
20 games worth.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action, shall we? And all that's left to do, send it over to your casters.
It's
my BFFs.
Which one are you talking about?
You got Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, it's
Top
time
four,
to get on into this matchup. PRX and G2. It's going to be hype. You've heard from the desk.
Baby J Arena.
Mismatch in style. What's your take on that, Tom?
The thing is, I feel like you can go into so many games with PRX and go, it really doesn't seem like their style's going to match up. And then they win 13-3.
Dude, I feel so spoiled because, I should have said that too. I was like, oh yeah, Mitch and Tom. But like, truthfully, when it comes to champs, I'm just like, no matter who who is casting, like I'm happy. Like it could have been like Pansy and Steel. It could have been Sideshow and Bren. It could have literally been Achilles. I would have been like stoked.
It has been an accelerated rise. You wouldn't think that this was a team coming in from Ascension, and now, well, they're one of the contenders.
Well, they absolutely are. G2 have looked fantastic,
I think,
and even within Americas, they made the whole run all the way to the grand finals without dropping a series. This is a squad that PRX definitely can't underestimate. Well, Mimi's right, and the matchup and style is going to be different. Could give the edge over to that G2 squad.
Lotus,
attack side to start it out here on Icebox.
Always been a little bit iffy on Lotus.
Push up to the A side.
I don't blame them
waiting
at all.
outside B. They're just taking space, contesting for some of those angles. PRX yet to react.
But that's the thing. The defensive side for PRX, at least on A, it's that brawly old school style. You got the Sage, you got something. They're just looking for fights. They're looking to try and battle. And this ruse has already been solved. There was only one defender, more of a retake setup for PRX, and I'll be honest with you, I think they're going to have to retake.
Yeah, there's not much of a choice here. Even the spam's not going to yield much if they were to go for them. Instead, grouping up the blob play, just leaving something to go through the kitchen.
5-5 retake. The they have the Sage wall.
Control. Now G2 have their post plans. Nobody
Seven
sent out to
coming in probably in like
but
3.
I see Valen checking the flank, and perhaps that'll be late flank. He's on his way. The timer starts ticking now for PRX to get on that
wall
spike.
Should be coming. Vertical wall. There it is.
Yellow fight is the main
great wall.
Contention still being held onto by Leaf, getting closer to block that diffuse around the wall, and they're dropping bodies all over the place. Only left to Divide, and he's quickly shut down. Valen's made it through on the flank, but the time's already gone. It's 1-0 for G2.
Yeah, it's not the greatest start either. But when you look at it from PRX, like this is a composition.
Oh shit, we gotta get the pred going,
You really don't want to allow them to get into those post plants. Like,
is this our first icebox?
You don't have that duelist because you have tons of utility to get you in, and then plenty to get you out. And obviously the idea from PRX is try and use the wall to your advantage, but you can see G2 are more than happy to reaggress. And this is a round where they're low on utility as well. Like, you're not going to have those major investments as you'll see in future rounds. It's only going to get more and more difficult.
You guys have 5 minutes.
For the side of PRX. The more economy advantage we see for G2. Early days though, I'm going to see some investment back into a few pistols. Again, a stack up on the A site, expecting the pressure to be there, and well, I think Divine might have been spotted by the drone.
Yeah, he popped up on the mini-map, nice and easy. Leafs even managed to find Jing, but at the cost of his life, still just a pistol lost, while they take control on the other side of the map.
G2 looking very good early on here. That's the third one.
Bit of a danger if someone like Jing is still alive to put the wall down. Potentially, they can get a decent amount of ground on the defuse. We've certainly.
Truthfully, I think this Icebox pick coming out of PRX has more to do with them thinking they can skill diff on the map. Icebox is such like a brawly type map that it's really going to come down to like probably multi-frags, trading, and shots. Like, that's typically what Icebox comes down to.
Nice shots with Trent down, and another to Jonah
G2
P.
tries
this
to reduce
quite
variance with this
costly
comp.
for G2, and something didn't look to be stopped anytime soon, but Valen steps in. Still, 2 rifles carried forward. That's decent damage for PRX.
Yeah, no, that's really not bad, especially out of so little.
Yeah, you got G2 here, Ralph?
Do that much damage. He's a couple away from a Blade Storm. Immediately going to invest straight into the Outlaw, which again,
hopefully this series
I think
will be
if
worth
there's
it.
going to be win conditions, you're always going to look at the individuals on PRX.
I wish we got a miss though with these two teams.
Talking about the idea of rolling without an IGL, like you know that it's going to come down to those individual fights. If this man can start off strong, there's been so many highlights. Like I think of even like I think it was the first week he played Jet on this map. He had one of the craziest like Blade Storm plays you've ever seen in your entire life. So you always have to watch out. And for G2 in this round, there is going to be a piece
rooting for G2, but I picked PRX.
If you lose one, you're only going to have those extra couple.
I have G2 getting out of the group.
Not going to overinvest, but they do have themselves Thrash, the only ultimate that will
I
be
think the
available
map pool is
in this
nice
round,
for G2.
unless, as said, something gets a couple of extra kills.
Well, Harbor's using all his utility to clear out these angles. They've gained space, but towards A, poking and prodding the bear, trying to see where the aggression was coming through. They found out the hard way. The Outlaw was posted up. Mid-push from PRX. A very late flank attempt by Jonah P. Better find value because Valen's gone down through the spams. And now PRX gearing up for a retake. Just 2 players defending around that angle. Still the Killjoy utility on, so it's not like Jonah P is going to get a free fight onto these guys unaware.
That goes too far.
Yeah, it might just be out of range right about now, but the problem is there's no one else left to draw their eye. It's only Jonah P. And, well, his chances of stopping this diffuse are 0.
Like, even though the utility had gone offline, when you have 5 players alive and only 1 on the other side, you start to make the realization of where that player is.
Okay, local, E-local maybe, E-local. Why would playing 5 smokes and smoking full site RNG planting be so bad? Do you mean on attack or defense? Like for the flood?
So something that, again, they're going to have to keep in mind for future. But I don't mind what
at this point, honestly, like I could see why you would say that.
It's always going to be tough to play those retakes if the weaponry's online and if G2 have all their utility.
They're
basically just relying on, okay, can we spam someone down? Because they
I can start on defense really hard. I didn't really think about it that way. That's a very pessimistic way to look at it, and I kind of fuck with it.
Coming in from Thrash, gone back around to the back
just
of
like
Yellow,
me,
so nice and easy to retrieve that.
How far up they are.
Yeah, big push from PRX. They've gone through A main, starting to make that flank come through, and there could be a fight in the moment with Leaf. He's gone back to put his trap in play, and his alarm bot does cover all the angles. He's sticking around as well to try to execute. It's going to be a tough fight, though. Something and Jing hot on his tail.
And now they know.
They refresh the cascade backside.
Thrash is going to be utilized.
Clearing the
you
flank.
can see something almost trying to bait it out, but instead it's going to be Jing caught. Can he try and defend him?
Oh
no,
my
he
God.
can't. Both
Double
players
swing is
eliminated.
So good. Look at that teamwork, chat. That's wild.
Good position. Tries to use the timing, but goes down. But again, those trades are immediate from the G2 side. The fundamentals looking strong, and Valen looking even stronger. 3-1, immediate response. And I feel like PRX is going to have to change things up because they are allowing that plant down every round on B.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here, you're trading out the early plan for the early flank. It's not a bad trade-off just for the fact that there's a Thrash available and that they use it so quickly and get it right into the correct position. The player up close is the one caught, and the fight initiated on the one further back. And once you eliminate something in Jing, well, the round gets a whole lot easier. 3-1 for G2, a solid start. Now a big challenge though. Round 5 sees PRX still investing, and with no shields, something's pulled out the operator.
It's not the same comp for PRX. They moved the KO to the
Blightstorm as well,
KO to Sova.
It really does show the faith he has in that gun, but he went over to the B site early. They tried to make that adaptation. They tried to catch G2, but instead they put early pressure in onto the A site. A mid lurk as well from Jonah P looking to try and take space, although it does seem like they have eyes.
They're gonna go. He's gonna get a harbor piece of harbor util, or what? He's gonna have Trent break it. He's gonna have Trent break it.
Oh, I think that was.
And then Trent's gonna break it for him. He's gonna lurk. Oh my God!
Came in and through a wall as well.
Observer, you do be telling that story. Thank you.
Take the space. Like maybe they consider that someone could have already crossed, but you can see that on the other side, Forsaken is watching mid. He's keeping an eye on it, but he has no idea that somebody's already in kitchen.
Yeah, you're expecting that cross to be the player that was further back, breaking the turret. Now Jing taking down Icy, a good start. Spike on the floor, but there's Jonah P's flank coming into fruition. Devi tries to hold the space. Spike down, and they want to keep that control. Jing's coming in to support up top. It's a big swing and one that works out, leaving Jonah P, the flanker, to do it all. Something gets a second lease of life, and with the off, that might be all he needs, but Jonah P really starting to take a bite out of this round. 20 seconds left, though. Spike quite far away, defended by Devi, and an op on the rotation. A near impossible situation.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Jing. There is still a chance if he can quickly find this kill, but I think it's patient from Devi. He actually gets away.
He should be fine.
Now, there is a chance for him to plant at the back of the site. It's only going to be the sprint straight away, just trying to deny him while Devi, great round from him. He's going to make sure that does not happen.
Got a little bit scary. It really did. He had the opportunities, and there was a moment where something went down, right? He's 26 HP. One more bullet landed precisely. He could have been out of the game, and then that 1v1 might have even been taken on the spike. But the round ultimately falls into the hands of PRX, 3-2. Wow. Jing was lucky to avoid that in the first place.
Yeah, I think good ultimate from Forsaken, managing to cause sort of some disruption while Jing goes to swing. And then also the fact that he escapes, because I think Jing is almost immediately traded out from that mid lurk. And that is, again, something that G2 are doing very well, is just selling false information, like breaking that turret from a player further back. A clear plan to space.
Little bit.
Turret up top. Did it see him? Well, it doesn't matter. Something's got the kill anyways. It was broken from further back, and nice setup for PRX. And then they fill in the space. You know, they're not likely to challenge that a second time. The push-up, though, it's going to be a little risky. Something's being surrounded on all sides. Jing's kept control over main, but they've lost the site itself. A nice kill by Mindfreak makes this a little bit more competitive. G2 down and out. Icy's the last man standing. 1v4, 5 HP on Mindfreak. That's probably the only thing we can look to as a positive. He's got some utility. That'll buy him some time. The wraparound up towards heaven.
Good reposition.
And they still think that he's pretty close. The alarm bells should be ringing, and now, well, now they've got the information on exactly where he is. Got to deal with this guy, but a double swing should put him in the ground. It's a little early for Mindfreak, but he hits the shot.
Wow.
This guy is...
Bro, that is a terrifying situation that PRX was in, huh? Because he could have gone up top site. He could have peeked spawn like that, or he could have continued harassing from where he was. Ooh, that was a spicy clutch. Like, in hindsight, like he was in a great spot.
Control. Let's try and quickly split through mid, but it seemed like even though that control had been given up, PRX were very aware, and wow, Mindfreak just playing with absolute confidence. Don't expect anything else.
Well, yeah, at this stage especially. Something as well with the early picks. He's been up there. You can see the reality behind that operator buy.
Over here
why they wanted to go for it so early on with the light shields. Good setup in the last towards B. Now an opportunity for him on the A side. Early aggression coming out. All pushing up, covered by Jing yet again. Always has that second man behind him, but the wall's
Oh, that's blocking the turret. Oh, fuck. Here we go. He's in. They don't know.
The guns, it has to be a faster pace take. Yeah,
wait, surely he realizes the cascade's there.
Haven't spotted him. He's got way too far, but it's only going to be the one. And now the rest.
That was best case scenario.
Res to bring another back from the fray.
Now the shorty kill as well. something farming them up. It's Icy left alone. Again, a 1v5 this time, and not one he'll find.
Dude, we've seen G2 do that play in Americas. For anyone that like hasn't been with me in Americas, that's a really good play. They'll send the Cascade through here. It'll block off this turret, and that'll activate these lurks. It's pretty successful. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like when they do it, it's pretty successful. I'm surprised that he didn't see the Cascade though when he came out. I thought he would see it, but I guess you can't. Good PRX here.
Killed. It's instant, the response each time. 4-3. Lead taken by PRX. Something, as said, if this guy's online, it's terrifying. And while Jing's going to push over the top.
Oh my god, they walled to look over the orb.
It's a double push, yeah.
That's
They've got
so
something
smart.
as well, straight down the
Do you guys
we
see
saw
how he's doing
sprinting
that?
right at the start of the round. They might be ready for the man up top, but will they wall off
Smart
something?
Cascade.
Yes, they will. Sending it out. Ops blocked, rotations are in, and they're crossing that angle for free.
Also, Jing and something are like a package deal. So a lot of the time, if you've seen Jing, then you go, all right, there's probably an operator here. Let's be careful with it. The early rotation
I saw Puckett in
PRX
Vegas
is great.
like this year.
3 players on this side of the map. Again, they haven't spotted any sort of cross back, and with Thrash about to clear out some of the closer angles, but that's irretrievable now. Can't be utilized again.
Yeah, they've got to get the kills
Yeah, Cascade is the
to take the space if that's going to be a factor in the late round, and by then you won't really need it. Mind Freak tucked up close, orb goes up, blocking off that avenue. They're going to go back to the yellow push, and Viper's Pit, yeah, there it is. It's activated, so it's online for both squads. Curious to see if Jonah P is going to decide to activate his with a lockdown in play to push them out of the pit.
Mind Freak stay.
Take the space.
Yes, he's staying.
No, he's out of here.
He's out.
And I think the pit's going to drop because of it.
Yeah,
I don't think no slows.
There shouldn't be enough time for him to get back in.
They got nothing to stop this plant shot. Wingman planting, Cove down.
There's a lockdown on the other side. This is just what I like to call an observer's nightmare. Ultimates being used all over the shop.
Yeah, this is crazy.
We're going to get the third person. Now, they do what was done to them, but I do believe just with the corner, you might be able to hold on to this ultimate. And I feel like G2 are going to try and do that.
It's a great harbor wall to get this
spot.
spot.
But you could see the pings from PRX. They want to compete for that back angle. Haven't had any success. Jing something, Forsaken, all falling. Icy's having a round, and now with the pit still standing, there's no chance. Surely PRX likely to head for the hills. Maybe looking to stick around and make this a bit more costly, and eventually delete their enemy of Icy. Pick up the operator and look to save it. Being challenged on the way, though. There's no free escape with Devi falling. The op will not be carried through to the next. And
yeah, I feel like they need a molly for over there. If they're going to do that lockdown, I think they need like a molly, or they need to just like firing squad, just like spray through on like 3 pings. You know, like they need a ping like on the box, right below the box, and then to the right of the box. And like here, these scenarios, like, because there are 3 elevations, right? So you can't just put your crosshair like on some flat line and like spray. You actually have to have those elevations on pings. I feel like they chose the worst option right there by just going through, you know? They're like, let's just hope there's no one, let's just hope no one's back here.
He will be here. Things are much, much tougher for the opponents.
Deep on bot. Catching timing after Dizzy.
G2 are wasting no time in the A main control, sending Jonah P out to the B site. No surprise, he's on the lurk. The success, he's had a lot of success, but whenever he does,
it's a good reposition.
You say, Tom, the main push is always the one that fails.
The reason why he can do this shot is this little on bot, right?
Down to 46, but
otherwise, he would never make that play.
And the rotation's on its way. They're focused on the B site. PRX seem to have an idea that this is where it's coming through. You see the shift from Devi. He's closer by now in kitchen to help out.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, right? Well, I know what you mean.
Keep his teammates safe from information, but the Dizzy likely going to do that. The immediate swing. Mind Freak still gets one, and now trying to play over the top of the site.
3 on 4.
Leaf picks him out of the air.
So big round for Econ.
I feel like a lot of players would miss, but not Leaf. And now the retake's looking tough.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers against them, and there it is. Thrash was online, activated now. Valen tucked down below, manages to catch Devi and something off guard.
Great form.
And there's no need for any further aggression from this G2 side. Forsaken's out of here to try to save, but they've already got him boxed in. Like you said, Tom, Leaf right up behind him. The timing, he might actually have seen the barrel there. Yeah, now he's got a good idea, but that's one way to do it. The lead back in G2's hands, 5-4. Attack side really heating up.
Yeah, looking like a very competitive game at the moment. Now for I think both of these squads, a lot of the time when they've had big success, it has been on that attacking side. So I don't think PRX are going to be too worried about this just yet, especially having that additional duelist. I am starting to think, though, how many times we've already seen that Thrash available. Like, they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times throughout this, and the impact it has just been...
Yo, I need that fucking clipped. I need that fucking clipped.
I would actually quite like to see a PRX attempt to run in the future, because I think that the Gecko in particular on this map is so ridiculously strong, and you already have the likes of Something who has shown that he can use it to an incredibly high degree. I will say some of the angles he's taken he wouldn't be able to get to if he wasn't playing the Jet, but I don't know. I still think there might be more value in it for him.
Yeah, it's curious as well how quickly, and you saw in the replay, I didn't hear what he was saying, but I have an idea. Leaf seemed very happy to have picked Jing out of the air. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right, on Ascent, how many times did we see that Sage wall up in main? It caught so
just said
many
that he put him
players
down. I just thought it was funny as fuck how you worded it. Watch, I'll roll it back. We got like 20 seconds. One sec.
From
already have. I see it many times we've already seen that Thrash available. Like, they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times.
Dude, did the Crim Sage got one tap, bro?
Seen that Thrash available. Like, they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times.
Like, the way he says it is just so good.
From the side of G2. Obviously, a lot of the goal is just to try and collect the orbs. I don't think they're going to be able to get the one on the B site, though, because G2 have been, again, very heavy on the B lean. A lot of the time when it's gone in the other direction, it's been lower purchases. They just have an incredibly clean B execute and post plant, and they are abusing it.
Look at how cautious G2 are being. Playing early, we saw on the A side.
Yeah, these protocols, like you said, IMO, are what make G2 chat.
Do just the same.
Take notes in this phase of the round.
Squad, a little bit of danger on the push, but
like, look at
it's
that.
dealt with immediately. Forsaken, able to step up for one. Second shot not going to land, and 64 HP. He's out of here with the share.
Now,
rotation
like
off the
clockwork,
A side.
this guy's lurk is activated.
He is tucked down below, an uncouth position. One Leaf has to be cautious of, but he was watching it as the peak comes in. Now Jing tagged low. At least get himself a little bit of a heal and drop Leaf. Okay.
What?
I don't think the heal played any part in that.
No, not at all. Got him back to 76 in the end, but they're set up in a decent position.
Yeah, both Hunter's Furies online now as well. Forsaken got it from getting that extra kill.
I feel like the volume's weird. Like Mitch and Tom loud, in-game sound low.
The spot comes in from Something. Dizzy not going to play a part, and now there goes that Hunter's Fury from the flank.
What?
It's not really going to do too much, but the time is an issue. 15 seconds now for the side of G2 to try and make their way in towards
10
the
second
side.
shot.
Above, it seemed like Jing
Oh my god.
may not have been paying attention.
8,
Didn't hear the
7.
sounds, and even though it comes
No
super
way they
late
get
in the
this.
round, they're going to get that plant.
This is not a comfortable anti-eco, but they've managed to make it work. 3 versus 1. Forsaken, known to be behind. He threw out a dart a moment ago. Had his Hunter's Fury. Nice shot that started, but
Emerald jump.
Jumped a little too soon. 6-4 now. G2, 2-round lead. Chance to extend it even more before the half is over.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to want to do that. We've seen them not.
I feel like he was going to get the second without the Emerald jump.
Have some struggles on this map, but it was normally the attack side when they played versus Lev that looked decent. So I think they're going to want to try and extend that to an 8-4 lead. And as I said, like PRX on the attack, you've always got to be careful. But it has seemed that over the last few rounds, a lot of the early success they were having, had the Something Jing show of those aggressive pushes. I think G2 have done well to adapt. Take a lot of early map control. You can even see it now, throwing early flashes. They want to try and make sure that there's no angle, that Something could just be sat on with an operator.
There's an elephant in this room right now.
For now, he's back on the rifle. And again, it seems like every
that
time
elephant,
we have the early aggression.
This PRX is calm.
They're a little bit unlucky because they're always on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they've pushed up on B this time, ready for any aggression out of G2, but players are going to be spotted outside of A. Maybe just the one scene, though. Not a ton of information to work with. They're conscious of the flank that's been coming through relatively consistently. The push up now on B. Well, the wall
I just don't like it for
slows them down. That utility from Valen has bought them a few valuable seconds. It's got the rotations off of A as well. A is wide open, barring a little bit of Killjoy utility. And now that they think there could be a play towards the B site, Divide toyed with the idea of pushing mid. Luckily he didn't, because Jonah P was waiting as always.
Off the site. Are they going to get like the
bombot down if we went too far? So at least they'll
okay,
get
the
that
hard roll
extra
will hit
piece
one.
of information. Now have the players into the right time. Something though.
It's a bad death.
Again, It seemed like he was caught off guard, maybe waiting for a slightly later push off the back of the Reckoning instead.
Trent, Hunter's Fury in post. He's playing deep.
Easy post pun.
He has Jonah holding his own.
He's just waiting, watching. Knows that right now the flank is clear. Even has support from Trent. It's going to be a very one-dimensional retake from PRX.
He's heard the steps, but he knows that turret's still online. That's going to be a problem. Has to break it and give it away, but in comes the Hunter's Fury, taking down Forsaken. Divide falls too. They eventually deal with the flank they knew was coming, but there's still so many more to drop.
So
there's Jing onto Icy. A chance now. Life breathed back into the side of PRX, but look, right down below, a sneaky spot from Leaf that gets his third of the round. That may well be the final nail in the coffin of this. With Jing left alive, time ticking away, and he just has to save that weapon, run for the hills, and concede a 7th to G2. A strong lead for the attacking side.
About the comp?
And it isn't over.
I mean, like, if I were like coaching the boys, like 100 Thieves, I don't think it's doubled, right?
Opponents in the late round.
If I were coaching the boys, I wouldn't have like too big of a problem with it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like the comp, not so bad. The problem really lies in the fact that PRX typically wins with like a lot of like fluidity and crazy plays and creativity, and with 4 like very like flat meta agents like this, they can't do a lot of that shit.
I was gonna say it's gone all right until the extra swing in.
Like Jing can do the Grim Walls, but the others are kind of like
need the orb either, does
doing nothing silly. And I feel like the silliness.
Yeah, that looked really good.
The silliness actually helps them.
Utility from G2 pushed PRX back. They decided
it's like
to
too
stick
vanilla for PRX, you know?
Which is often a mistake, but they won the fight despite the util being thrown their way. But now the fact that Leaf got that pick, has the ultimate.
Yeah, like they need to throw a Yori. That's what I'm saying.
So much time, and then you've got
Why
to
you
root
laughing
these players
at that?
out of position. Trent still has
I'm
a
being
shock dart to work with.
serious.
I believe there's a nano.
These guys
on
are
the spike
freaks. They don't want to run meta comps.
This is going to be a very difficult round, as it has been for PRX.
Get Forsaken on fucking Harbor.
This one feels that
Get
little
something
bit
on like
more
Neon,
stacked against
you
them.
know?
Shock dart, the one to find
Put
the
Jing
kill.
on
Divine's
Raze. Run
looking
like
the
double
wrong way
duelist Harbor.
into heavy traffic. 8-4. This
Like-
has been a stellar first half from G2, and PRX better hope their attack can make up the gap.
Yeah, no, I think there was a bit in the middle where we had some sort of good disruptive play coming out of the likes of PRX, but G2 the last few rounds just stabilized, slowed things down, had these really good takes, so I think it's going to be a tough second half. We'll see if PRX can turn it after the break.
I'm trolling. Yeah, I'm kind of trolling with the comp I suggested a bit, Peter Parker, but I am being like, oh, come on. It's tongue in cheek, you know, like I actually do think it's too fucking vanilla for paper. I'm not even trolling. It's like, I don't know. Like, let's go into some of their past events, I guess. Like, how would we do this shit? So we would want to see like their comps they bust out like week 1 after prep and just see what they look like. Like stage 1, they had good prep. Madrid here. Like, let's see what they were busting out these like random like first series of these events. And I'd be willing to bet they're weird comps. Let's see. Split. Actually, this was pretty tame. I'm not gonna lie. They were doing cool shit. This is not the exact game, but I pointed out a lot of really cool shit they did with that comp. Then they went to Bind, and this is the one where they had like the crazy Harbor lineups and stuff. So this is actually pretty fucking wild. I'm not gonna lie. This was also back when Gecko wasn't played, and they had a fucking streamer sub it in. Same comp. Yeah, this is kind of wild. Again, the Pearl comp. That's different. That's very different. Breeze, fucking very different. Like, these are the opening games they're playing here in these events, guys. Like, they're like shocking people. It's like a lot of shock factor. Back in the day, this is what Chet would call like cringe comps, you know, like in those interviews, like, oh, they got fucking cringe comps. Like, the reason why it's so hard is because these strats can just overwhelm you. They're so fucking difficult to deal with.
PRX. I don't think they'll feel too uncomfortable going into Lotus. Like, it's been a strong map for them recently. I think Jing's Neon is something that always enjoyable to watch, but ultimately you're not going to want to lose your own map choice at the beginning of the day. And I think they're going to have a very strong attack side. Now, they normally do. As said, when they win this map, you're looking at, as said, I think 10-2 attack halves versus the likes of DFM, even DRX.
Chat, what are they cooking?
Last. And a lot of this comes off the back, well, the two players we
I want to see it in action.
And Forsaken. Jing and Something.
I want to see it in action.
Terrifying duo on the entry. But just look at already the aggressive stance that has been taken by G2 in mid.
Yeah, they're looking for the triple push off the back of the contact from Trent. And they're even hearing some of the steps that went around towards A main. Some information there. We'll see how quickly they get on that flank. The retake setup, though, certainly in play. You can see Leaf is just backing off, conceding this space. And in fact, the flank abandoned after breaking the turret. Now look to play this as a more conventional retake. Wall buys a little bit of time, and the plant should be in. Shock dart, though, for damage.
They have so much plant denial.
I love this curve right there. Something that I didn't notice last year with Harbor.
One man still hidden in the corner, and he strikes. Mind Freak with a couple.
Got it, huh?
Jing steps up with another, and in fact, he gets two himself.
Game.
But it's left onto Trent. You wouldn't want anyone else in a clutch, and although he's low, he's almost taken it.
Oh my god. Oh!
May even kill off Jing, but it
oh
doesn't
my
matter.
god.
It will be a last-second shot that ends up giving PRX a much-needed pistol round.
Well, that came very close. Travel time of that arrow, all that made the difference. But it's enough. PRX take the pistol, and this is a much-needed win. An injection of rounds early on, at least if they can manage to convert the follow-up that they needed to close the gap after that first half. 5 rounds in a row before this for G2. Finally, we see a stall out to that momentum.
Yeah, I think important that they get that job done for this one. Get themselves back into the map, and it looks like the defensive side are almost trying to sell confusion here. They've got the Viper screen combining with the Harbor Wall. The thing is, it seems
looking
like
for something real quick, chat. Doing slight research out here.
Utility, like almost use it to their advantage. It's whether or not they can abuse the gaps more than their opponents can.
I mean, they've taken a big gamble. The turret is watching the back, but they're committing 5 players after making all this noise. The stack up is there from G2, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're being shredded on the site. With one man behind that wall, soon to fall, it's Icy down and Leaf to do it all. Let's see if he can find a 1v5 with a classic. No, what a surprise. 3 kills from Something. Big round for him, farming up some orbs, and a solid one without a single player falling for PRX.
Yeah, and
so
the thing is
I was speculating. I went back into the Pacific Finals to see where they were placing this turret on the flank. I wanted to see if the Viper wall would block whatever turret they use, because that would be one of like the key reasons I would see them using that wall. Is like prep work, where they saw something where they could get a flank, but it could also be like there are like little gaps in certain places or ways.
It's an important round for G2 because they lose
they've cooked several ways to use this wall. I just haven't realized how yet.
It's just okay. This W gaming. How could I forget?
It's a really good wall.
Yeah, well, in case you needed a reminder, there it is.
Because it's blocking this choke up top.
Running back down the tube.
It would allow like a flood out of heaven because of this portion.
From G2 to
you can go either way.
Player right down below him.
It's a good wall.
I mean, Something is
really
just playing an unhinged style here. He gets shot in the back, but it's just a tickle. And that actually spurs him forward to look for another fight. Jonah P. all around B while the A side's taken.
They're so focused on him. They're so focused looking at him that in the meantime, they've just walked into the site and planted the spike. Like, you can't blame them.
I fucking
hate
being tickled.
Like a lunatic. You go, okay, I should keep an eye on him. And
says
you
the father that's always
tickling. There was a pixel there that maybe he could find.
Oh!
Even spawning players around mid.
The girls like love when I tickle them.
They're just relying on this wall, the turret.
Oh my god. Oh, dude. Honestly, kind of beef this.
The whole round has been about dealing with Something.
They haven't even seen anyone else. Getting towards the spike, sure,
but
the guy's still behind them,
okay,
spraying away. Now the fight up in front. Okay, Something falls, so too does Divide, but Spike not even half just yet.
No fucking way, chat.
Good.
No.
Gets another triple to close it out. All eyes were on Something.
Damn.
That pulls off the magic.
He's so good for those. He's so good for those, actually. Like, he actually will always win one of those.
that you're going to look back on and go, well, they didn't forget about him.
Bro, like, another Mind Freak 1-on-3 in Champs.
Like
Are you thinking of the Pearl one?
There were so many moments in that round where you just think, even though something, he doesn't get like the triple kill, he doesn't get the multi-frag.
Dude, the Pearl clutches. Oh, bro. Oh, God, those are so nice, actually.
Because they're so focused on killing one guy. And
Mind Freak has some dope clutches.
Running down mid. Well, you're not going to expect him to be alone.
I haven't seen someone play like that in a long time.
I feel like he's really underrated.
Hello, early fight. Valen's not going to get anything, but Divide goes down. Early flank underway. Turret's much more passive, so Leaf will get pretty close. Not close enough to actually take anyone down. He could. Oh, of course. Divide's the one that fell right away. So yeah, he's able to make it all the way up, making it into heaven, grabbing himself a weapon, and now a serious danger down below. He's got something. The res is right above. It's free for Leaf. Already a phenomenal round, and he's looking for more. Mind Freak.
What a fucking round by a singular Leaf.
Pistols, but he's 30 HP.
Talk about forgetting about something. I think they forgot the turret was down. He got so much space. Mind Freak might get an isolated 1v1, but now the Sheriff, well, we normally talk about hitting a headshot.
Damn, that was crazy by Leaf.
Body shot will do the job. He's trying to sell the idea that he's pushing into the A site, but that idea has not been sold whatsoever. And while Jonah P's going to hit the headshot anyway.
Dude, that is a massive momentum shift. Winning of the Thrifty this late in the game after the 1-on-3 to like just fucking just suck the air out of the room, dude. Holy shit. That's a massive round.
Just as something dies, they panic to try and cover Device so he doesn't die a second time, and that ends up giving a flurry of frags over the Leaf. Now 15 and 11. And one away from a lockdown. G2 have a lot of high-value ultimates coming online. Same can be said for PRX here on the attack, though. This is where everything's going to be decided, 9-7. The gap either going to close or be extended massively by G2 here. Credits down to the last for PRX.
Yeah, it's done a lot of damage. The only thing that's going to pad the gap is the Viper's pit. By having a stinger in a pit, absolutely fine.
Full
They need to get into the afterplan. Look how quick G2 are already moving around that flank. They're in the spawn already.
Yeah,
but
damn,
by the time
bro.
they get there, the post plant will be set. This time, turret should be available to give them
This
the
flank is
information.
wild,
in fact, Forsaken
dude.
is already watching, but he has Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's actually got blasted, but the flash checks
Perfect timing on that
Clear a lot of
Dizzy.
space here as well. Give away that information. They know exactly where something is. He's stunned up, gunned up. Leaf able for one. Keeping it competitive. G2 3 versus 2. Having to fight through the pit, though, could be the advantage they need. In goes the Thrash, and Mind Freak can't quite dodge it. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on Jing. He has to cover this man to keep the pit online, to keep the chances there for PRX, and he'll get nothing. Bar the one.
I mean, dude, we have to give credit to Valen for like just the awareness to ult close. So like they get all that ground, he ults close. Icy Dizzy are on that corner. They just get, once they're out back there, man, it's like the termite infestation, dude. Once they're out in this zone, it's actually over. I'm actually kind of shocked that PRX even kept it close after that happened. Holy fuck, dude. G2 looks so good. Tactically, it feels like they always have a good idea.
Look at his flash, just around the corner, just to make sure. It's so
like they're always doing the good play, you know?
Left. And while put them into
I was PTSDing to the Psalm play.
Mentioned it in the first half. We know what this guy can do with it. Already going to take a lot of early space. They also have the Hunter's Fury as well. So if this can get into the late round,
who loves Ella more, Ospas or Leaf?
That lockdown's available for the other side.
PRX are so fast. Usually that drone will slow you down a bit, but they just sprint straight at it, taking control over the site, and that gets the lockdown into play. Shock darts to harass the planter, and they're back out of there. Flank was attempted for a moment. G2, though, seemed to have fallen back. Maybe assuming that the lockdown's going to send them in the other direction, but they might not know PRX. This is a team that isn't keen to give up on the A game. Still looking for, well, the A side.
And now that flank.
They don't have a lot here, chat.
Adjust again. Clearing in middle, getting all the information.
Triple flank cascade for the turret. Oh shit.
Something desperately looking for.
Forsaken, he sees this cascade and he's like shitting bricks right now. So he's calling the whole team back, but literally G2's just gaslighting the fuck out of them. They're not there. Oh my god, it's a masterclass.
Something out of it revealed.
Okay, never mind. Forsaken finally realized they're moving too slow for this shit.
Well, that flash sends all the support backwards. Jing's caught, still blinded up. Hunter's Fury goes through, though.
Well played by Forsaken. Realized it was all smoke and mirrors.
Gets the push out of Devi. Back and forth, the kills go, but it's still G2 with the advantage. If they catch Mind Freak for free, it could be something, but he's freaking out. Gliding Leaf down, the defuse all the way.
No!
Sticking it all the way, and Forsaken had to fight. Valen on a sliver of health gets it across the line with plenty of time left. It's 11-7. The lead for G2 cemented, and they're in the home stretch now.
He's never going to get to use it. He's trying so hard to do the finish.
That was so sad, dude. It's like the perfect cove. He can't even see. Alan's like, what are you doing down there, little guy? What's up, little guy?
Needs to get
trying to get up here
out because he's about to talk to the boys. That's what he always says. He's like, I get the frustration out, then I talk to them in a calm manner. Well, they've lost 3 rounds in a row. They're 2 away from losing their own map choice. And he's got to try and come up with something here because there's been quite a few of these rounds, Mitch, where they haven't been far away.
It's fucking time out.
It's just right at the last moment, there's like a really solid flash or some great utility. I think every ultimate that's been used by G2 has been high impact. So I just think they're utilizing what they have slightly better, and I think a lot of that especially comes down to that Gecko. I think Icy has been incredible. Like, his flashes have ruined so many players over on the PRX side. Like, even just think about the beginning of the last retake. I think 3 people were blind by that first flash.
Yeah, you know, I expect to be looking at players like Valen coming in. Even Leaf, we've seen it
getting
in
all
heyday,
of the PRX shit together.
Really impressed me in that first half as well. He was putting up numbers, winning out his fights, his supportive utilities being up there as well. And on the side of PRX, like you say, they've been close, and that's the most frustrating part about it. Having it within your grasp and then feeling it slip away with a 4-round gap. It's now or never. They've got to step it up. And no ultimates online. A res and a lockdown just went away, but G2 come in with the advantage. They have not only the Viper's Pit, but a Hunter's Fury as well. Finding impact.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah,
Jen, thanks for the 2.
Most of, if not all their ultimates have been.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're awake right now, Prompted. What is it like? Fucking 4 a.m. for you, actually.
I'm gonna see that
CSD, right?
Try and funnel them in a different direction. Drone yet to be put into play for Forsaken. It also has the dart, so they could opt to try and fight him, but there's always a massive gamble, especially with the position that Jonah P is playing.
Yeah, Prompted's the longest sub. 117 is actually so crazy.
The shock darts went through to try and deny that utility, assuming that you would be playing that little bit more passive. That it'd be around the choke point, but instead it's further up, just covering Jonah P's left side.
Yeah, I actually love this sketch. I'm not gonna lie.
A really nice
Might
setup.
just become a fucking Apex streamer.
In a very favorable fight either way. And if someone touches the alarm bot, Nano goes up, and Jonah can just fall back a little bit and play more passive.
Feels like they're doing exactly what G2 want them to do.
Yeah.
Like, they're fighting for mid control just to make sure they can't split back towards the B site. You got the Hunter's Fury for an attempted plant denial or to even clear something out on the retake. PRX are doing what they want, but it's whether or not, as always, this team can make it work anyway.
Hunter's Fury right on 3, 2. You see him peeling back.
G2 haven't given any of them away. They've been so good at making sure that doesn't happen, and already there's the man advantage.
Oh my god, brutal.
Almost extended on. That shot just swinging through players.
And they got a second on the flank.
Flank is now wide open. PRX don't have any ground to fall back to. They have to fight forward. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Something in Forsaken, the sprays just avoided. Then G2 go on the push. Forsaken good for 1, but Devi's fallen. The trades are there. Forsaken keeping it alive on the site, but he can't do much from that corner. And the spray, close as it was to a collat, it won't get it done.
Dude, Forsaken looks so good, but the util.
G2, 5 chances.
The util from Valen is seriously perfect. It's perfect. It's like blocking off all the right angs at the right times to single off the fights. And like, even though Forsaken looked very dangerous right there, the cascade and util allowed them to get spacing to get that trade and have to only worry about him. Like, mollied him out.
So it covers as they run away from the shock. So no
like, their
matter
comp
what,
doesn't have a lot of util.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
They just use it very, very well.
Get an opener, play the retake. They've had such stellar retakes and post plants. 3 retakes in a row now for G2, and they haven't, other than the one with the classic, they haven't had too many problems. Here we go, though. The battle for B. I think the expectation was after the A hits, it's going to eventually fall back in this direction. Valen is in a great spot, if not cleared. He's not been cleared. It's a bit of a mistake, and now he gets to just pounce on the remaining players. Even still, PRX are keeping this one close, and the Reds
oh my God, he just gets out.
in their favor.
He just gets out.
Valen's just falling back, giving up that space. He'll use his wall to hopefully slow them down.
He stopped it early too. Very good harbor play. It goes up faster if you do that.
He got the turret up. Leaf
So he needed this wall to go up as fast as possible. So he had to stop it.
Down in play, gets them the space on the site. Advantage there. Damage done to Valen. This seems to certainly be a favored round for PRX. Perhaps the start of the comeback. Shock Dart's good for some damage. A few of these players now lit up.
Ooh, okay, one for Leaf, but again, no chance with the trade. Jing gonna heal himself back up, and
2 on 3.
Leaves just a couple standing. Valen trying to bait them in, but they've put him into.
They got in there so fast.
Solid round. Forsaken with 3, and PRX, well, they need 4 more.
4 in a row. It's doable. We saw G2 close out the half in just the same fashion. They can hit their stride. But for G2, the other thing is you take a look at those credits. They're starting to run a little dry. This squad does have Reckoning to work with. No other ultimates close to being online. It looks like a light buy based around the Outlaw. Big fan of this kind of setup. Question is where it's going to be used. And for Leaf, seems to be a middle peak. He'll have his turret covering it. And they are moving towards him. We'll see if that Outlaw can have the impact. We hear the shots fire, but they don't find their mark.
Nope, not going to be.
I love our harbors.
Okay, nice shot. Someone's been doing their aim training, that's for sure.
Uh-oh.
Trade's not looking good. Oh, not like this. This would be the worst way to let a map slip away. In fact, it's even.
Wait.
What?
It's
It's a misclick.
Is he just fat fingered?
He's misclicked it. He meant to drone.
Oh, that's just.
Oh,
it's
they've
gone
not seen
horrifically.
that.
But Mindfreak just comes out with 3 in a second. This round was looking like it was falling apart, but maybe in the most uncharacteristic way, they might take it anyway. Flank coming in. That's the major danger. And now it's left all onto Jing. It's not been a great round. And now he's under real pressure. The spike is going to take some serious damage. And he's, well, I think he's just got lost in the source. Leaf is going to be there to close out the round. Around the PRX are definitely going to want to forget.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a hard one to forget, though.
Holy
we'll be
fuck,
talking about that for a while. A MasterCard Thrifty closing
Actual facts, PRX always lose them in Mindfreak as their top frag. I didn't even know that that's what just happened. But if that's what happened, it makes total sense, actually, that they lost. Because you're right. Every time Mindfreak top frags, they lose. It's nothing to do with him. It's more of a sign of the players that the strats were designed for having gotten the kills that they probably need to. Wait, why'd you say Freakazoid? What happened? Did I say Freakazoid? I say Mindfreak. What did I say? Oh, maybe. Maybe so, maybe so. Damn. I do not like this comp for PRX though. I think it doesn't give them enough like innovation potential. You know, I showed you guys what their first series was like in the last like 4 events they went to, right? And at least in one of the maps in those series, they were playing a silly comp. And they win those series. Like, honestly, they win those. This is a bit silly. I'm not gonna lie. If they go here with this, which it looks like they will, this will be fun as fuck. This shit is gonna be crazy. No Senti, KO, double duelist, single smokes. For G2 to pick this, there's massive holes in this gameplay. I promise you that, chat. I didn't get to play it, man. No. Did you get to play it? Did anyone get to play the playtest thing? Was it fun? Honestly, I probably won't play that shit till like after champs, I would imagine. We have another minute on the countdown, so I'm just gonna keep watching this, just see what we can expect. All right. So that's a pretty good early knife that he's throwing at B. I don't really think about that. Can't really break it. You can see that immediately makes DRX think there could be someone box. A one-way mound for something. They're ready to blind through this door. They're ready to probably either Prowler or Haunt around this corner. It's a trap play. Holy fuck, this is a sick strat. What a strat by DRX. What the fuck? That was insane. That was an incredible strat. Look at this. It's a fake B where they're going through C-Link. These two guys that help set up the strat open the door and pinch with the chamber. This is a fucking insane strat. Look how tightly like spaced they are right now. Wow. My DRX exiting groups first seed? What do you mean about this, Joe? What do you have to say about that? Oh, wait. It's your man.
Rematch. There's been a VCT stage in the middle. So what is different about PRX this time around?
I think fundamentally, they got a lot better in the discipline department. I feel like they were a little bit sloppy when we first played them, and we abused that fact. Now I can see a lot more coordinated play. I can see the logic in their how they're like moving us around. So we were expecting a tougher PRX, and we got it right. And like sure enough, like we've been working on our icebox, so like yeah, the score was as such, but I thought it was a much better PRX.
Well, that score definitely, that map went to you guys, so we're gonna see if G2 can manage to close out Lotus as well.
2 life gimmick is sick.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And Kilios is in his feels right now. He's just having a.
I'm excited to play
having
it.
a day, aren't you, there, buddy? You want to talk about it? You want to?
Oh, damn.
You want to discuss things?
Woo! What a roller coaster of a game. So jazzed up, so entertaining, so exciting.
Yeah, man.
You're scaring me,
What the fuck was that, bro?
Hey, look, I mean, we knew that this was going to be a tough game, you know, for both
Ah,
teams,
yes,
right?
Coder.
And I think you heard even Coach Joshua T saying how, you know, he knew that they were prepped, they were ready to go. But G2, man, that coordination, Mimi, has just been so freaking good from them.
Yeah, they look incredibly clean with this Harbor comp. I think on the attack side, obviously, we know it's really good for executes, putting up that wall, fighting deep off of it. But I really like some of the walls Valen was even using in the post line. You see this one here to stop the players from pushing through and fighting past this lockdown. Then they switch on over to the defensive side, and I think it was just as good with some
Dude, we have had so much bind. Look at this. I didn't realize it until I went to do the pred, and I was like, Icebox and bind, ascent, bind, Lotus, bind. Like it just binds everywhere, bind.
That we would expect them to, but then they shut up all the doubters every single time, and it's so freaking cool to see them do this.
Yeah, I mean, this.
I guess I didn't realize because I enjoy watching
This could be
bind.
the proving grounds for it, but just
If it was a shit map, I would be whining for
and
sure.
then just locks in and says, okay, right, now we're in this mindset, now we're in this grind set, and we're just going to go ahead and just run away with this tournament.
For sure, and for all the credit Josh is giving for PRX to make some improvements, I think we did still see some fundamental errors in that game. Players going off. I think Jing had a couple rounds where he was kind of taking some individual swings, taking some liberties, and I think G2 is always going to be good to punish that. And those small mistakes will really snowball in a match that should be as close as this one.
Yeah, well, look, while the day may not have belonged for at least for map 1 for PRX, so they do get the Verizon high-speed moment courtesy of Mindfreak's clutch in round 15. Mindfreak, again, every single time we get an opportunity to see this guy do his thing, always impressive.
And I mean, it wasn't just Mindfreak in this round. It was this like crazy disruptive idea with
I'm
something
confused,
like solo
Shell.
faking in mid.
Seems like the same option,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there were some good ideas. I think you can see some of those improvements coming through. There's a attempt here at that backstab, getting ready to come in, something able to just go ahead and skirt around that turret.
Yeah, I kind of agree with
it's like, okay,
what was he wearing.
We're protected, we think that we're safe. He strikes, can't quite find that second kill as instantly. Jonah P starts doing Jonah P things. Starts popping off, but Mindfreak, this was, I think, a lot of... there was a lot of displays in this icebox of Mindfreak being that stone cold killer, being that clutch machine. We saw him just trying to hang on.
The cam not being synced right there.
Was, you know, trying to bail them out and keep them afloat.
Gee.
This was a very good game overall from the side of Mindfreak, but there was still too many errors being shown here that just ended up unraveling things for PRX.
In that round, though, I think we saw the biggest difference from the G2 that played today and that guard team who lost to them all the way back in Iceland. The round state kind of exploded there.
I'm expecting Divide to bounce back. He'll probably be playing what, Sky on the snap?
So much disruption.
No.
But G2 still had really good ideas
Sky.
to deal with it. They re-cleared their space in mid. They still set up for a clean retake, and they did end up losing to the clutch. But I think they've gotten so much better as a team at dealing with those unexpected round states and adapting on the fly, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing when you're playing against PRX.
Oh, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, well, things are interesting in the PRX camp right now, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Alex, hear what he has to say as they get ready for map 2.
I'm here right now with Alex of PRX. Alex, that was a really frustrating first map. What do you think the team was lacking on Icebox that you hope will be remedied or fixed on map number 2?
Yeah, we didn't. We had a game plan going in, but we didn't really follow it on our attack side, so that's a little bit disappointing. And I hope that on game 2 we will, I think, calm ourselves down a little bit and step it up.
Follow the game
well, thank you very much for your time, and we're gonna see if PRX can take Lotus from G2.
What?
Pressure, of course, is on, and you hear Coach Alex talking about keeping.
Bro, he's so pissed. Like, what? I mean, I get it. Why did he only mention attack, though? He's like, we had a game plan on attack and we didn't stick to it. I guess, so he's probably pissed because it felt like they were going to come back. And he's like, we had a game plan and we didn't fucking stick to it. And this is where he got pissed, probably. You know, like, this is, because he only mentioned attack. He just said nothing about this. It was only about this part. So he's definitely really mad about that stretch right there at the end. And totally understandable. Totally understand. If they didn't listen to the game plan, like, that is outrageous.
A double duelist comp with the Neon and the Jet in the mix, which is
like,
extremely unusual.
Yeah, that's outrageous, actually. Like, because then, I mean, if they're not listening to the game plan, don't you call a timeout? Did they use 2 in the first half? I didn't even pay attention. Just makes me have quick nodders.
Here, their retake protocols in particular, and how they're able to kind of adapt with when they're going for the more aggressive forward plays and when they're falling back, playing a little bit more passive into those retakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out because genuinely that Neon is not something that we've seen too much from the side of Jing, but that it's been what he's been bringing to the table on Lotus as of late. So curious to see if he's going to be sticking with that or if it's back to Old Faithful.
Shit,
all right, well, let's find out if this one makes it to map 3, shall we? We're going to send it back over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
I truly have time. What's that?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. Yes, Tom, coming into this, Jing, right? He had an okay first map, but now we're going to look at him as having a fantastic one, assuming he's still playing that Neon.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. I think it was a 28-14 performance last time he was on the Neon. I don't know if that will become the regular. But
DRX.
DRX, yeah, they're okay. They're kind of good at the map. But yeah, I think ultimately I'd be very surprised if either team makes mass changes. Like, I think it was a close defeat recently to Leviathan for G2 and a 3-map win streak for the side of PRX. So I don't think, I would be very surprised if they were going to go, okay, we need to completely revolutionize everything we're doing within the composition. But ultimately, it's more so just some of the stuff we saw in the last map that I'm a little bit more worried about. Like, if there were opportunities for the likes of Leaf to get into really awkward positions, as it was mentioned on the desk, they don't have themselves a Sentinel in the comp that they normally run. So there's going to be a lot of potential gaps to exploit. Last time they did have a Sentinel and that happened, so it really does worry me, especially on a map like Lotus where there's a lot more avenues that you can sort of take that control, where you can be aggressive, where you can take space, or even just where you can rotate. And if those gaps are left, it could be very problematic. The only thing I will say is that when you're running a Jet Neon comp, a lot of the time you're going to be more direct. You're going to be more precise in the way you're doing it. So I guess the main thing will then be is, okay, do you leave someone behind just to make sure
what was the comp,
that isn't going to be a problem for you, or are you going to be so heavy hitting into those sites that it almost doesn't matter, like you've done it too quick?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the reality I expect from PRX. Then, on the other hand, just looking at the last map, the fact that Jonah P was able to find so much space, the fact that in the second half, Leaf was able to get behind them so many times and cause problems, that's something that they almost don't have the option to slow it down unless you are committing that player to stay behind. And thinking about the fact that PRX, we just heard from Alex down the stage, he said they weren't following their game plan. That's a worrying sign.
That's a really worrying sign.
You don't want to see that. And now bouncing off of a 13-8 on their own pick, they've got to move on to Lotus, somewhere that, yeah, they're not uncomfortable on. We've seen them do well, but the reality is there's a lot then to adjust behind the scenes for them to hit their stride here.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Well, I sort of walked past them having a little bit of a conversation backstage. As we said,
the comps we expect.
Neither team is really going to be making those mass changes. And another comment you can make about the pacing of it is when you do drop that Viper, a lot of the time you're going to see, firstly, the amount of delay on the defense that a Viper can bring, in the retakes having, like, especially on the B side, being able to lock off certain angles, but then also just the takes towards A. It's going to have to be, again, much faster, much less reactive, and you're not going to be able to play with rotations anywhere near as.
So they're starting on attack, guys. This is risky for G2 because they're picking Lotus, which is a very attack-sided map. They have the meta comp, the default comp that Fnatic made popular. We've seen teams crumble on defense. In addition to that, right, they're compounding the difficulty here because they're playing PRX, who has no Senti, double Initiator, and double Duelist. So, like, this is a super attack-heavy comp. Like, they could probably like send it into some of these sites and just take them. They could underhand flash through smokes with KO. Yeah, it's a weird fucking comp. They definitely have a really weird comp.
In every moment, in how disciplined they were before the retakes, in re-clearing space. When you look at PRX, we didn't see that same level. We saw them get caught off guard.
Dude, he likes a fan on his mouse hand.
About the 3-man B pushes that they were doing, where they were able to flank so fast into all of those A takes because of the control they had. That's more difficult to avoid when it comes to a map like Lotus when you're not running a Sentinel. So it's definitely going to have to be something in the back of PRX's mind that, okay, they're going to try and challenge us for space. Are they going to be making those like deep A pushes as we see so regularly? Are they going to have a sort of jump spotter and see?
They're doing the C setup from B.
And if they are, how do we shut that down? How do we make them play a little bit more scared? Because if you allow G2 to have all of that control on that defensive side, you're going to get blasted. I'll be honest. So you can't allow that to happen.
No, you really can't. For PRX, the pressure is most certainly on. This map and the next need to go their way, and G2, well, they seem to be the more refined team, at least on the first map. We'll see if that changes as we're about to get into Lotus. G2's map pick, and they'll start this one out on the right.
Yeah, I'm ready to get into this one.
The C's nade setup front B is very good.
Having that map sort of slip away from
them, sniffing out both extremities.
Like having the ability
eyes on B for the push.
It's going to be high tempo.
See the smoke. They don't want.
For now, though,
they believe they're probably like 1 to 2 playing here.
But he's taking the head clean off the Vike. Not the man I expected to be going first. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, last map we saw him go first, and it was a disastrous round. But at least finding a 4K. The A site taken by PRX. At least they'll trade out the life of a man for the site control. Losing out on that Fade utility hasn't stopped them putting boots on the ground. But the retake from G2, quite quick. Paranoia is absolutely perfect. Something still gets away with one. And the nade is slowing them down. Nice disruption from PRX to
make
start this
some
off.
readjust, go through stairs. Wow, Jonah, what the fuck?
Take it over. 3 headshots already. That Sheriff
still
in his hand.
Winnable for
looking like it has aim lock. Looking for a little bit more, but the trade backs is still good. It might be all on Jonah B. Involved in the round, and finally he's put down.
That's
a
burst.
To pick up the pieces. What a pistol round. Now I know what the P stands for.
They've got the aura.
Precision. 1-0 for G2, and my goodness, yeah, we talked about Leaf, we talked about Jonah P, more so in their ability to get behind you and find those free kills when you ain't looking, but seems Jonah P's
defense on Lotus. What is it?
Gorgeous first shot, and then these follow-ups are absolutely clinical. Even grabbing another to make it doable for Leaf in the end.
That's a great point.
Down to 7 HP. Close enough.
It's literally only because
the Jonah police are out.
That's the difference maker. It's unfortunate because, yeah, a hero.
Holy fuck. This guy on defensive half of Lotus.
PRX actually did very well, and they forced. They're going straight into the B site. They have got guns to play with, looking for those SMGs. And well, already speak about the pistols, but the trade from Trent gives them the advantage, and he backs away.
He's doubled up, still has a Prowler to work with. Icy needs to keep control over Heaven. He's under pressure. Something already up close. They know that he's there, and the swing in from Leaf closes this one out. A double on the Stinger to put 2-0 on the board. Weapons upgraded as well. Same thing as last map. It's a decent follow-up round from PRX, but they force bought. That's the real problem. Like round 2, that kind of damage.
I actually can't wait for this break day, David, so I can like clean it all up.
Yeah, it means that likely into the next round they'll come in with a full buy with everything
after the
they
break
could
day.
ever need. Like, there won't be maybe light
I'll be
shields
cooking.
or something like you might normally see.
I need a day to
it
cook.
also gives another round for economy to be built up, so you can see
We've gone non-stop from fucking
better
challengers
than
into
what they had in the
champs,
last
man.
round for G2. I guess
I
there's
needed
also
a
just
day
the
to
thought
prep.
process of,
Fuck.
it is PRX. Maybe they do it again. Whoa. One of the only
Oh my
investments
God.
other than pistols is that Marshall.
Isn't it tomorrow? Isn't there a break day tomorrow?
You know, even though things haven't been going their way, PRX are not going to lose their mojo. Still coming in, an opening pick towards the A site, weapon on the floor. I actually think that was a Phantom too, because there was a lot more upgrades than you might have thought in the last couple seconds before the barriers went up. Trent does well to manage the numbers of PRX.
Yeah, we got
The
one
Prowlers
break day.
cleared
One
out
break
a lot
day
of close
tomorrow.
space. They'll get back towards the stairs, but they're conscious that someone could already be close.
Yeah, he's kind of good with the Bulldog, you know? He's kind of good with it. Valen.
All three.
They bought last
Not
one.
going to overface. Not really any need to. IC already reclaiming a little bit of ground. Something does have the gun, but he's desperately low on health. You're dead.
Wow.
Actually, it's Divide to go down behind him. That is...
Dude, they're so aware too, chat. Do you see the satchel come out right away too to stop like the person from swinging in front of him?
Plays with how low he is, having the rifles.
Obviously, he doesn't know for sure that someone's up there, but he can speculate that that would be a great setup for a pro team and that someone would swing on contact. That's such good game sense.
Well. That's at least a first.
Doable.
Still hinging on something, and especially with Mind Freak going down. Once he finds the first, that's where things should stop. They haven't cleared him just yet, but, well, now he's being seen. Taken down, and the upgrade's just fine for G2. 3 players surviving. Phantom to be taken through to the next round. Some Bulldogs as well. At Bulldog, at Guardian. Perfect stuff. 3-0. Solid start for the defensive side. PRX, they've certainly shown that they're willing to brawl and able.
Oh, did it? I didn't see that.
Round, but not just
you might be right.
Yeah, the problem is, although they've kept the economy relatively honest, you're still going to have 5 rifles. You're still going to have enough to probably invest into the next round anyway. And you got a 3-0 start. So it really does just put them on the back foot almost immediately. I think if PRX don't find a response
looking
here,
really
this
bad
could
for
very quickly
PRX.
get out of control.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it could spiral.
I mentioned
Trent,
their comp is
I liked
attack-sided.
Bulldog. Let's see how much I like his out.
It's not both-sided, I'll say
tree.
that.
Spam already, gonna light up Jing a little bit and slow down the rest of the squad and clearing out that space. Slowing down PRX is something not a lot of players
You actually
can
might
do.
be able to like flood rotate really well with their
Getting
comp
all the
though.
walls lit up, turning them into Swiss cheese, but PRX have waited out the spam.
It's just that doesn't seem like a very PRX-y thing to do.
Pull back off it. Maybe just wanting to set up Mind Freak, but no. It's in fact just a ruse. No aggression on the other side. They've also baited out that they could have taken some tree control, and they are just going to full sprint their way towards the other side of the map. Now, it has been spotted. The deep turret gives Leaf the information, and they do have Nightfall to play with, so that's the other thing. It's possible that they're just going to look to play this as a retake, but instead, especially after the utility goes down, just going to fall back. I say that, still within the site. It hasn't been spotted again. It's danger, man. Jonah P.
Yeah, sat in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. It's going to be a duel between himself and Jing, and it's Jonah P to win it, and double up! Devi's gone too! That should have been the trade, and instead, Forsaken as an impossible task. 4 players coming his way.
It didn't even look like he was going to win.
Used alongside a reveal. They know roughly where he is, and now the rest of the util comes in.
Dude,
the
they're
C
perfect,
save
man.
until they had the information. That's an absolutely gorgeous play. And a solid economy farming round for G2. 4-0 up, 4 players alive. Those credits are going to be
Hey, Jonah.
Yeah, PRX got more done with the low buy. It really was. And again, you said it, the way that they save a lot of their utility, like what they did there was put the snake bite on the left, so if he does manage to dodge the C's, he's getting vulnerable and then the player swings, or
this
he
feels
gets hit
over,
by the
yeah.
C's, and he has basically, I think it was 30 HP to try and fight versus the entirety of the team. They're so good at just putting their utility into the right place.
Like, they're not getting duelist production, you know? They're running this double duelist, and they're not getting the duelist production. It's not looking too good here. I don't know what to say.
Oh, no one's there. I think they might be going somewhere else. And at that point, Jonah P gets into position. He's ready for that hit, and he does not leave. The man plants his feet in the ground and says, I'm standing here. Takes down Arlong Park. 4-0 for G2, and a timeout for PRX. They're already feeling the heat.
Yeah, understandably so. Like, you've lost your own map choice. Again, I think through
stats for their
fantastic
Lotus real
retakes and
quick.
adaptation from the side of G2 to deal with what was hyper-aggressive, fast-paced rounds. And now it looks like G2 have come into this one, knowing what they're coming up against. I don't think anybody...
Okay, chat. So they are 3-0 with the comp, but they're winning 71% of their attack rounds and only 52% of their defensive rounds. And I mean, let's keep it real. Like, these two opponents are not as good as G2. Like, they're just not. So they're going up against something quite a bit more difficult.
Matchup for G2. Right now it is looking that way. There needs to be some sort of response. And while
they've actually used 0?
With how many rounds they've lost
really?
in a row, the loss bonus is there. Bladestorm available for something. Let's hope this is the start.
So you're telling me Josh RT a paycheck stealer? Is that what you said it, not me?
He's trying to spot how many players
That's what you
are
said.
outside. And now he hears the steps up close, so a little bit late. But that could have been something. Still something to be afraid of on the side of PRX.
Kidding.
Taking their time and closing the distance. They've heard the reload. They know there's another wave of spams about to go, and they think they've bypassed it, but there's still someone covering it on the walkthrough. They've seen that one man of something has already crossed. Nightfall to be used, but something's around the back. He's gotten closer than expected.
Dude, that fade hold.
From up top, though.
It hit them all.
Maintain their control, slow the push from PRX, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP.
Wow. This guy on defensive Lotus.
The last man standing. Another unbelievable round from G2. They barely break a sweat unless Devi can turn up the heat, and he doesn't know that there's a player sneaking right around behind him.
They've got the spike as well. It was irrelevant whether or not he managed to win the battle over on the A site with the spike being down on B, but yeah, Jonah P today is
Bro, he is actually the GOAT of this half.
He was pretty good in the last map, but this has been ridiculous. Like, being able to re-isolate each one of those jewels, it's just solid positioning. Dodges the initial utility, re-peeks back into the second player, and then just tries to catch a timing. Like, he knows if he just allows him to swing, he's definitely dead.
Yep.
But that's got, yeah, it's got to be infuriating.
It's even the fact that he pulls back around the corner for a second. These players hit by Nightfall, running the other direction. They're thinking he's going to jump on the box. He's low HP. No, he just wide swings them again and again. Gorgeous play. And 5-0 for a reason. G2 are looking unbelievable. PRX struggling to get even a round on the board.
An absolutely average Jonah P defensive half of Lotus.
Pistols to back them up. This is the kind of round where they
have
so far done the most damage. We'll see if that carries through and converts to a round win.
I think the Nightfall overdrive, it's a pretty nasty combo.
Yep.
But then again, look at the position that Trent is playing in. Like, just consider that right now. He is literally just playing full retake. They've got the Viper's Pit down on one side.
I kind of feel like the approach is different.
There you go. They've expected the Nightfall. As said, sometimes it really does look like PRX are just reading.
I will say this. Let me check. I'm going to check their stats. I'll put on the volume for the round.
G2 are very happy to play the retake.
Yep. They were ready for this from the get-go. One flank position from
It's weird to see G even slightly miss up a movement.
He's got a nasty angle. He hears the steps, and Jonah P, a taste of his own medicine.
Okay.
Dropped from behind. A rifle to be recovered. PRX with a stance to fight from Jing's caught off. The finger gun's not doing the damage.
Who's in the
Prowler? The space. Let them down the stairs and fight them on the site, but Leaf wins that one too. Now looking for control over Tree. They'll find it for free. It's Maine. They've got a fight, and the swing is good with Leaf getting his third of the round. It's another successful defensive side.
It's actual perfection.
Guaranteed to be equal at the half, and I don't think G2 are going to slow down.
It's just how confident they're playing. As said, like, to just completely give up the site to PRX, have that much faith in your ability to retake, but you kind of understand why. Like, look, well, 4 of the 6 rounds they have on the board.
Okay, what I was going to check, because you guys know I haven't really fully kept up with APAC. How have things gone statistically for something? 2-7. Chat.
Down to very little effect. It was more the lack of information that gave them that sight. Operator in for something is an attempt.
I feel like it's getting hard to justify some of the jet picks.
The thing is, though, that it's not like there's been big peaks coming out of G2. They're very happy to sit back and let PaperX push into them. Lockdown in play, Jonah P.
Like with
the positioning was perfect, but he positioned himself right
with
in front
all
of
of these nerfs over all this time to jet.
Again, good
throwing Jet in as like a double duelist on Lotus.
This one even. One of the better opportunities they've
Before
had.
like last champs, they got away with it because like they had those double updraft plays and shit. Like, remember they would do like the updraft play here and shit for like something to try to get kills. Like, there's just more potential.
All he's looking for is information.
And it's like, not only is there less potential, but the other duelists relative to Jet have more potential because of the buffs they've received.
If Leaf swings this and they get the kill,
so like it's really a hindrance to.
In fact, they're going to do it anyways.
Just jam a Jet into some of these comps.
Clear this space. He hasn't got
like I think this type of shit hurts them if they're not going to play silly. Like they better play silly if they do this shit. They better have crazy set plays. Like
is there. Down
this
to
is
the
pretty
shorty,
silly.
Closing the distance, something playing a crazy game, upgraded to the rifle, downgraded perhaps, and Leaf doubles it up, keeps it doable for their side.
Is so winnable.
And Trent, Mind Freak knows he's up close, but now the info goes both ways. The spray comes close, Mind Freak, and the adjustment for the double. The first round for PaperX at long last.
Yeah, I think again, a lot of it comes down to just being able to get into that site and find the opener. Something does well with the operator and then just playing off of that late round. And again, even just the trade out through the smoke was pretty big because we've seen such high impact rounds from Jonah P. This will get them onto the board. It's just whether or not they can now try.
Yeah, I'm curious like what
they do save that operator. So that's still going to be
that's Jing's mom.
This next round. And
I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on like what you perceive PRX's problems to be.
Instead, though,
I think first map
on both sides of the map.
Usually you talk about the push and the pull,
like
but this
see what I
just
mean?
the push.
Like this isn't. That's not silly. That's not silly. That's actually stupid. Like that's just not a good idea. It's just not a good idea to like have this kind of aggression over here and just put it like a solo Jet, like just
adore this.
Dicking around over there.
Damage done. Jing and Forsaken now decently low, but the plant will come through. PaperX have some ground to fight from.
Trent's trying to sell the ruse.
Oh, here we
Nade
go.
one side. He's been denied. Well, denied the ult. Maybe not denied the kills.
Icy's
still going strong. Sees to the backside. We'll let them know that there's at least was no one there. And the rest of the team just looking to push together. It's all going to be on to one. And while Devi, try as he might, won't manage to get anything.
Yeah, they might have hit him with the knife, but he stopped the show himself. Gorgeous stuff from Icy. Really impressed by him in this series so far and by G2 in general. We expect this to be a close one on a surface level. There was always the chance of a mismatch of styles or of PaperX. Look, like you pointed out earlier, Tom, on a downward trajectory in terms of international events. Last time they were at a CHAMPS, Grand Finals, top 2. Now, they're being challenged in the first round. It's not a good look, but it's a fantastic look for G2. Coming from the challengers section of Valorant, the heights they've reached already, unbelievable. They may just be about to 2-0 PaperX, certainly if it keeps going this way.
Even bit back before they made it into the VCT, there was conversation
I love Platoon videos.
About could this team just beat them anyway.
Platoon is such a good content
I think
creator.
that was answered fairly quick.
Puts a lot of effort into his videos.
PaperX again down to a shoddy by.
I didn't see the one you were
3
referring to.
pistols, a couple of Guardians. We haven't quite seen those same hero plays that we've wanted to at least. There was 1 or 2 on the previous map, but I guess Mind Freak's double is about the best we've had so far.
Defensive smoke comes in.
He did get them there.
Icy has the line. Trent up close.
Walk through. Well, that's going to be revealed. Solid utility. Maybe not the gun grill. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I take it back. Somehow Trent's made that work. Well, he's finally put down.
Wow.
Too little, too late.
Well, you say that. Maybe don't count Devi out just yet. 45 seconds. He's got himself a
Dude,
rifle.
the Odin
now.
has had some fucking clips so far in
Champs.
Champs.
PaperX needs something. I think they'll take any chance they can get. But look at G2. We talk about the discipline. Good attempt by Devi. Baits out the first fight. Knows there'll be a swing back sight because They've played enough rounds against G2. This isn't a squad that's going to send individual after individual to fight you. They group up, they play it together, and their reward is an 8-1 lead. But this man felt my heart skip a beat.
It's the moment of realization. I think he sees the little bit of like smoke from the dash and goes, wait, what? Oh! Still manages to get the kill. Had a little bit of support from his friends. 8-1. Whether you were a GT or PaperX fan, I don't think you expected it to be this dominant. They have looked.
So the KO flash with a slide for the pick.
As said, on the first map,
smoke stairs.
PaperX were in it at a point, and then the adaptations came in. At this point, it seems like G2 have been ready.
They have no trips for the flank, so they're all over this shit.
On B. They hear that A main control, and they realize it's just going to be the same old playbook. They're taking control, taking tree, and fighting sight. And that early
deafen them for the flank. Oh, they're fucked.
Look at Mindfreak. He's staring forward. Jing's just about spotted.
Oh my god.
And he will manage to at least do damage, making it doable for Mindfreak, who's grabbed the double. But again, the trades keep swinging in the other direction.
So
thanks to players like Jonah P.
Okay,
I don't understand how he does it again and again. Divine now has it all to do. He's got the right gun for the job.
Oh my god.
Gonna try to brr them out of this one, but it's gonna be difficult. Nice lineup. Good spam, but they're going right back. They're playing the same game. Diffuse already past half, and it's too far gone. The spray might be good for one.
He jumped across and killed him.
One's all they get. 9-1 on the board, Tom. This is a devastating start to map 2.
Dominant.
And well,
like,
G2's map pick for a reason, I suppose.
Yeah, even still.
I mean, yeah, it's G2's map pick, but they were also owning the fuck out of them on Icebox, and this isn't even like a great map lately for G2. This is a map where PRX has won 3 straight. They're fucking clowning on them.
But right now, it seems like individual skill doesn't matter. Whoever they face off against, they're
they're like neutered.
Like,
they can't do anything. Like,
the reads are impeccable. Like every time that Nightfall is online for Trent, he is
second time out in play here.
Going back in, and they are so happy to do that. We mentioned the flanks. I think this is the first time the flank has really been a big issue because they haven't needed to. They've had to read so often to get players in the right place, so they haven't needed to go around the
right.
They throw it in here, and it does catch players. They also have fights from the broken door. Like, there's so much cohesion from this G2 roster, and that is the difference. Is it individual skill winning them all of these rounds? No. It is the cohesion between the players that they'll be supportive utility. Okay, Jonah P has won them a couple of rounds with straight BS.
Yep,
like, just 100%. Like unbelievable.
100%.
You guys want to watch something with me?
But like,
kind of related to the
other
game.
than that, they're just outclassing.
Oh, 100%.
Most of the impact energy was deflected out or up.
Only
1% of the force traveled.
Someone already made a summary.
They're number 2. I mean, they're playing
but it's enough to ring the
I'm getting worried. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. I don't think it's just the temperature here.
Oh.
G2.
Well, I'll also say, I feel like there's even an argument if they are the number 2 because of how close.
Their final, right?
Yeah.
It was OTs and
13-15, 14-16, then they won 13-9 and lost it.
Yep.
This team is
number 2 on the technical.
I don't have any faith.
And after their performance at the last
there's nothing. There's no scoreline where I'm a believer, chat.
They've looked incredibly good.
But this is just.
I think even at like 11-9, I'm like, nah, G2's gonna close it out.
The ideas, the executions. Nobody is greedy on this squad. Everyone's just playing it for the numbers to win the game, and that's all you can ask for.
Valen starts it off. Will be a trade, but he's taken a lot of damage. A more direct approach this time from PaperX, but
Valen peels off Heaven, he senses his Heaven push, and he's right.
Something's trying to get ahead of it. I really
doesn't overcommit to the fight, knows the push on that timing right there. He dropped a ping so he could swing it.
Trying to fight more aggressively, they haven't been able to hold, but again, an impactful double from Jonah P. He's left to fight this alone. Oh, it's a bit of a wide swing, but now we'll peek it together. Forsaken puts the second round onto the board with 3 kills. At least something. Maybe they can start looking at curses.
Well, we're going to definitely hope that the 9-3
right? No, this is a great point.
Still.
PRX needs creativity on the levels of FPX when they run into a style matchup like this. Like, this is a great synopsis of, honestly, like how I feel. Like, in a matchup like this, where PaperX is going to be against, like, a very strategic team, they need to, like, sucker punch them with a comp. Like, they can't but they need to have like explosiveness and not like what we've seen.
If we
That's
can
the content I desire.
They need to have like.
All right, well, I think you might be the only one.
Don't you dare.
Maybe it's because they couldn't win tournaments. They didn't want to have all those set plays. But truthfully, those set plays are what got them in situations.
Yes, he did. But look at the position of Leap
at
this point.
No, he's gonna get revealed.
Okay, he's revealed.
Oh, fuck.
He's revealed. He has to break it. Now they know. Now the flash goes through.
Okay, they got
okay,
this.
there's the reaction from PRX and the follow-up from Forsaken
Okay.
and Defy. Now they're hitting their stride.
All right,
it might be a little late in the half, but they've got the foundations
activated.
laid. A pistol could bridge the gap, but they're going to need it.
Yeah, we finally saw some life in the squad, like reading what was going to be done by Jonah P. I think that's the first time that he's actually been caught. And then also Forsaken, last couple of rounds really stepping up to the plate. It's a mountain to climb, but luckily there's a second half after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, he designed this comp to counter Breach Neon? I feel like Neon kind of goes against Killjoy, though. I don't feel like Killjoy shit does anything to Neons when I watch. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of see what you're saying. I'm thinking about it. Because, no, I didn't know that, actually, to... EDG FUT, CNED versus Kong Kong. Sheesh. I mean, the Chinese teams right now look real fucking good. So coming into this game, I cannot believe it. They've got me again, these motherfuckers. They didn't even do anything to deserve my support this time. I said after, was it Madrid? Bro, they fucking, God.
Like EDG and FUT is the game that's going to be played later on, and if this is the level that we're getting,
I can't believe I think EDG is going to win.
It has been an impressive level on the other side, but I do question whether or not we're going to sit there and go, can they beat either of the teams we'll see play later on?
Well, that's it. If they have a flat performance like this to start it out, but 2 rounds to close out the last
Pretty excited
half.
to see EDG's form, though.
It's a little injection of hope. The pistol round carries most of it on its back. If PRX don't win this one, again, the home stretch for G2, and we saw it. It was just too far out of reach on Icebox for PRX to come back into. G2 didn't slow down.
What's this play?
Barrier's about to go up.
I see.
The challenge,
Breaking
not
door,
to lose 4 players to Jonah P's headshots.
You know what? He doesn't have a sheriff this time, so I'm not a believer. Already, though. Well, yeah, see, it's not a sheriff. Not quite as controlled, aggressive.
Wow, that's so
from the
fucking
defensive
bold.
side. They've met them outside B, and well, just about going to be the retreat. Keeps things even, but neither team is shying away from this. They want to fight. And well, maybe I was wrong. Jonah P with a double.
Dude.
It's not going to be 4, you know, not possible. But it's still pretty good. Last man standing something.
Like, that's just not a good play. That's just not a good play, chat. I don't know. I don't know what that's all about.
I don't think I'm going to start to not believe now.
No, I don't really care what the number is for Jonah P. He needs a raise. He's putting in the goddamn work at this point. Trent with a Bulldog, Trent with an Odin, didn't matter. I'm becoming a fan of this team very quickly.
Are you just trying to get the whole team a raise? Is that the goal?
At this point, Tom, you disagree? It's been unbelievable, and although something grabs one, that is all she wrote.
The G2 manager's going, shut up, shut up.
10-3, double digits found in the first round of the second half. G2 certainly seemed to be in the home stretch. We saw a force buy from PRX on their attack. It didn't work. I'm not sure that we'll see it here, but
if they do it on defense, then I think Prey's almost just GG the game. Like, you're not going to have that extra injection of having the plant, so it's not. And the last time out, it was one player standing and they got a plant.
trying to find.
Wasn't even close. So you're basically just going to go in with Sheriffs or Stingers with no shields or light shields. It's just not worth it. So it is just going to have to be the hard eco. Jing, a solo Sheriff. And although, yeah, if they do lose this round, it will be a massive jinx. The way that G2 have been playing, I would be gobsmacked if they lose this round.
Absolutely. They have been so disciplined. The teams that lose these rounds tend to be much more loosey-goosey, taking risks. Now you can see that on the side of PRX, they're willing to group up and do a little exec play. All the util thrown outside of A at Rubble. All the dashes used, the space taken, and there's no one here. Now they've got to go to the other side of the map, which is wide open. Typically, you'll have your Sentinel on this side when you go for those big gamble plays, at least getting you the information early. PRX will struggle with that.
That's a blind.
They don't have one.
Oh, fuck.
Already.
Oh, my
They're
God.
Just set up, watching for the door.
There's just no avenues to do anything, guys.
He's going to be met by Leaf. It's only a pistol player, so not the end of the world, but we'll garner him an extra orb at least. For the rest, yeah, they've dropped a couple of plays. This really isn't bad. Where did that come from? Again, Forsaken.
Doable.
Giving them at least a life. There's time for this. Like, they're going to have to move quickly, and they're desperately low. Valen, a safe pair of hands, but not this time.
Wow.
All right, then. Maybe the caster curse does exist because somehow they managed to
bit
win
of
that
a toss there. How the
Unbelievable.
fuck?
42 HP between them as well.
Wow.
MasterCard Thrifty pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Typically when we see those, there's at least a small bit of investment, but this really came out of the blue. Double
like an
for
absolute
G2, sure,
miracle
but
coming down from heaven.
And now the economy
Surely that doesn't spawn a comeback.
Of all the ways to start this half out, this may well end up being one of the best for PRX, surprisingly.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it as something you should attempt.
That's not a foolproof strategy, that's for sure.
It's funny as well because the time they invested into round number 2 as a force buy, it failed miserably. And the time they didn't, they win with 2 players standing. It's the most PRX thing on the planet. And here goes Jing, continuing.
Eco here for G2,
that train
so
of thought. He's looking to battle and
should be a
brawl,
pretty
maybe
clean
get some
round.
confidence back. He's definitely had a bit of a rough map so far, but I don't.
What's interesting is I think this might be the first time PRX will have some like good economy under them, and G2 will be like slightly behind, right? It's just whether they can actually keep this momentum going on this defensive side. I don't think they can. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think they can.
Nicely, the last 2 standing, and it looks like PRX have really found themselves a way back into this series, back into this map, more importantly. 5th soon to come on the board with this firing squad waiting for them. And it's nice and easy, just leaving Trent, just a Sheriff, and if he wins this one, PRX may just walk off the stage. 10-5, halfway there.
It's still a long, long road to go, and I think we know that getting back into the buy
this
rounds
is going to be added to the list of Jonah P.
Changes, but I
insane Lotus games, particularly on the defensive half. There's this one.
Everybody hyped up, gets the blood pumping.
I think
also
this
proves, you know,
does
we
this
can
series
take
have one?
these rounds away from them. We can
There's
still
this
get
one.
away with the stuff that
Gen
we've been
G.
attempting and that has failed.
We played pretty well.
I think
There's
Forsaken,
this one against Cloud9, we played pretty well. And there's this one against 100 Thieves, where he shit on them on defense.
Well, one of the craziest shotgun plays. Like,
Dude, he just puts up crazy defensive halves on Viper. I don't know how he does it.
How far does that go?
Feels like he's always in the right place at the right time.
You mentioned about the confidence. It's a big factor. Something
very difficult on Lotus.
Already going up aggressive on A. He's got backup. Prowler coming around, spotting a player close left, and he decides to back off.
Interesting blind spot for Valen.
Knowing there could be a swing coming out from both directions. Can't see someone like Jing slow it down, even after a couple of bad rounds. Well, more than a couple. This Neon, he needs to be taking space, and he's done just that. Now they can start to rotate to the other side of the map. They'll be a little bit late. Mind Freak seems to be just conceding.
No, Dandy, I don't think that's why I'm a little bit perplexed here. Like I wouldn't say like any particular player on PRX has played awful.
Only going to deny them the close corner.
Like they're shooting.
Again, looking to play the
retake just doesn't give them fights.
Plant.
Not the fights they're looking for.
Just yet, as they wait patiently for everybody to
like
arrive.
Look at these 3 at Bend playing together.
Taking a leaf out of G2's book. PRX on the way in, and up he goes, but Jing not landing the shot. The trade is good nonetheless.
That would have been good with a second flood with him.
Manages the recovery, and Jonah P's there to help out. Forsaken.
Amazing attack smoke right here. This is an attack smoke.
Or maybe he intended to stay below. He almost caught Trent off guard, but the reaction.
Man, that was just perfect spacing here. The 3 players in that box, player outside the site, the smoke connecting, so that way they can all just kind of freely move in water, and the mound guys can support the guys at bend. G2 are just so drilled.
From Jing, even if it's just the surprise factor of it, but again, whether it's Jonah P, whether it's Trent, like just having these positions to just almost maneuver around. That seems to be what's just so impressive about every player on this squad, is their positioning. Again though, financially, PRX after the round, they won off pistols. Economically,
how'd that miss?
That looked close, but no cigar.
Just a hair away, but it's enough. PRX don't claim the early advantage. G2 stacked up and ready to blitz out of this choke point. If they go for it, they could be in trouble. You've got Jing and Mindfreak ready to exact vengeance on them. Instead, the spike is shifting towards the B side. A bit of a split with some going C, where they know that there's an op. You have to imagine they'll be
pushing through A now.
To push them off the angle. Indeed, it's going to be the Prowler sent through, and it's caught him up close, got the op shot out. Now they've claimed the angle on the side of G2, but is the spike going towards B? I mean, Leaf's already taken the space. The door's open. Nightfall goes through. It's a confusing one for PRX to read, and if they had an IGL, he'd be panicking about now. Forsaken, under pressure, manages the one, but they need a little bit more, and it's something in Jing to deliver.
1 on 3, don't throw.
Leaves Valen alone.
Don't throw.
Now he can back
One
out
off
of there,
ult.
has the spike in his hand.
Oh god, he
exactly
wants that orb.
Where he is, and something, well, a little bit too quick.
He wanted the orb.
To allow him to get away. A 6th round onto the board for PRX, a big one to win as well. It's going to put the economy of their opponents right on the back foot once again. And that is, again, the thing. Just how disruptive this team can be.
Yeah, that's a wild line, by the way.
Forsaken,
that's actually
the
crazy.
idea that, okay, he's gone down. Jing can now swing off the same position. And then this man at the back of the site, give him anything, and he's not going to miss those shots. Still, a long way back. But these sort of back and forth rounds, well, at least winning one and then losing it straight back, it's probably the best thing that could have happened for PRX, because it means that financially, again, G2 are in trouble.
Op reposition this time, playing on the A side to allow PRX to push up on C and take that space. Problem is they can't commit to so many players on Mound because they have to go back to clear B. That leaves Jing isolated when the fight comes down. G2 able to take that pick for free. And now well, the world's their oyster. They can take it where they want. Turret's still covering their back, but it's about to be out of range. Looks like commitment to the C site, and it certainly is. Straight through his ice. He has Showstopper to use, but not anymore. Mindfreak keeping control over the back. He's lit down by the spams and has to be a bit more passive now. The rest of his team on the rotation. 2 stack up on B and 1 further, but they don't know that the snake in the grass yet again,
about to win this
the Viper down
game,
below, is on his way, and he's just wrapping for free. It could be an easy kill. He's gone into the smoke though. A moment of solace for Mindfreak, but he doesn't expect there to be a player there. Forsaken's blindsided, and Mindfreak low on the site will struggle to stop this plant.
It just felt so over for PRX when you saw his spot.
At least one comes up for Divine. Now the time is
3
ticking.
on 3 is still winnable,
brings things back to even. It's whether or not they want to try and use the Viper's pit, but it might make it tougher to plan. Another one for Mindfreak. Leaf tagged desperately low. It has to be Trent. It needs to be him to try and get something done. And 15 seconds left. Plenty of players. Divine, and in fact,
11-7. That was a big one to get this shit going.
Reason to have this man's jersey at home, Tom. Phenomenal player, and a big round from him, dodging the spams at first. His timing on the shrouded step was unbelievable. Forsaken was unfortunate to get caught blindsided as he walked back through, but the spams here, absolutely gorgeous. Not just taking down Valen, not just taking down Jonah P. I believe it was there. You see it in the kill feed. Leaf as well. 3 players going down through the wall.
The play cam there is quite funny. It looks like he's celebrating before he got the kill.
He's going to peek me. Watch
this run?
11-7.
Or just break haunt?
PRX are on that road to recovery. Now, the ultimates weren't used by G2, so they still have them going into this round. Viper's Pit, Showstopper, but they built up on the other side as well.
The huge risk pays off. Like, just getting that ground, allowing the Neon to rotate. it was very important that he went through that orb right then.
The game.
Omen ult in, figuring out all the side.
If he sticks that, that's
don't need to stick it. Just
attempt.
getting the info is good enough.
Though, it was just used to give them the information. Nightfall used fairly early, but Jonah P's caught by something.
Yeah, who could have guessed Jonah P would be lurking
double
in
lurks.
this game? Seems something certainly hit the nail on the head.
This is a great tactic right here, what they just did, to try to force rotations against a team with no senti.
Outside B, he'll stick in position.
So I actually really like that play.
Outside it. They had success, 3 kills in the last round off just spamming the wall and denying the plant. Looks like they're not going for that this time. Instead, it's Jing running around the nade for Forsaken, and Jing steps right into it. He is farming them up. And on 9 HP, Brave to use this ult through a smoke. And Leaf now has a real chance. 1v1 against the op. This round was looking done. It looked like it was already in the bag, and instead, there is going to be a challenge. The op not going to be the best for spamming through that wall. Something has to hope that he'll find an angle. Leaf knows once this ult goes off, he has time to get the plant in. He's going for it. Something's wild, spams, perhaps. No, he's instead going to close the distance, keep the element of surprise up his sleeve, and try to isolate this man. Caught scoping in. It's a big danger, but he's picked the right angle.
Wow.
It's not over yet for PRX.
All right.
They pushed up to 8.
Holy fuck, dude.
It's just a back and forth. It feels like they've pulled G2 into the mania that is PRX. With battles and brawls, a 3v1 that Leaf almost manages to turn, but again, a safe pair of hands is something with that operator.
3 more chances.
Jing, though, they're just
well, they're not 12 yet, so.
Again, we've seen this earlier in
the a bit of a buffer.
Playing through the fragments, and that is filthy. Just couldn't quite get it done on the last G2 after losing 5 of the last 6 rounds. They're going to take themselves
out. Oh,
I think a necessary one as well, because we've said in the last map they were able to weather the storm. They were able to play up against PRX's style with them taking aggressive mid control, them running it down. They were playing it perfectly in those retakes, and in the post plants they were sublime. PRX have started to deny them getting those plants, and that's where it becomes a little.
I've got good news. This guy right here has us. He's a learned reader, smart. We're in good hands. Look at this. We're coming out of this timeout, just fucking winning 13-8. It's over. It's over.
Started to find themselves a little bit, and with 3 rounds in between them, it is definitely the time for G2 to touch base with the coaching staff.
Yeah, pass with the book.
Likely to be the one that they win. They've got pistols.
He's about to start.
Light
What's called the sermon?
No heavy shields whatsoever. A few ultimates online, but again, unless you see Jonah P headshot 3 people, or 2 maybe, you're not likely to see that showstopper
pulled into effect. What does that even mean? Exactly.
Unless there's a big mistake from PRX.
Yeah, same for his Viper's pit as well. It's like you've got a stinger
in
case
read
that eventuality comes about, but a lot more is needed. It's so aggressive. Already, immediately taking control towards that C site. It's left something alone. This could actually be the bigger problem for them. He's going to manage to
this is the typical PRX 1-4 type play.
Looking to get as close as they can. He's repositioned, but the shots are missed.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
He's now somewhat stuck in the mud, and they're waiting for that rotation to come back in. Shots connecting. Icy found another one, and he goes for even more. He's not even needing that showstopper when he's got the pistol in hand.
Trent's behind as well. He was biding his time on B, and there's no way they expect him to be here at this stage. He's recovered a rifle, and it's the freest kill of his life with Jing down and out.
Not like this.
What a way to push up to 12 from G2, a round that seemed like they wouldn't have a chance in. They had nothing but pistols for the most part, and here they are. Just Devi, 1 against 4, a Viper's pit to fight through. Icy, who's popping off everyone on rifles, bar Jonah P, who doesn't give a damn inside his pit.
Cool pit,
by the way. Just for good measure.
That's definitely some kind of tech.
This is a disastrous outcome. And sure, he takes down 1, but that matters little to G2 right now. A 3K for Icy, a MasterCard Thrifty, and with that, 4 chances to take the series with a G2-0.
It's going to be the thorn in their side, a slip up, and one that it's unfortunate. Like, you put your operator on one side, and I thought that was going to be the main problem of the round, but it's mainly just the fact that Icy's able to wrap back in, and then I think he spots, that's it, it's just the shrouded step. He sees just a tiny bit of information and is completely ready for anything Mind Freak is going to do.
Man.
12-8. Operator now gone as well.
Damn.
Can't be back on the board for PRX
That's
in this
so
round. It's been
brutal.
a huge part of what they have. Jing, he's gone as well.
I
The
see.
showstopper's active, but Mind Freak's up top. No one was close enough to trade him out. Big swing from Devi as well. They'll double up on it. PRX now with the advantage. They punish the early
They understand,
control.
chat. 2 players here, 3 sites, right? So they have 3 sites. 2 players are left. They have no senti. So you can see he's prodding. He's trying to make them go into B. This is a fucking valid masterclass. He knows he's gifting his teammates a free site.
But it does get the rotation
Holy
to the
fuck.
C-site.
But that's
Wait,
the thing.
we're
If
off
he
time
doesn't
now.
peak that,
Wait.
It will have actually been a perfect stack up for them on the C site. Now G2 can call into question, okay, if he's pushed up, they know it's not B. They know the fake that we sold isn't going to be there. Forsaken under pressure, but he can't afford to give the game away here. And well, but now already they've lost one. This is an awkward fight to take. He's just about going to make it around the corner.
Trent is so smart. He throws the reveal and then just swings it, knowing that they're probably going to go for the peak. Nightfall goes through in the back of that. Forsaken catches Valen, though.
Massive
a huge kill. But with the Nightfall hitting,
coming in.
Trent takes his moment to go for the flank.
Nope,
moving
not
around
sticking
through heaven. Sees that it's clear. Now you know that the defender spawn is not where they're coming from. It refocuses Leaf. He's now looking towards the water, where he's already heard Mind Freak. TP across, waiting for the steps, and he's turned at the wrong moment. A free kill. Trent now has to do it all. He's pulled out multi-kills so many times in the past. And the first is his, but he's going to swing in and deny that defuse. Not this time. 12-9. 3 more chances for G2.
Yeah, then, well, again, it's going to be a break back immediately after we see that pistol round victory. You got yourself what was a nice attempt to turn back around. After the early battles, it was looking rough, especially with the information that something was able to get with such a deep position. But even still, once Leaf went down, the position for the retake or the clutch for Trent just wasn't a good one. From the depths of hell again, PRX looked to rise. Economically, though, again, they're still almost fighting off the back of that pistol, and it's given them enough to purchase once more. And no surprise, we're seeing a push-up on A.
Yep, they've had success taking it. Mind Freak alongside Jing. Forsaken early knife for info on C. And the aggression from something successful, at least in the last round for the information. First fight doesn't go their way. Mound control given over to the side of G2.
For G2, that's a pretty cool way to take Mound.
2 away now from a lockdown and the push-up on A. The slide in from Jing is gorgeous. Jonah P didn't stand a chance.
Oh, there was a fucking chance, Mitch. There's 33 HP, dude. That was the game. That is so incredibly risky.
Jing.
Holy fuck.
Into position.
Like, very good kill by Jing, but man, that could have went bad.
Smokes out, paranoia, utility, but there seems to be a point where they might look to just push through this.
That's insane.
I didn't expect that. Now Icy has managed to put down 2. It's not the play you expect to see with the Odin. And now Mind Freak's gone as well. The perfect combo.
That was a perfect
It's left onto the man who started this comeback. Forsaken, 1v4.
Devastating round. Let's see if he can do it. And no, immediately shut down. G2, 13-8 and 13-9. They were the better team here today. And the man on your screens, ice cold with it. This guy is unbelievable. His raise popped off, but you got to commend G2. They look like such a clean machine on the server.
They really do.
This is someone that and anyone in this tournament should be scared to face.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
think coming into this group,
I fall asleep,
there
Joe?
was a lot of doubt about who would be making it through, but I think most, if not everyone, should have looked at G2 as the favorites. This team has been on an upward trajectory all the way through the year, ever since making it in. For PRX, hey, they woke up towards the end. We started to see the team that we wanted to see throughout this series, but it was just a little bit too late. And those individuals on the other side, the team cohesion, there was everyone needed to sort of fight versus the side of PRX. And yeah, I think if you look at most teams, maybe you can think of, okay, this is their weakness, this is a weak link. For G2 right now, I'm stumped. It's up to their next opponent to try and work it out.
Yeah, someone's going to be losing sleep trying to answer that question, because this team doesn't seem to have a weakness when it comes down to players or approach. They just seem so far ahead. And I got to say, I am impressed by what I saw today and every facet of it. Icy blew me away with some of his performances. Jonah P. That man, he needs to be studied. He needs to be studied. I want to know what he ate, what he did in the morning. What's his routine? I'm copying it once there's no walking involved. And Trent, look, here it is. Here it is with the pistols as well, the 4K that kicked it off. And this set the tone for the map. And I don't think the tone changed. There was a little moment.
I would say there was a decent moment.
PRX picked it up at the end, but
down,
again,
they made it competitive.
Just too far behind. And that was our fear going into the second half.
For sure. No, I think the retakes were incredible. Like, that was
Unreal.
what really
maps
made this team look like they shine. I think on both maps, but this map in particular, it was just ridiculous. Whether it was saving utility for the late round, just having it to combo a player out of position, or even just general cohesion and fundamentals from these players. Like, they are so in sync with each other. Their positioning and where they take fights, like basically optimizing whether there's a risk there or not. It was at times the polar opposite of what we saw from PRX, and as it was said on the desk, this is why they came into this and it looked like they would have a good matchup, because they can deal with the craziness, and that's difficult to do.
If we've seen our fair
with
share
a Curry
of teams
raid?
struggle with that in the past.
Really?
For PRX,
God damn.
that was previously up on top,
Probably.
now finds themselves with a loss to open up champs.
Yo,
We're gonna go
Curry,
down
let's
to
go!
From Valen with our good friend Bella.
Let's go. This will be a good interview.
Welcome to the post-match interviews with your host,
Thank you
Bella.
for the raid,
I'm joined
bro.
by
Hope you had a good
G2's
stream.
Valen. Congratulations, Valen, on your win.
Thank you.
오늘 첫 번째 경기 G2의 발린 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 유일하게 G2가
Bro,
어센션
our
팀에서
ascended team is about to
챔피언스를
just
진출하게
win
됐는데,
champs.
그리고 이전에 또 다시 한번 PRX를 오늘 이긴 승리 소감 한번 먼저 들어보겠습니다. The only ascension team in champs, and yet once again you took down PRX. How is that? How does that win taste?
It feels very good to come out for our first match and come out with the victory. We know it's going to be a long journey, but to start off strong means a lot to us. We put a lot of effort and preparation for this match, so I'm glad that it all paid off, and the boys showed a great game today, so thank you to my team.
이번 챔피언스를 통해서 이제 첫 경기를 정말 좋게 출발하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 이제 앞으로 이길 경기들이 많이 남아 있지만 첫 출발이 좋아서 엄청 기쁘다고 하네요.
Jack Glaze in the outfit.
이제 아이스박스가 점점점
It is a pretty
단단해진
cool
걸
outfit,
우리가
I'm not
오늘
gonna lie.
경기에서도 볼 수 있었는데 좀 IGL로서의 발리는 오늘 아이스박스 팀의 아이스박스를 어떻게 평가하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Your icebox has been getting more solid by each game.
Yeah.
And how would you rate, or what are your thoughts? How confident are you about your team's icebox?
Yeah, so we've had some devastating losses on that map, obviously some almost 13-0s, like really bad results, but it's always been a top map for us in scrims, so we don't shy away from it. We know it's a good map for us, and we just have to look back at the VODs when we lose and iron out some little details, because it always comes down to the tiny things for us.
Right.
And from
That's
there, you know, we just
crazy.
took it match by match, and now it feels really confident, so I kind of dare teams to pick it.
이제 원래 아이스박스가 스크림에서는 항상 탑픽이었기 때문에 뭔가 자신감은 항상 있었지만 이제 안 좋았던 경기들이 몇 번 있어서 오늘 이번 이제 경기를 통해서도 이제 G2의 아이스박스는 준비가 됐고 다른 팀들도 저 도전장을 내밀었으면 좋겠다고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 가기 전에 마지막으로 승부 예측 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. One last thing before you go, EDG or FUT Esports?
I want EDG.
EDG.
Yeah.
All right. All right, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. Thank you for the interview.
감사합니다.
Damn.
And that was G2's Valen, and we'll have to see if
My
he's
pick'ems are
right,
cooked for
because
Group
we
D,
have
chat.
EDG versus FUT Esports coming up after the break. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I will never financially recover from this loss, actually. I'm in shambles, actually. I'm never going to financially recover from that pick'em loss. Because I can't get this win. I would need them, to lose to fucking FUT? Bro, what was I cooking here? None of this is happening. None of this is happening. Bro, I'm cooked. My Group D is cooked. It started so good. Man, once my pick'em went bad, Trace fucked me up. Once it started to go bad, now it's just all downhill, huh? It's over. It went from perfect pick'em to, well, the first couple days were good. Fuck. Oh yeah, payouts. Payout. That was way more dominant than I thought it would be. Dude, Trace. You know what's crazy? One of my daughter's friends, the parents came from Shanghai, and apparently the dad knows. Jennifer was saying like the dad knows someone that's in this tournament from one of the Chinese teams, and she didn't recognize the org name. So I was talking to her about it. I was like, so is it EDG, FUT? She's like, no. I'm like, oh, so it's Trace. So I have an in to Trace Esports right now. Chat, what do we want to know about Trace Esports? I got an in. I got people on the ground right now that actually know what's happening in Trace Esports. Yeah, Beyonce was made for these upsets, huh? That's a good. He was built for this shit. Let's see. I had. So, I want right off the bat on this defensive half, you can see like the troubles that like a comp like this can give, and let's see how G2 deals with it. Like, right, because there's a lot to take in here at the start of the round. So you can see Leaf has the turret ready for the C push. Kind of curious where he stays when the barrier drops, actually. Okay.
Players to Jonah P's headshot.
So you can see off barrier. I think he's just listening for any pushes, right? He doesn't want to get run down by a neon push, which could very well happen, right? We actually saw it later on in the half where like a neon could just run out of here, bank a stun off this wall. And so Leaf is actually playing anti-push for the first like 2 seconds of the round. This is a very important protocol to set on like these top level teams that shit teams don't do well. Like mid pro teams suck at adding this stuff into their playbook. They can't think through all of the fucking things that can happen to them. But you can see G2 is so far ahead of all of the things that can happen to them here. This Omen isn't fully peeking this. This Killjoy is actually just looking this way. They're both aware that this push can happen at any given second. They're also aware that a front B push can happen. So imagine a front B push happens where this Omen blinds through here. Well, these guys would cut in this corner and these guys would swing wide. And it would make a scenario where these guys are definitely getting traded. And that's what we're about to see happen most likely. So meanwhile, PRX, the reason why I said they would struggle on this defensive half, you can see they're going to throw both initiator tools over at A. And because they have no Senti, they're in this weird scenario where they use all this util to just make sure you're there. If this util got info, they likely had some kind of play with this 4. Could be a fast flank, could be a rotate quick into the site, could be a 2 flank meeting up with something over here. Like, I'm not sure, but they definitely had some kind of set play if this util caught, but it didn't. So then they go into their set play front B. They're moving into the setup. Now, I don't think this is a very good idea because Mindfreak decided to buy a Sheriff on this round. He's playing the close line. This Fade isn't even taking contact. So, and these guys can't really support. I would much rather my Omen blind be ready to cut through here or cut through this corner where the Fade ends up jumping to. So, like, I just think there's a very poor kind of like staggering of players. And you can see just in this light positioning in those like microseconds, right? As people are moving around, this is the difference. This is a big difference between these two teams, where G2 is just miles ahead. So they realize this push is happening. Jonah realizes he's going to get stunned. He jumps into the corner. You can see Trent out wide. Valen swings out wide. He was the guy back here. Icy ready to swing out wide as well. Satcheling off the push. Like, they're just trying to trade this out. Nades off the push. Swings with it. Reclears the area. And again, this comp has no senti. So G2, by just absorbing that push and going 1-for-1, is the fucking biggest dub. Like, now they're in a 4-on-4 where G2 knows like 2 to 3 are front B. I'm not sure if this is all 3. They might have. They can infer that someone is either C or A, right? So they're just going to walk back into B because they assume these guys are going to get stuffed out and probably like rotate off to somewhere else. Or if they push back in, they're going to get fucked. So G2 is really aware of all of these possibilities right now. And he's going to just kill them on the front B push. These are the risks that this comp has to take that a Killjoy comp wouldn't have to take.
He has a really wide initiator pool, and he does fill in pretty much 1-for-1 for Haodong's roles. But what he's not doing is IGLing. Nobody who has been on this team for ages, since basically the dawn of EDG, is now picking up that mantle, which I feel like is a little surprising because he was so often known as a player who was making some of the more crazy, wild plays, running around on Sky for this team. But he's really locked in, and I think evolved as a player to now take on that mantle from Haodong of the in-game leadership.
That's what you need to do when you want to compete at this level. The best of the world are here in Seoul, South Korea, so you need to take it to that next step. But let's go ahead and hear what Simon says as we have Mika Fab standing by with him.
Hi, Simon. Hello. Can we pull you for a quick question now? This is not only your first, hi Kaka, this is not only your first Champions, but this is your first global event ever. So I'm wondering what's going through your head right now. How did you prepare for this day? We have Luna here to help with some translation.
那这不仅仅是你第一次的冠军赛，这更加是你的第一次世界赛嘛？那你现在脑海当中在想着些什么呢？以及是怎么准备今天的比赛的呢？
在想什么？就是有点紧张，然后就想着努力拿下吧。
He's like so quietly, just like
a little bit nervous, and we'll try our best to win today's matchup.
Well, I'm sure you guys are going to do great. Thank you very much for your time.
Bro. Simon out there looking like a deer in headlights, man. I'm scared.
Expected, and I think that frankly it's better to just be honest about it rather than maybe trying to lie to yourself and say like, no, everything's going well, but fine, you know, the team's gonna do great and whatever. Sometimes just accepting that you have that nervousness is going to, you know, just help you be able to
he was shook out there.
Knows what you're dealing with. They've been there in that position before, so he's got a good support group around him.
Should be leaning on them.
And I also don't think he's alone in those feelings. Nobody in an interview was talking about the fact that he, having to pick up the IGL mantle, was feeling anxious himself about it, was honestly feeling overwhelmed by the new responsibilities.
Wait, why is that
Jen?
What?
But I still think that the team has looked good. They looked comfortable when they were playing in their own region. They played a similar style, but the calling was solid, and I think that Simon, while he wasn't a superstar, this isn't a player that we're going to expect to go out there and light the world on fire. He was really solid, and he's in a good team of very experienced players on this international scene. Remember, 6 times they've been to global events before who can make him feel comfortable on this stage.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, when you're nervous or you're not sure how to feel in those moments, you lean on the rest of your teammates there, and who better to lean on than a guy who loves living in that spotlight? It's Kong. And this is a guy who we have always known to step up in those clutch moments.
Why are the stonks still so high on EDG? I think it's just because like the individual skill on these players is absurd. Like, that's what initially got me bought into them, is just like their playmaking potential across the board was ridiculous. I think they strayed away from that a little bit in this year. But based on how the Chinese teams are playing, I actually am like cautiously optimistic for them here. You know, like they really burned me. They really burned me like the first couple tournaments because I thought they would make runs and they didn't. I would predict them to make runs and they kind of fucked me up.
And both of them definitely have that experience taking over games. Kong before on the international stage, and CNED, one of the 4 players who has won a champions before. He's been a world champ, so big pressure for both these guys.
I know FPX and
Trace
Trace are making me believe. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Makes diamonds, right? So we'll see what ends up happening with this. But ahead of champs, we sat down with Kong to talk about his return to the global stage, who maybe hoists a trophy over his head. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hey guys, we have a very special guest joining me today for a quick interview. We have Kong of EDG, and we have Luna to help with some translation. So nice to see you guys. Now, Kong, you've been at every global event since Champions 2022. How different is it being here at Champions 2024 from the first time that you've stepped onto that global stage?
会有一些感觉吧，就是以前可能会觉得一切都是很未知的，然后现在可能就是只需要准备好我们自己该做的那些东西，然后去尽力的去面对下一场比赛就行了。
I think there's there's a difference because previously we just felt that everything is unknown, but now you just have to prepare your own thing just to try your best.
Well, we know of course that we're going to expect the very best from EDG, but now the team looks a little bit different. You have Simon now in the roster, you have Muggle now as the head coach, and Haodong is now assistant coach. So with your top seed finish in VCT China, how would you say they impacted like preparations going into this event and on that global stage?
我觉得就更专项一点，然后现在更做东西更基础，然后是构建一下团队的道具跟协同，然后其他就可能风格有一些转变，然后跟之前训练的东西跟针对的东西不太一样了。
I think we have the things we have changed particularly. It's more about our basic, more about our synergy, our Kate, and our thing. The difference is like the style because we have changed a little bit. So I feel like the things we're changing, it's in different style right now.
Well, we know that you and EDG, you have a massive fan base. We saw that in Master Shanghai. Why do you think the fans connect to you so much, Kong?
我觉得可能更多的是活力吧。我觉得我们一直以来就备受关注的一点就是我们充满活力，对，所以说怎么说呢？
You sound like relaxed.
然后再加上可能是舞台上或者赛场上我们的发挥，然后跟表现吧。
I think the first thing is about our energetic. I think this is one of the most important reason, and also plus on our performance on the stage or in the server. I think that's why.
I think it's also like your epic poses, right? You who can forget that. We're eager to see more of it on that stage. So thank you so much for this interview and best of luck.
I'm doing
EDG
it. I'm rooting against my pick'em.
And really made a name for themselves right out of the gate. Kong obviously being at the tip of the spear when it comes to that. But, I think, that energy, that excitement, that's what makes this EDG team so excited. And,
the classic pose was at Champs, wasn't it?
Love it. Yeah.
I've actually got to watch this on my feed right here. This has to be wild. These two.
Smell like pussy. I'm trying to eat that. I'm trying to eat that ass in the pussy.
Bro, this couple.
I'm trying to take it a pound, town. I'm trying to lay that pussy down on the...
Bro, what the fuck are these two doing? What the fuck?
EDG, who have not been able to break past that glass ceiling.
The actual frame that it's paused on, though.
Was their breakout. They finally beat one of their demons in Fnatic and made it into the top 6 at Masters Shanghai. It was their best appearance ever at a global event. And these guys have come back in, honestly, looking solid. They did end up losing to Fnatic again and went down in the EMEA playoffs, but I think they stuck to their guns. They're still a team with a lot of somewhat unique, really well executed ideas. When I think of them, I don't think of like crazy util set plays in combination, but I just think of really solid teamwork, players swinging together, everyone in the right place, and just some fantastic turn to shame from players like CNED and EDG.
Yeah, you love to see it. Oh,
look at that. God, they're such a funny fucking couple.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from a world champ, shall we? We got CNED standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hi, CNED. Good to have you back. The team is back for another Champions, and I feel like you guys are the team that everybody is sort of
just casually just recording
So what do you think this roster, FUT, can bring to the table that you think will surprise everybody on that stage this year?
I mean, we are come to here to, I think, as underdogs, so we can surprise everyone, I hope, and become champion.
Well, eager to see it. Good luck out there.
Both these teams, I think, are coming in with a bit of an underdog mentality, right? They both had their breakouts before on the international stage, but both these squads, I think, approaching their opponent with respect, but with real potential to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, Kong, he's always been that guy getting out of his chair, getting in your face. Yeah. We've been seeing that more and more from CNETs, and now with these two clashing for the very first time, I'm curious to see who's going to be left standing at the end of this all and who's going to be...
Dude, how good is this clip, chat? Do you guys see this?
Please. Kong, my brother have girlfriend? What? My brother have girlfriend? Do you know?
So asking if his brother has his girlfriend.
Oh, you don't know?
Excurate.
Maybe you know. Maybe he have secret girlfriend, you know?
No, I don't. No? Yeah, maybe. That maybe. Because he's handsome like you.
Oh.
Gets Kong saying he's handsome like you.
Oh, my brother. Purpose, bro. No, my brother more handsome.
No.
Please. Kong.
Wait, where are all the other clips? Dude, this account has bangers. This account actually just posts so many bangers. Their interactions are so like
this guy
fucking
is
funny.
From the outset, just joining in the offseason, you could see that the impact was there already. FUT, you could see that this was going to be a very different team, that they were going to be able to reach new heights, and so far they've been able to do that. But how high can they go? We're about to find out.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got two teams here, never faced off against one another before, and I'm expecting a damn good match. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and bring out FUT and EDG.
She has to be, by the way, coming probably for playoffs. Has to be.
FUT Sports.
Usually what happens is like,
Edward Game.
Damn, that octopus looking fucking legit. He's a real one.
My favorite thing about Valorant at the global level is you get to see matches that you never thought you'd be able to see. You're getting I
actually really fuck with both teams' jerseys. I think they're both super unique and cool, and I like the coloring. Like, they're very creative.
A reason looking to
I like the
break
red
out
tag
here
on the front of
Champions. As
EDGs.
we look at the map veto, we're starting things off with I think a pretty good one for
It's
FUT.
like it's like one of those like things on planes, like for the flotation devices. It's like when they're down 7-1, you just pull that shit. You pull that shit, it inflates, and you just float out of the arena. You just leave.
And the breach, well, they have shifted away from like only playing KO. CNET still only plays Jet and Raze for this team. They haven't picked up any of the new stuff with Neon, any of the
You think it looks like a German
They're very
flag?
much a team that is committed to their reach.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, we have actually seen
What is that,
kind of
black,
for the first time, Kong flexing
red.
over to some different roles, picking up some different things such as that gecko and whatnot. So curious to see if there's going to be any big changes in the overarching compositions from EDG, where they want to just really force Kong back onto those hard-hitting duelists where he can have that.
I can't believe I actually knew the colors. I just guessed the order. That's actually kind of crazy.
And even on those carry rolls, he's buying new ones. This map,
I sounded like
we're likely to
well-versed
see him
in the
lock
world.
in the Neon, something that we did not really see until stage 2 of VCT CN. They also play a unique comp. They have a Clove in the mix and an Omen as well, playing a double controller with no Viper. Maybe taking somewhat of a leap out of their CN brethren FPX's book, who favors a lot of those kind of like Omen Clove double smoker ideas.
Would I just like
falling out there, bobbing his head quite a bit. I gotta know what the deal with the octopus is, but there you go. The lock-in comes through here. You're getting Clove. You're getting Kong on that Neon. I'm excited to see him break some ankles out here potentially. But what we should be expecting with this compositions?
I mean, the big thing that I'm looking at is going to be Kong and that new player of Simon. That breach is there to help set up the Neon on these pushes alongside the relay bolt coming through. Get those dazes out, get those slides going, and get that pinpoint accuracy on display.
On EDG's attack, watch how they'll slowly kind of clear through space. When they go towards A, they're going to smoke close, take that space early with their stunts, and then kind of set it up into a 2-stage fight with the amount of smokes they have. Normally, when you're only playing Omen, you don't have that potential. This Clove adds an extra little bit, and you're combining that with the Neon 2.
You can barely hear me. Sorry, I was talking into the corner.
Show here, and FUT has never played against a comp like this.
Oh, I'm excited. All right, let's go ahead and jump into map 1, shall we? And send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are taking a break from getting rinsed on the Pacific servers. It's Brendan's
I've never played on the Pacific servers. I've never been rinsed in my life on the Pacific servers.
Yeah, you
I'm taking
have.
over. No, that's a lie, actually. Singapore servers after 6 p.m. demon time. don't play on those servers. I'm telling you now. We got FUT versus EDG here for our opening matchup, really, between these two teams. The first signs of life that we're going to see them in champs so far, and there's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. It's already been bringing out, but we are jumping straight into the pistol round. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to break down all sorts of narratives circulating around these teams. But the big one is that EDG are under a tremendous lot of pressure. They need to have a good, strong opening.
They absolutely do.
Wait, we don't have a
Chinese fans can be brutal, and EDG have seen so many other squads
very weird attacks
have success recently. They
kind
want
of
to taste
trash
that themselves again. FUT was stacking up over towards C at the start of this pistol round, and it looks like they're playing A towards a bit of a retake setup. Both teams playing a breach, seeing cracks hold the fault line.
Pred coming soon.
Just in case is here, Simon's going to go for that plant. Full stick, nothing to push that away as well. Plant against the backside of the wall.
Flash
and the flash as well for backside fight with Kang already in that spot and position.
EDG love to get aggressive on these Lotus post.
That's a great flash for like the geometry of the map.
One-way fault line. And the paranoia, right clicks, a bit of panic settling in. G2 trying to cover it just over the shoulder as well. Kang still alive. It's off to the side here, making sure that he can hold this one back, but already getting overwhelmed and swarmed by the FUT players with that front side control. They've taken out almost everybody. Smoggy, last one to be alive here, and Crack sticking at the fuse. No way! That's a lead by Smoggy, and what an opener that this EDG team needed.
That's the old EDG aura right there.
Play there towards the end. He got enough chip damage on the first try of going at things. Both of those players super weak. It made the frenzy very useful in that spot. Nice Red Bull clutch that Smoggy pulls out early on. Like he said, very needed. Other than that, their post-plant aggression didn't really work. It looked like FUT's coordination on the retake was working as well. EDG needed someone to come up huge.
Jail EDG. Smoggy was the man for the job.
I'll tell you in general, FUT love contacting around places. It's not a high utility composition.
I like this idea, by the way.
You don't have the raise, you don't have the
smoke that, slip a cam in.
And they normally save that utility for like big
like if you were to go through the smoke, huge risk. It would require some util. And then you could check and see like how many got through a couple seconds later.
Like this, form is crazy important.
It's a good little stall setup.
Whether the EDG and FUT players are feeling it today and can access their
stuff like this allows you to like play heavy A, heavy C.
That we've seen.
That's why I like to point it out.
This server have just put on absolute god mode tournaments.
You can do like your stack with less risk.
See if those individuals are firing off. EDG are making this one. It's quite cautious at the beginning into this eco round. Of course, they don't want to give away any lives unnecessarily.
What you got with that? Some maple syrup or what?
Rip off some heads, but he's back at the site here with only the sheriff in hand. Wouldn't be too much danger. Yeah, he's cleaned up. So EDG going for that plan at this point here. There's a bit of time as well. I mean, we've already kind of briefly mentioned how unorthodox these compositions are. These teams, you know, FUT and EDG, they have been playing it in their regions. It's not like we've seen this for the first time.
No, but we haven't seen them clash against each other.
Yeah.
EDG's comp, in my opinion, is really attack-sided. Crazy attack-sided. And then when EDG go onto defense, they try to save up, get an operator into Kang's hand, and they're like, would you mind winning us a few rounds with the op? Because the actual compositional setups are not that great on the defense. So I'm expecting EDG here to run up the scoreline at least to a comfortable level for them.
I've been sleeping after the game
slam. Might be in a bit of trouble.
Usually falling asleep around like 10 a.m. PST.
Yeah, the J just going to be going down to the
spike. The games typically are ending lately around like 6:30, 7 a.m. PST.
I also think it's really remarkable.
So like after the games, I'll like
because they've got G2 and PRX in their group, but
yeah,
the community have both of these teams
shower.
Like 25%.
I typically can't sleep right after the games.
Third and fourth in the group.
I gotta like
only 25% of people thought that they were going to exit the group, basically.
Right.
For both of these teams, I think this group could be rife.
Yesterday I got kind of fucked up though.
PRX is waiting. Whoever loses this,
I ended up waking up at like 1 p.m. and I was like, oh god.
Over either of these two teams.
Oh god, my body actually thinks it's 1 p.m. My body needs to be thinking it's like 1 a.m. right now, but it's thinking it's 1 p.m.
Round for EDG.
Couldn't go back to sleep.
Definitely a lot of danger towards it. Big stack and group up by the FUT players. A fault line and a paranoia.
That's a good little combo. Wow, that's a great take.
Might be looking to
holy fuck, that was a sick take by FUT.
EDG just trying to play off of that. A lot of util being used. YedaJ barely alive, but a stun still.
No shot! Oh my god!
Played off of this guy is electric right now. YedaJ anchoring player.
That was a nuts 3K. He was stunned and whip one-tapped Kong.
Looking for options and ways back into this round.
Already I can tell that FUT have been watching the VODs. That aftershock comes
Oh,
out from
I know,
Simon
I
every
fuck.
time, and
No, I don't
Yedaji
watch
made
my
sure
old
his trips
highlights.
did not get broken by it. That was massive.
And now FUT just hold, waiting for it. Signs of life contact, the head's just peeking up and over. Ripped clean off.
Such a clean round, and so important for FUT to showcase early on in this defense half that they can hold on to a site when there's only one player and, you know, a flood coming through. It was just YedaJ there. Ada Captain comes
like a miracle
to try
kill.
to reinforce.
Holy shit, dude.
To be honest, Kang should probably be...
Chat, I have a question. Someone that's more in tune with, like, the velocity measurements. Did he need to counter strafe there? Or was he continuously moving through the breach stun and he was just moving so slow that it was at... Oh, he got it. He fought through that take and he got the kill.
The TP with CNED removed. Rubble control going to be made that much more easier here for EDG.
Damn.
I think it's going to be a mistake for FUT to opt into these rubble fights. EDG's composition is much better in those spots.
Yeah. Like we were already talking about, I mean, the utility that FUT have to work with, it's pretty low. In terms of if you're trying to go, you know, pound for pound against this composition that EDG have, you know.
EDG need to stack up these rounds, Shot.
Duelist. Neon stuns are just brutal for trying to find that one early. And a contact reclear is called here by FUT. Had a captain just hold into one line. YedaJ.
He's got a good idea.
Very good idea. Just sees the jiggle as well, but already
no cage.
It up, doesn't he? Spoiler.
Great stuns.
Stands up, gliding forwards. Can't follow up.
Stun kill again.
Ducking, weaving, dodging YedaJ only with the 2 before the trade comes through. Still, 2 left to stand here for FUT, and that does give them chances and opportunities, but they want to make their way back over towards A now. EDG. Chichu didn't give up that position earlier, so just holding on to that A control for most of the round gives them that option.
It's a nice call. Coming back over to Chishu, who's inserted there. Mr. Fallen might have an opportunity. Shut down.
Yeah, crosshair placement just wasn't quite there, already adjusting.
And that should secure the round up. We'll have to be keeping an eye on these kind of mid-round calls that are going on for EDG. I feel like a lot of the time things are extremely hectic in the EDG camp, especially since they've decided to bench Haodong, put him into the 6th man assistant coach kind of vibe, and bring nobody in to make a lot of the calls for them.
Prax is trying to make a go at this. I don't really understand the logic behind it.
Probably needs his weapon.
Yeah, he really does. He's got no money to buy another one. The rest of his team does, so he's going to get out of there. Not going to get punished for the hubris trying to
Simon replaced Haodong.
But you're right, you know, EDG, there's been even...
Chat, who's calling strats for them? Who's calling strats for them? Did they say? They might have said that. I missed it.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever when you put a player...
Oh, nobody's calling strats, so they don't even have a shot caller then.
Unorthodox plays and
they just like PRX?
On the game and feast or famine play style, and you put him into an IGL position. But it feels like Edward Gaming are just trying to figure out what their mentality is, what their ethos is, their style of play. All right.
Okay.
Pick an operator. Go to look for an early pick out here towards C. Got to imagine it's util to push it back.
Yeah, I mean, they have boatloads of it, but...
That smoke drop from so high.
That is so damn dangerous, near-sighted just by the Prowler. Was not broken up by YedaJ. It gives it full sight over towards the C-mound angle. Goal's going to be opened here, not even contested at least.
EMEA, CNED's always good.
Scatters his way across. There's no follow-up, though, with the wall in their face and the haunt.
This is such good util from EDG.
EDG.
Props for EDG.
Garner and gain that access into
this was not there lately.
They're going to come out unscathed. Need to get this plant down. Plenty of shots and opportunities handed to CNED, but he's not quite grasping any of them.
The double controller re-smokes.
Not quite the kill he was looking for.
Normally you would see the Viper, right? Oh my god. No, here we have the Clove.
He's definitely making a decent go of it. Teams grouped up now. 5 versus 5 onto the retake.
Clove, 1 kill off ult, by the way.
Aim to be held. Kang. It's an off angle. Just down onto the ramp as well, but he needs to land it. Shot down with the rest of his team. It's Led just firing through and follows through with the kills.
Great
Beautiful
hold.
work by EDG.
EDG are gonna have a really good half, chat. Like a real good half. This is looking great for EDG. They have the breach ult built. There was still one off the Clove ult, but I mean they can get that real quick. They can go take mound control. They have such a powerful comp that anything they want they can get. You know, like that's the power of running like double initiator, double duelist. Like you have so much power at taking the chokes with your pace. They have double initiator and double controller, not double duelist.
Simon holding on to it.
Confused last game, but the double controller allows them to like block some of the deep lines. Like one way this, smoke this. You know, like these smokes allow them to then use the 2 initiators to really overwhelm an area.
Just trying to abuse the fact that there's no Sentinel on the side of EDG, but Smoggy will happily fulfill that role. Even just with the raw aim and gunfire. I mean, listen, there's always danger.
He's so back, dude.
The sheriffs are in the hands of these FUT players. They're demons with it, but it's all
He's
cleaned
so
up.
back.
Safe pair of hands of Smoggy.
That's Tokyo Smoggy right there.
You don't have breach ult, Clove ult online. Smoggy can go really deep off the back of it.
The last 2 players as well. Caught off into the corner.
Wait.
Whoa, cracks! He's given it the lifeline and a chance, an opportunity, and it's just opened Pride. Wide open, 5 health though to his name. It's a 1v1, isolated down in the blink of an eye. Expecting already the cross-up from Smoggy, the pre-fire, no. But my God, did it get dangerous.
There's just a taster.
Oh my
of
God,
what this
prediction.
match
I am so
might
sorry.
end up devolving into.
Listen, man, I said it could get dangerous and they got the sheriffs in their hands.
It's absolutely bonkers what these players are able to do.
This is FUT's pick, right, chat?
Weaponry. I mean, the first shot is labored, but onto nobody and onto Simon.
Damn.
It's so clean.
Damn.
If Ada Captain hadn't let face first into the aftershock there, they actually could have had a 2v1. Maybe secured the round.
All smiles on the face of Kang, though. He's taking it in his stride. No worries, guys.
FUT are going to take attack time out here. This side is going to be very difficult for them. I really do believe that EDG's composition is massively attack-sided. And when they have ults online like Clove ult, Breach ult, it's just going to be so difficult to hold them back. I think FUT should be aiming to put a little bit of pressure early.
That's weird. Why is he talking to the assistant coach, not the fucking team?
Back up and then play retake onto the sides with their own breach ult. It's really important, though, that you contest EDG early on, because you want to drain them out of utility, you want to make them use the breach ult, you don't want to give away that you're just playing full retake setups. Otherwise, they're just going to walk in and then they have all the ults for post-plan.
This is very, very difficult right now for FUT, chat. Like, the ults, how they've built, the, like, more coming. Dude, they're in a really bad spot, actually. If they had their old Sage comp, I think they would be in a really good spot against EDG. But with this comp,
and that's the difficulty, I think, for FUT as well. Their competition is.
It's just so hard to stop them.
Tightrope of not over-investing into some of these fights. Seen it again. Operator already being just accosted off onto the corner. Stun already connecting. Seen it just trying to get the hell out of there.
That's an overheat.
He does cover it.
Holy fuck, that's
like
an
you were mentioning,
overheat.
Josh, as well, that rolling retreat, they're just backing away now. The rolling thunder of itself cracks.
Oh,
he lets it loose, lets it rip now. Everybody pushed up back into the corner, but cosmetic stuns is the nature of this game sometimes. Smoggy not dead yet. Back into the fight, but falling from the side, instantly traded once more.
Instantly died again. Clove ult.
The pause, scattering, running away. EDG, they want to try and make their mark. He's over towards the A side. CNED, he's fast onto him, but players up into his face as well. Up and down the ropes, they're making this one dangerous and awkward. CNED's lucky to be alive.
Damn, bro.
Spike planted.
Bit of calm for once in the middle of the round. FUT sure to play this one together. Holding
this a kill. 3, 2.
Possibilities, but a contact peak, doubled up. Not quite ready for it. Seen it again, missing the shot. This is Many opportunities now that he has missed. 2v3, EDG.
Good smoke by Chichu.
Smoke in their face. Chichu could cross this one up as well. And for FUT, the pressure's on them to try and push past this one without a captain low. Horns not seeing too much. Jumping peak. Swing is there. EDG finally, but Chichu contains. 1v1 and a tap. Issue has forced Chichu though. Ice cold. Backs away. Knowing EDG is not playing towards this one, and there's a one-round out.
Read him like a letter.
4-piece to finish and wrap it up.
Holy.
Immaculately played clutch there by Chichu. He really had all of the info, knew exactly that EDG was just going to be tapping on that first one. There were so many missed opportunities there, though, from both teams. I'm talking about the form of the players and seeing which team's sharp. There were so many spots in that where there was missed opportunities. CNED probably should have died way earlier on if we're going to look at who had more chances to kill each other. But EDG continue this spiral up and onwards. Can't be stopped.
No. It's relentless. Nothing to break the haunt either, so again, peace of mind granted to EDG. They're giving up that front section of A.
This is FUT's pick, guys. And I know that I said this comp's attack sided, but like...
And then play in at a captain and EDG, very similar to what he did on B.
I actually don't know. The problem is like EDG's defensive half probably has like very high variance in their scrims.
Poison carrot on a stick, I suppose.
It could get like 9 rounds, or it could get like fucking 2 rounds, you know?
Just holding down the flank here. Following and cracks, not too much in terms of the weaponry that they're holding on to. Trip broken. Prowler out 2, just trying to bait out the potential of that trap play. Gliding and sliding, Kang. Listen, he's not going to take no for an answer. He wants this sight and he wants it now.
He's styling on him, bro.
Brilliant way of using the Neon movement there against the eco round. It's so difficult to hit Sheriff shots when the Neon's running at your face.
Oh, yeah.
And then wiggling around on the floor.
Smoggy just catching that contact on the players as well. It's a little bit disjointed
here.
That's what I'm saying,
Dasher, yeah.
It's not going to be able to get this one over the line here. For now, EDG are in full control.
7-1,
and now is a great time.
They're running away with this game right now.
The pressure that they had, I think, coming off the back of that Shanghai performance, obviously the expectation is going to be much heavier, I think, when it's in their
I'm not going to lie, chat. I kind of want to buy an EDG shirt.
But they bombed.
Am I a weirdo? They look so cool to me.
Yeah, they didn't even have one of their, ooh, they look good, but then they don't make it.
Yeah, it was completely flat.
It was extremely flat, and the Chinese fans wanted more, demanded more, and made their voices very heard. And so you got to expect
they put whatever they want, Randy. So inside those coffee cups, there could be like water, Red Bull. Since the
and this time nice shot. Pluck Smoggy out of the picture, nice and easy.
Since like most of the events are sponsored by like an energy drink company like Red Bull, there could be like Monster in those, right? Anything with like a label is not allowed on the stage. So like even a bottle of water, you have to peel the label off the bottle of water. You'll notice that.
Kang sport up, chewed up. At least by the trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after Strock. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team in the overdrive.
All right.
He's just swatted away. Kang does not stand a chance, but Simon quick on the next approach. We'll trade it, slowing it down. Patience has to be played now because it's still a 2 versus 4 for EDG. Risks might need to be taken for any chance of them winning this. Pre-fires onto the corner, 2 players into the pit, just holding it.
Ooh, timing.
Chichu trying to take
what
is that adjustment? Flick to the side, EDG barely puts him to rest. Simon, 15 health left, tagged up by the cam. Not long for this world, and so FUT finally going to be able to get another one on the board up to that second round.
And no, you can have Red Bull cans on stage. You can actually, so like whatever is like the official sponsor, you can have that. I have worked events before, not in Valorant. I don't remember where it was. That had like the infamous like water Red Bull cans. I don't remember where that was. I've seen those before though.
Can find those opportunities with the op. It's just about putting them in the right place, trying to figure out where EDG might go next. And EDG are headed towards A on that classic rubble kind of fight again.
No, never an energy drink person. I like pre-workout when I wake up, but definitely not like a sugar-filled energy drink. I would never have sugar.
Catch nobody.
If it was an energy drink, it would be like sugar-free Red Bull or some shit.
Pre-aims?
I'm not saying I never did it. I definitely did.
Nobody though. Already crossed up onto the spot.
Wow, man.
Shoulder, but this time
How the fuck did he hit that?
On fire with it.
Jesus.
So sharp. At some point, you got to imagine Kangkang is going to feel like he wants to go for the ego battle. It might be too late in this half, but certainly on defense.
Back towards the rubble with the TP here. There's a lot of players, though. Does he get that confirmation, Mr. Farland? Not liking what he saw. Smoggy on the meanwhile.
Yeah, there's sugar-free version.
Making sure to take this one slow and steady.
Just, the sugar is what'll cause you to crash like really hard.
Door opens up. EDG making the call here for the mid-round.
Like you'll get the energy from the caffeine without the crash from the sugar.
But with Smoggy spotted, he might have just given the game away with only 36 seconds left. Out of captain. He's going to reinforce this sight up. Still has a snake bite in his back pocket. Smokes are up as well. Orb up to respond.
Dude, their take is great, huh? Like that was goated.
For free. It's all about whether or not you can get this plant down still.
You can see while I have a second here before the flood. You notice that low trip. You notice this comp. They don't really have a lot to deal with the trips, right? They have prowlers. Prowlers go over the low trips. They also have an aftershock. So that's a deep trip away from the aftershocks. Also low enough for a prowler to go over it.
Going to be dissipating though. Doesn't need to be worried about it.
EDG is still aware.
Ideal, Kangkang. First casualty, Chicho's there, right through the wall. EDG is frying, farming, Cloudburst to try and get them into the site. And the last player left is Simon, overwhelmed. Too many targets to really overcome.
All right, Foot's alive again.
And suddenly, a map where EDG were fully in control, and now Foot making a decent little comeback. Those 2 rounds, they might not look like much, but with how EDG's composition is so reliant on getting their economy flourishing and getting an op into Kangkang's hand on the defense side, any kind of damage done here is going to add up. These last 2 rounds, crucially important. They make all the difference between a 7-5 half or a 9-3. And that's either a close half or a blowout.
Yeah.
Now, EDG's been feasting. He's got 12 kills currently. Anytime they've hit the C site, he's been good for it. Hitting shots while stunned on Kangkang to open up the map twice.
Let me see.
And still then continuing to find success.
So earlier someone asked about the screen looking thing as a CS player. Definitely am aware of all the screen looking shit. I know what you mean. I'm trying to find a fucking good shot so I can kind of convey my point. Here we go. All right. So I have played on one of these stages at one of the tournaments, but I don't remember. I didn't test it. But these lights right here, that's what apparently these lights are for, right? So as you look across the stage, these lights are pretty bright, and they kind of obfuscate the brightness that a flash would cause someone's face to illuminate. And for those of you that are clueless as far as like what the fuck I'm talking about,
will be occurring. The question is who will be
in CS, you could basically like throw a flash on land and you would watch everyone's faces on the other side of the stage, and as their faces lit up, you knew how many people were in the site.
Up and around with the updraft, seen it really alive here, still blinded up inside the Cloudburst. Was the play inside of it? Chicha running and gunning. Reign Supreme wins out the day. Cracks, you are hard committed into this spot, son, and there is really no escape. But the captain will help him out. Shot from the side of the
dude, Cracks by this box. Cracks by this box, man.
Just absolutely
Jesus.
Smashed them into dust.
It went from...
Can we have a look at the stage? Did Cena just jump into Cracks' chair for a...
It literally went from like them being cooked to now they're like in the driver's seat here. 4 rounds against EDG's comp. Like they're in a good spot. EDG have 4 ults right now, all pretty powerful.
So he was trying to use a classic to get through it. He's like, please let me escape, get me through to B. And he decided to turn, stand, and fight. But now EDG have those ults online. Yep. Now in the final round of the half, they've got massive tools to work with.
We're seeing again the same fight taking Farland. Oh my goodness, revealed up by the Horde as well. He needs to get the hell out of their door in his face. TP through into the smoke and the bullets just won't connect into the end. EDG
in the fight this side for Breach Ult Fatal? Dude, Breach Ult Fatal, they're playing in A? Oh, they're nuts.
Loose. Fallen drops the smoke. CNED anti-synergy almost, but the Blade Storm now the stuns connecting up. This is chaos and anarchy occurring. Updraft will not save you. Kangkang hunting them all down.
They're insane for playing that side.
Stop to all of it. Rolling Thunder does not deny the plan. Might be able to get at least FUT back into it. Nobody.
Dude, they just get all these kills
and they still can't remove him with the upgrade occurred finally. A trade online. EDG though, no effect will reveal.
Both should be taking fights, yeah.
Into the 3v2.
You want to be last alive with this Cobalt.
2v2. In through tree, Smoggy out wide, and what an adjustment it is.
Wow.
Couldn't quite catch that final kill. Looks like he just whipped that rifle all the way around for the 8-4 finish.
Didn't even need his ultimate to close that one out. And it would have been a checkmate situation towards the end, I think. So it's a good...
But yeah, so I mentioned like there's the flash thing, right? So say like these guys like throw a sky flash to run Lotus, right? Might as well just say breach. Like an example of like what I'm talking about would be say off barrier. You could do something like have your breach just high flash this wall right here, and you're just staring at their faces, right? So you're early flashing this A wall, and you just have someone on your team just look at their faces. You're like, okay, 2 people playing A. Like, you could technically do shit like that. Another thing you could do in CS, which is definitely possible here, with certain abilities, the voice lines, the actual ability sound contains a lot of bass, and bassy things in these environments where there's like big speakers and a stage, shit like that, you'll feel vibrations, right? Like as you're playing, the bass is like so loud for the audience that you can feel like the desk slightly vibrate, the floor slightly vibrate. And in CS, you would often have rounds like so in CS, the example would be like, there we go. So say like Mirage, right? An example in CS would be like someone jump spotting over by B and they throw this nade. Well, if you feel the arena vibrate when you throw this, that means the observer was watching there. And if the observer was watching there, that means that there's people there. Like you can infer these things, right? Like, so these are all like tricks that really like experienced players start to learn over time from playing a lot of LAN tournaments. Like you just learn tricks like this that like kind of give you additional info.
Very weak. I think now you're seeing them leave the A site weak on the pistol to avoid that anti-stratting that FUT would have done. Do FUT care? Are FUT going for the C site? No, not at all.
That's all 5.
It's a very difficult thing to deal with, like as a tournament organizer.
Flipping the map.
Holy shit.
EDG. This guy is about
to
be
should realize that it's very easy take.
Might just win the round for him single-handedly. He's the one who's got to try and lock this one down already.
Oh,
early fight taken and almost lost out. Kang drops him down to at least 11. A slight tuck into the corner. No way. He dodges the bullets. This guy is a fox in the pen, but he is going to be spotted and finally rooted out. So there's our first kill advantage. EDG, maybe something to work with. Door again, opened wide. Molly's a little bit delayed and laid out here. EDG are winning this one with a massive player advantage. Mr. Fallen and seen it to do the most here, leaving it just down to Fallen. And now overwhelmed at the back. Knives are out and swinging. We are getting scrappy.
Laughing about that.
That's a major pistol round for EDG to be able to get. They played it really nicely, but there were so many spots there where a FUT player could have had impact. EDG tucked into the corner, couldn't do anything. Great shutdown from Kang. And then also Adacaptain, another spot where Kang probably should have died. He's vulnerable, swinging through, but Adacaptain can't get his weapon out in time. FUT letting that one slip a little, a fumble that they can't afford with only 4 rounds in the bag. EDG, this is perfect for them. Again, their defense strategy revolves around getting an op into Kang's hands. Winning the pistol, you're loving that.
Turkey getting slapped in volleyball right now, really? Who are they playing? Who are they playing in volleyball? I have watched a total of 0 seconds of the Olympics. 0 seconds.
Here. Slow spread default to the Rico. Maybe just aiming to hopefully farm up some ores. That's the trouble with their own composition as well. You can't even rely too much on The ultimates they've got available. Chichu.
I did see the Turkish shooting guy on my Twitter. That guy looks fucking legit, man. That guy is.
Himself. He needs some help and backup. Has arrived in the form of Kanka.
That guy's shooting guns at people, not targets.
Drop down. Chichu though, still a problem. And Smoggy having to deliver the death blow from the side. EDG classic in hand. There's enough to dismiss them, even just repping loud in the process, I guess, because they couldn't make it themselves.
And the Korean
weapons down
chick, she was fucking
if he had the
so
spike,
baller.
Great
I think she was Korean. I have no idea. I just hear on my Twitter feed.
And go and try to pick one of those up, but like you said, where is he going? But where can he go? He has to be predictable here and go over towards A. He's just trying to orb max.
Yeah, of course, that really important neuro theft.
Hey, listen, on the attack side,
wait, no shot.
Really especially when you're playing against a no sentinel comp. He gets that down, he's going to figure out where the gaps are.
Alert timings here, but nobody's going to keep watching. Yeah, just for the smoke peek.
10-4.
The question more so than what is the neural theft going to do is what is a round going to do at this point for FUT? There's 6 behind now. Not only do they need this one, they need to then break the economy of EDG and start a spiral of their own. And FUT's comp, while they've had quite a lot of success with it, and it's been good for them,
wait, what?
It's not an alt snowball comp. It's not like you have the lockdown and the showstopper and the nightfall to be able to work with. So this one's still going to be scrappy, still going to be difficult for FUT, even if they get on a roll.
Standard take here. Very aggressive piece.
Standard attack side here for FUT, but you're right. Rifles in the hands. This is where you really need to get going.
God, they're A-B pinching.
Like hell.
I like the pace that you have
here.
Support
needs some help. The squeeze is occurring, but heads to the side. Nobody really watching for him. Smoggy.
God, they have really put EDG in some dog shit spots on.
Ada Captain came back and got counter-called, and FUT went into C instead. EDG strung out to dry, but takes one down. EDG like these kind of setups. It doesn't matter.
This has been such a good round by EDG.
Every time, as if they have the entirety of the map control.
Time for mount control. Ada Captain just needs to spot this one. They realize they put the mound. Yeah.
You can't plan for mound when they're coming mound.
They already have control of it, but we're kind of being caught.
That sounds awful.
It's a little bit easier now. Only one real direction to pay attention to. Smoke in their faces. Util's going to be exchanged. Aftershock in through the choke as well. And
did he walk out?
Reloaded. EDG just primed and ready. Without a kill. Finding it lacking that initiating power, I think, to even get themselves in. Already time ticking away from them with the spike and with the position it's placed in as well. There is no more chances to win this one out. They're looking to do that economical damage, if possible.
Chichu did force into this round, so the fact that he keeps
the
that
skull is the top fragger in the server. Probably not like the most important piece of info, but maybe that's just the devs trying to throw a bone to the casuals. I think that's probably like what they're trying to do. So where's it at right now? Where the fuck is it? Am I blind? Who's got that shit?
As long as EDG just make it incredibly obvious of what they're trying to push and fight over.
Oh, Smoggy has
FUT's decision making is going to get that much more easier here. Kankang though. Push his way up, fault line, does catch.
Because yeah, it's like, it's kind of a pointless stat, but it's also, when I thought,
they heard a TP.
I was thinking about this yesterday, I'm like, dude, if I had like just an utter complete casual, what's the first thing they say? Oh, who's the best player? Who has the most kills? Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough. Give him the skull.
Aftershock's there. Takes a good timing with it right as the wall was going down, so FUT actually don't get any of that space, but on the opposite side of the map, that Smoggy gone taken out.
I mean, that's through a smoke, surely.
That's so crazy.
Not too sure, but a decision's now made here. Down to that 50-second mark, Chichu cuts it up onto the corner.
Aftershock should be
one
it,
out.
right?
They will spot him. Paranoia is going to be forced as a result. Chichu knowing he can't play there, repositions, backs away. EDG is split up though. They can't hard anchor onto this side, and with that util saved into the back pocket, rainy day.
Fallen?
It's called for. FUT starting to barrel their way through and over onto the seaside, but they made it quite obvious at this point. 30 seconds now. EDG getting some bodies into the fray, into the fight.
Wins shot.
3v5 and cracks.
There he
goes. Not pushed back from that plant. Themselves into it. Flash to at least get Chichu and playing inside. Cam up into his face. Can land and adjust the shot in time. Seen there dropping him. Full control towards the back of the site. You need a miracle from EDG. You need mistakes from FUT. Stun into the back. There's no swing attempt off of the back of this here. Almost lining up for some sort of potential from nobody there, but FUT once more.
So I like the
walk away with another round and starting to string them together Viper. At this point. That's 6 on the board.
And you're seeing the weaknesses of EDG's composition on the defense side.
Sorry, I laughed at the jealous because he could never. I don't mind their approach. You know, like I think if you were to ask me that before the game, I would have been like, I don't think Clove is very good. But I like how they're bringing the Clove smokes like into the sites a lot of the times. Like I mentioned the C hit earlier with the double smokes here and here. It's just giving them a lot of like vision on the
so
take.
That it survives for a little longer.
Yeah, it's a real interesting way to take that C mount control. Early fight
Keep
there.
in mind though, they're not running a Viper, but they're also not running a Senti. So like
potentially get that first kill advantage on their
while the Omen Clove looks very powerful, what you also have to realize is they have double initiators. Like, so
this guy sleeping, not right now.
It's a little different than the Metacom.
Off after relatively slow beginning.
The skull down here, this one.
Smoggy going for the peek.
Oh,
don't use it actually. Yeah, do not use that one. Save that one for another round here. This is a close and shut case here for FUT.
If we want to talk about the ults just for a second, while Smoggy has his as well, it's going to be very difficult for Smoggy to find good opportunities to use that. If he gets picked in a spot like this, even if it's rifles online 5v5, he can't sprint at FUT out through Mount. So he's kind of got to save it for retake scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what we saw from him on the attack side is
closing this lead.
Things are going well.
I said that this defensive side would be hard.
Then you didn't need to use the ult. Kang finally gets up in hand. The economy damage that FUT did early on and the fact that they've been winning these rifle rounds has stopped Kang from getting that weapon that he's known for. He is a sniper at his heart. He's
yeah.
playing over
KO knife info. People run
forward to him. Few and far between. It's only EDG, and he's not really going to be choosing to opt
I feel like there's certain things like the KO knife that just like can't be fixed. Like it's just the fucking coding doesn't allow it.
Flash over the top. This is a beautiful takeaway. You need
how does he?
Smoggy in this spot. He's getting away with murder right now. Only 4 bullets left, but will he opt into using the ult to get back into the fight? Doesn't look likely.
CNET's got 2 health. What a whiff from him after he's been playing so well this map.
Yeah, real scrappy. Oh, they know he's there. Nice Q given away by the cage, and Simon gives
That's
up
literally
his
a cage frag.
This is all over the place at this point here, but FUT are still in that driving seat despite the damage done to CNET and Ada captain.
EDG need a huge play from somebody now.
And Kang, 1 kill offered up. Question is it even enough? Farland, plant, stuck and committed. Extension now into the round, into the post plant. Paranoia is set up, Prowler as well. That gets the confirmation and acknowledgement, but a shot missed. Overdrive round to the side in the corner. No one to play off of it. Into the back of the side.
That's great.
Kang with 3. Nightfall is beautiful. Cracks. Last one left. And he is gone.
What a fucking flood.
They needed a miracle, and Kang delivered. Of course it was him. The upshot on the entry. The pop of the overdrive. Following up off the back of his initiator utility and dodging that breach ult.
Great Omen blind.
EDG got completely stuck there. Not a great post plant setup either.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, EDG has been util dumped on a lot this game. Like a site, it makes total sense too. Like a Neon with this double initiator setup and the smokes to cut distance. Man, like their comp. While it seems like the trips, like on surface level, like this is like lukewarm opinion. Like, all right, trips are going to own them. They don't have a lot to break them. Truthfully, like you can't even capitalize on them because the Neon's moving so fucking fast and the initiators are fucking you up. Like there's nowhere to play.
FUT are also jump peeking this at the start every time. They do that jump peek from on top of the boxes where you can just get your head over the top and see if there's an Oppa playing C.
Now we got to stand up and...
Yeah, full control over towards A, but the question is, can they clear Chichu?
Wait, he didn't clear.
It's an intelligent way to try and get your way and slip past into the side as well. Chichu still set up, still lands two! My goodness, he was under a tremendous amount of pressure. For EDG now, that lifeline is delivered, and this could be that 12th round that they were looking for. TP, evacuation, backing away, Pit into the post, and Smoggy's fast.
No way.
Rapid into it, ult, not dead yet. He's back into the fray, back into the fight, pressing forwards. That is absurd. Sees though, connects onto the feed, and had a captain rooted to the side. Needs that bailout fun, spraying and praying. Kang left alone now in a 1v2, just the operator in his hands. He might have to call this one quits.
If he goes for it, he won't be able to buy an op again. EDG are at 11. They're already in the lead. You don't need to take risks like this and potentially lose a weapon that's so important for making your defense function. So as heartbreaking as it is, he's got to just let this one slip away. The EDG, he's creeping.
He's hunting it out.
He's hearing.
Yeah.
Run, my son, run.
This guy is going to be lightning fast, getting all the way away from them here in the sound cues. Got to keep the op.
That is absolutely maniacal from Smoggy and Nobody. The lack of coordination on that play is baffling for a team that has otherwise been playing fairly well today.
Yeah, I mean, this here.
This push forwards, nobody's supposed to trade this, right? And instead, nobody backs up and throws a seize. I mean, get on the same page, please, if you're going to be making a play like that. They're chuckling about it now, but this gap is lowered to 3, and they're on an eco.
A little bit of bite towards around, at least the Guardian, the rifle, the op.
Oh, he shows presence and immediately runs because they know he has this off.
Narrowing, Odin spam away from falling just to cover the retreat. CNED, dash expended nice and early.
I think the reason that this composition works for EDG though is that they have good
Wait, that's an old school fucking TV channel.
Them around.
I haven't seen that in a fucking...
And in a situation
maybe
like
decade.
this, the economy doesn't look good.
I didn't even know it still existed.
FUT are going to be cautious, they're going to be slow, and EDG are going to be taking risks. You will often see Thrifties converted in high-pressure moments like this.
Let me see.
EDG already trying to set themselves up to succeed. Looks like they wanted to commit to a push deep out here, up onto the site. This is full committal occurring. Nobody right into the back of the site. Classic in hand, and Chichu. This position right here could do some damage and potentially cause some harm, but
really I actually really like that
here
spot.
From the FUT players. They do survive and get that plant down for them.
Pretty good aim.
Planted.
EDG with a difficult task ahead. And a question of what they really want to commit into this one. With Simon's ult in the back pocket, do you save this one still with the gap closing? Swap around with the weaponry. Rifle now into the hands of Kang. Smoggy holds the approach, Perch stop gliding forwards, an attempt to play off of that util, but now the counter spam.
How do you get the op out?
And the counter play, how do you get the op out? It's hard committed, deep into the pit. Simon, where's this flash landing, man? Flicks it up to the side as well. Time is ticking away from it. Will collect at least the 1 kill, but the peak of the util is perfection. And right from behind with a wrap around, the op will not survive another day. Up to 9 now for FUT. The gap now just 2 rounds away from equalizing.
That's the risk of taking a weapon like that, heavily committed into an eco situation. You're unlikely to win. One player's coming in there without a weapon in hand. You don't want to use your big ultimate on Simon because you want to save that for the future. The same logic should apply to the op. So all right, they don't have that to work with. Can they make the ult work for them? The gap closes to 2. C completely open. I mean, look at this. The defensive side has holes in it every single round.
Insanely as well, this hard read. I don't know if it is a hard read, but FUT just already
making
a move over towards the C side. The EDG wants nothing to do with the A contestation. He can feel the pincer. They tried that move on him before.
Yeah, they've run this play
before. Fall prey for it this time. He survives.
So they take spawn.
Play for his life.
This,
the last time they also
I would have liked this smoke to be here and take spawn.
Control.
Doing it again.
Oh,
this time trying to play for Mounty here. So many footsteps, EDG.
That's
you
so
absolute
risky.
madman. Paranoid up, not blinded. He needs some help, and bailout will be afforded and wrist played. Now as the squeeze is coming in, rolling thunder at least to relieve that pressure. Smoggy is ridiculous. Can't quite squeeze himself right through the doors. It just closes shut between him and the site. It's going to be flipped around once more. FUT though, only 2 of their players surviving. One ways blooming and blossoming. FUT are scrambling now. Players rummaging and rumbling towards the site. This is just absolutely absurd for Fallen to deal with. Damage done. Dodging and weaving. Phantom in hand. CNED the last one left, but not for much longer.
Dude, this like A-B pinch is very successful right now for EDG. Now, while they might walk away this map with a win, I am very worried about their next Lotus game, right? Because I haven't seen a lot of like really, really great defensive ideas outside of this setup. And once you know the setup, you can counter it. You can definitely counter it. So they're gonna need to keep innovating like as this tournament goes on. While they look good here, does not mean they're gonna look good next time.
Now from FUT.
And I mean, guys might just be saying the same stuff that I am, which is, guys, what on earth are you doing? Flip the map. You know, go and take some of their territory. You know it's undefended because you know they're all behind you. A back-to-back tactical timeout.
Back-to-back timeout?
EDG also taking a tac timeout off the back of this?
Not too sure. Could be some confusion from us in terms of actually who initially called it, but
possible.
We'll get it cleared up.
But it's looking long.
Yeah, it is looking long, isn't it? Yeah. Says EDG timeout.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well. EDG
time to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, they probably need another strategy here, right? FUT are gonna learn from their mistakes. You can't just run the same push out B, push out A strat to get to 13. Probably. So what do you do to be able to get over the line here? They've been winning about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 defense rounds. I mean, 1 in 4 puts them at overtime.
Wait, it's supposed to be like, wait, I didn't think you'd take it like that.
As you already mentioned, it can come from any one of these players. They're talented. Seen it. Put away, stun connecting though.
It's wild.
Just the rifles in hand. That's nice work. Spike's going to be dropped down hard.
They're flanking A. These guys are
of really no return.
EDG needs to save them.
To make some compromises. EDG opening this door with a paranoia swing. Rifle play.
Oh man, that's so
big. This guy
big.
is a menace. And he is going to save
He was
the
the only thing that could save him right there.
Simon quick on their trail right from behind. Will FUT make the same mistake again as the doors open wide? Got to flip the side, and this time they do plan towards
Let me cook.
Now they're planting towards spawn.
I'm still working.
But Mr. Fallen doesn't feel confident about getting over there. He has a teleport. They've actually planted for spawn and playing waterfall, and no one's playing spawn.
Deep Sea's close, Haunt as well, smokes in their face, EDG, chances, nobody's primed and ready, and now the ult's let loose. This guy might have found that chance, follow the trail, and you might be rewarded just with the map win, but as it fades away, classic in hand. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me! Nobody! My God! That's how the map finishes!
Ridiculous fashion. EDG take FUT's pick of Lotus.
Dude, that's nobody thinking the Fade ult still had that guy at like half health. I don't think he realized that like the Fade ult doesn't last that long. Like, he's crazy for running at this guy with a classic. Right now, like, his teammates aren't calming this guy's low. I hope you guys realize that. Like, that's not a calm, that said. Like, that didn't happen. He had a lot of HP. So he ults, he hits him. He knows he's chunked down 75 HP from, like, whatever he was at. But, like, your HP comes back. Your HP comes back. Like, bro, by the time he gets to him, this guy has 100 health. I can't believe he won that. I can't believe he just won that. I think he thought that the Fade ult, like, yeah, maybe I guess because the sound probably hadn't come back yet. I don't know. It's a really risky play for sure. Edward was indeed gaming right there. I might be down to play the new Initiator. I haven't really had my Initiator wave yet as a human. So, all right, here's that breach ult round you were talking about. Someone in chat. And I think the error happens, you'll see. So they don't really have the util necessary here. They ult in, The Omen catches timing to like not get hit by it. But these guys, they're just not, the util is not good enough to push off this line. You can see they have an aftershock to stop the flood. This is great. This is great, right? They have a breach ult that's cutting through the site. That's great. But there's nothing to take away this line. And I truly believe that normally they would have the util to do that. But here on this round, they end up using this Omen blind. And things get kind of weird, right? Because Mr. Fallen sees this fight. He uses Omen blind. They also use Fault Line. On a round like this normally, they would net these kills, or they would push the kills back, and then they would breach ult, and they would just get the site. But this is like very long and laborious. It takes forever for them to progress up to here. They have to wait this smoke out. And now they have no Omen blind to cut through the site. They have no Fault Line. And if you notice, this strat would be perfect with an Omen blind. Like, this would literally be perfect if the Omen actually had the normal paranoia. And I truly think it's just an error of, like, maybe the breach assumed, maybe the Omen assumed that the breach would Fault Line that, or that the ult would connect there. And it's just a bad assumption. It was a weird scenario they were put in, and they didn't really piece together the right thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then stats. Oh, you go far. 1 for 4 first ball with 23 kills. Jeez.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Muggle of EDG and Luna to help with some translation. Now,
wait, Muggle's not the head coach,
everybody
right?
was like really hyped. They're really surprised with that,
after?
especially since Lotus isn't exactly one of your strongest maps over in BCT China. So can you tell us how were you guys able to adjust and look that strong on this map?
大家都非常的惊喜，因为大家可能很多人都会觉得说，在新人赛区的时候，莲花古城并不是我们的强途之一。但是你们今天打得更好了，做得很棒。你们是做了哪些调整，能够做到这样的成就呢
？What is this?
没有什么特别的调整，因为这个图就是我们的强途。
没有 I know that word.
We didn't do adjustment especially because this is our strong map.
Ooh, I like that. It seems as though EDG is well equipped.
No fucking adjustments.
Champion, so let's see if they can close out this second one.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If you like slinging some mud, you can enjoy that matchup with a lot of glee because that was, at moments, a beautiful
Really?
show.
You didn't think EDG looked good there? I thought EDG looked pretty good there. I think their comp, their execs were, for once, like, very well drilled. I like their C exec. I'll find a couple of rounds. Sec. I don't want to miss. I know for a fact I thought in my head, like, oh, the third round is nice. I don't know if that was this half or the next half. Might be here. Let's see. While I'm doing this, make sure I'm not missing the next interview. Put that up. Okay. Oh, yeah, this was the push. This was the first time they did this pinch. This was when we got, like, inside all of this AB pinch. And normally I'm not a fan of pushing A. You guys have heard me a lot. So, he has no magic. That's crazy. He's got no magic. All right. So the Cypher kind of sniffing out the A push. What I really like about this whole round is the pace they bring. The pace is what makes it really nice. It's the fact that, like, they're not just using the Neon to send it. They're not just sending it with, like, an Omen blind. They stun the opening. They walk up along this wall. Their Fade Haunt's coming over from B. Their Clove is just waiting patiently. The Fade is taking first contact on anything B, but they're just waiting after throwing that Haunt. These three are walking up. A high flash is ready from this breach right here on this ping. This Omen pulls out blind when he gets close. and they prowl close. So they now know that the person holding B is very deep. They blind this entrance. They stun the entrance. And that's when the pinches started. I actually think that's such a good pinch, by the way. Like, that's a really good play. I think they were really well drilled there.
That it started prior to this incredible couple of shots from Cracks was really just some awesome
I agree that their defense was running out of shit.
We were seeing from FUT, really just not allowing EDG to get any kind of ground whatsoever. They were using their utility perfectly well, and then you had obviously those individual moments shine, and just Cracks just, well, was cracked. Here.
I mean, we kind of, you know, we heard
I'm so proud of myself for that.
Sideshow saying it, just, you know, I hadn't seen it just change seats, had he just taken over his PC in that moment, had he possessed him, because it was just an incredible...
That was all Cracks, baby. That was all Cracks. You know, and I want to keep seeing that, honestly.
The corporate
but that does
dog.
make me very excited for what we could potentially be getting into map 2 here, maybe.
Yeah, we're heading into bind after...
Fucking hit her with the, as per my last email, please stop messaging me or I will call the cops.
I think that's going to continue into the second map. It's another,
another
one of the ones where we've seen EDG experimenting. They've really broken out of their shell in Stage 2 China, so excited to see what both these teams are going to lock in, and if FUT has what it takes to bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we end up getting out of this one here, but for now, let's hear what the FUT coach had to say, guys, as we get ready for map number 2.
He knows your alias. He could be doing research.
I'm here right now with guys of
you never know.
Esports, and we have caster and translator extraordinaire Scarlett to help me out as well. And now, guys, so that was a really intense.
Now, guys.
I'm curious, what part of the game plan didn't
they
exactly
look at each other. Which one are you talking to? Guys. Yeah, like who are you talking to?
Çok sert ve başa baş bir ilk maç.
Guys.
Sizce ilk haritada
Focus.
oyun planınızda neler yanlış gitti ve bind'e giderken kendinizi nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
Kind regards.
Alışık olmadığımız komptu. Biraz oyunun başına zorlandık. Ondan sonra biraz daha oyun ortalarına gelince, pistolde verince biraz daha ara açıldı. Tekrardan kapattık, tekrardan açıldı. Derken bir half eko'ya ya da eko'ya map'i kapattırdık. Kötüydü. Bind tarafında da bir soru vardı galiba. Bind tarafında da son zamanlarda en çok üzerine koymaya çalıştığımız harita. Ne kadar onların piki olsa da umarım bizim için güzel olur.
In the first map, they played a comp that we were not that much used to. So they put a lot of points between us. Then we managed to catch up, but then we lost the pistol. And the gap
the pistol was
got
too far.
A little wide again. Yeah. We caught up again, but then they managed to take it home. And in terms of bind, I can tell that it is the map that we study most on. We try to definitely improve ourselves on bind. So we will see how it goes on the next map, despite them picking it.
Well, it sounds like you're well prepared. Thank you very much, and we're going to see if FUT can manage to take this map.
All right, great words there from Coach Gaius, but let's go ahead and send it over to the casters. Get ready for this second map. Will we get a map 3? Brennan Sideshow, it's all you.
Yeah, bind is what we're looking at already, seeing adjustments just on the composition side here. FUT moving away from like the Omen, it's a bit more unconventional from them, and also the KO, and they're going to the box standard stuff, trying to really just mirror match it in terms of that meta comp that's really just dominated
So
this
here's
map.
EDG's bind stats.
Completely different bind compared to Lotus, where on
Against
Lotus we saw two
FPX.
teams with
double
non-meta
duels here,
aligning identities,
weird.
clashing against each other, trying to figure each other out live. This is going to be who
This is
can
pretty
come up with the
new
better
actually
game
for
plans with
EDG.
the
Fairly
comp
new
at
for
the moment
EDG
that
here.
Almost all of the
Meanwhile,
top teams are
FUT.
playing. And they're playing it for a reason. It's got really good reclearability, plant denial, all of this kind of stuff.
It's
It
not
also,
looking too good.
roughly speaking, fits what these
Their
teams
first time
want
off
to
a
be
KO.
putting their players on.
Literally their
So now
first.
it comes down to
Wow.
execution.
Their first time off of KO since this one game.
Plenty of time to discuss and talk as well. I mean, there's nothing really to carry away too
What the
much from
fuck,
that
dude? That's
initial
kind of wild.
map, as you know, we were hearing
Who
from
the
coaches
fuck
of
likes
these.
KO that much on bind?
Barely a pissed around getting away from FUT that really would have made them even competitive to even drag it to OT potentially.
These guys are like
smallest of differences.
the yin
now
to my
we
yang,
look
you know?
towards bind to see if we
The
will
opposite.
get that map number 3. Or is it all just going to end here for EDG? A nice, great beginning, to be honest. They'd love to win this one in a 2-0 fashion after the kind of horrific beginning that they had in Shanghai.
That's absolutely true.
Dude,
and
really
FUT did have
so
a really strong Shanghai performance. They beat Leviathan, they beat Fnatic. These are big scalps for FUT to have taken. But they were 1-1 against the Chinese squads. Don't forget, FUT lost to FPX. And with Trace beating Vitality and FPX close to Team Heretics at this event, Might be time for EDG
I'm here
to take
for it.
another big win of their
Wait,
own.
Smog on Brim?
Let's get to it then. EDG with a setup here, nice early haunt up and over the top. That's not
nice
going to be pre-aimed. I mean, I think it's supposed to be landing on top of the grate as well, but ended up missing and still getting the value here. Spam shots fired right through the smoke.
So
through a short, jump spot not punished. Kang though with a nade. Push them back and away on either side here.
No 2 on B. These guys are going to take this. Oh, good position from Mr. Fallen.
Footsteps. Pitter patter of it.
Fuck, goaded awareness.
Noise bait.
There's another one coming though.
But yeah, Fallen. A lot of areas to look for.
Great awareness by Simon.
To just get a handle on any of them. At this point here, pistol round. Distant dream for this FUT team. They got CNED and EDG still holding on standby. And with that fight lost, really no chance in hell. CNED would
Sheriff
have to
on pistol is just so insane.
But the players' positions, EDG not giving anything away. Just a slight jiggle, and Simon, he squares up to him. Enough to deliver that final blow.
How's Simon been playing for EDG, Chad?
Again gained here for EDG.
He's one of those players where I'm not familiar with his game, you know?
Fairly simple. That horn lineup, actually, that is where that's supposed to land. Simon throws that one all the time. It is weird, because you can throw one on top of the grate. DRX kind of do.
That's a kind of off.
The fact that FUT weren't ready for it, to me, is a bit of a worrying sign for the Turkish team. Because
he's playing initiators.
That's the one that Simon throws every single time on this map. And so, if you're not ready to pre-aim that, you're probably
aim
not
looked
ready
very
for a
good
lot of
right
the other
there,
stuff
though.
they're going to bring to bind. It's probably not a map that you've done a lot of anti on coming into this match. Because the middle of the map pools for both of these teams are very similar. It could have been Bind, Sunset,
Good awareness. He was holding for the dizzy.
EDG ended up picking.
Oh.
Nobody just needs to survive with this rifle into his hands as well. He's got plenty of players that are trying to bring him down with a horn, pointing him out. So offsets and hands that rifle. Here's the adjustment and reaction out of EDG.
Chichu could go down here as well.
Goes right through.
Okay. It's already into their faces. Chichu could have gone down, but now he's going to be trying to sink this one up. CNED running them down with a shorty. Kang, quick to respond, dropping all of them.
I feel like EDG is the better team, chat.
Bulldog here.
Like, I don't feel like FUT
2v3, you smoked
are the better team yet.
Horn's going to be available in at least 4 seconds, but predictable.
But that could change.
So EDG.
Like, their little micro choices of playing together
Captain should want
aren't that good. I feel like EDG's game plan's better. I feel like they're shooting better.
And it's recoverable. That's a problem.
Kang eager to hunt down these kills as well. Built up 3 already. Spike's ticking. Yeah, you got to respect that one now at this point, but already steadily building up towards that ult. 4 away, you got to think.
Merchants, yeah, like
extremity control that easily.
EDG, CNED, cracks having like pop-off rounds.
With a bit of damage done there to their economy, are going to be able to take 1 less gun into this next round. Somebody's going to have to go onto an eco, but they'll still be fine. They'll still put a pretty dangerous bonus. Kankan at the moment is finding a lot of value out of the Sheriff. He's just
Less Simon is good, more is better. He's fucking rude. Fucking rude, you two.
Into the top, so bonus round. EDG looking to try and convert this one as well. Get off to a blitzer and start. CNED's postured away. CNED held here, but really what's the contact?
Any takers? Fade?
EDG already going to be
too
offloading
early.
that one. There's a mosh pit through TP, not much else.
Yo, the mosh coming through the TP. Whoa, that's actually fucking insane.
In there as well, at least the first point of the contact. Rifles though, that is ridiculous. Wow. The Turkish aim classic rears its head for a flawless.
Oh, there it is, chat. There it is.
Shut down at a bonus round.
Very nicely done there from FUT. EDG are going to mostly be running when they exec A, 4-1 execs. They have Chishu, late backstab showers, and the other.
I talked with Kong after they got bounced in Champs last year. Man, the way he described like the Chinese fan base, holy fuck, dude. It's like what he described. I mean, I have no true insight like other than what he told me, but it sounded like way worse than like a loss I felt on 100 Thieves. And I felt like those losses were brutal because 100 Thieves has like a really big fan base and they don't take losing very well. And they also have a lot of haters. I I bet EDG has that same thing.
It's going to be used to try and take that B-long control mosh pit on top of it.
Like, he was devastated after that champs loss, man. Like, it was rough.
Chichu was also trying to feign like there could be the potential of the lurk, but it does lock two of the players at least onto that angle on FUT side. Wrapping all the way around. Is nobody going to try and sell a fake here? What's the play?
I think the fake might be on B here, actually, and then they go through the teleport. Just judging by where Chichu is.
I have no idea if they're more... Yeah, I have no clue. I just know what he told me.
That's not bad, though. I mean...
We were, like, walking around the venue and shit.
Krax is still going to rotate, though. He smells a rat.
Yeah, he feels it, doesn't he? But them losing that shower's control. Here's the TP now.
3 here.
FUT going to be asked the question, can they hold this one back? Nade's already rebounded nice and early with the C's. Good connection.
Fuck, the C's nades have been ridiculously good.
Satchel's a little bit iffy there, not able to get out of dodge as the Haunt wasn't pre-fired, revealed up most, and they've lost a little bit of control of this one. EDG will have to respond, and he will do so! Wrapping it all the way through. Beautiful control with a rifle. Smoggy trying to go straight back at him. Blow for blow into the 1v1. Time getting against him. Kang gonna get this spike planted down.
He has all.
Online.
Oh my god.
Showstopper here and ready. Satchel's away still with a rifle. Now lets it loose. Another captain you've got to be fearing for your life. Not a sound, mate, not a peep. Doesn't want to give anything away. Just has to wait this one out along with the fuse for the pre-fire into the corner. Misjudged by Kang. It was a gamble in the end, but he does reposition with her now. Ada captain, hello, stick in this. Revealed! But a bullet
he's
to the
cold.
dome.
He's cold.
Enough to deliver that third round now.
Massive round, dude. The reset round after the bonus, grinding out those 2 kills from EDG. Holy fuck.
Ada captain was breathing down his neck, but it's not Kang really that secures the round for them. The Smoggy 3K, it just comes out of nowhere. Smoggy over here. Being able to get the kill onto CNED is fair enough, but then beautiful 1v2 onto Mr. Fallen and Krax.
Yeah, I miss.
And that makes
Dude, the Brazil tournaments are pretty fire.
Otherwise, FUT
hopefully we get like a full arena over there. Still a country that's been elusive for me in my life.
Online now.
I've always wanted to go to Brazil.
Make it a little bit less complicated.
I want to go to Carnival.
For the defensive calling, that has been a problem as you've already highlighted.
Is the rifling really?
Yeah. Winning the fights out.
Yeah, rifling and also some of the micro stuff.
Now the captain is hyper committed. Over towards that B-long angle. Cena just watching too. It's a nade used relatively early. To no avail, to be honest. I mean, EDG are happy to just sidestep it out. A bit of spam though, and bullets, you can't really disrespect that. And here's an attempt that he executes.
Immediately canceled out of the ult.
Mr. Fallen
damn.
Control of it.
That's kind of a blunder.
Look at a second round of things as long as he waits it out.
I guess
7 seconds.
What he has going for them though, if that
attempting to speed it up, the tempo increased. That popping from Kang. No results found. Rifles in the hands of FUT. They want to put a stop to this one. The battle lines are drawn into the sand with the TPs here, and now a thrash as well to try and at least collect a few more. No, broken just before he can step past it.
2 spotted though, I think.
Yeah, and Chichu and Smoggy.
Oh, he caught him.
Positions are noted now. Just down to Smoggy. 41 health and the pre-aim onto the ankle. EDG.
Not a fan of that hookah flood from EDG. I think working the outsides of the map, making sure that they have B-long control is going to be crucial, critical against the way that FUT are playing. The defensive setups are remarkably good, actually, from FUT.
Yeah, I think it's typically...
This is, you know, a different composition.
It's hard in esports because it's a little bit different than traditional sports where, like, the money isn't necessarily there. So the players kind of do have to interact with the fans. If they want to be, like, a sustainable pro, like, over a long period of time, they want to build their brand. They want to be engaged with the fan base. They want to have that presence in the community. If you want to make a career out of it, if you want to, like, actually make this a thing for yourself, like, that's a part of the job, actually. So yeah, you kind of have to.
For a couple of peaks down a short.
Yeah. There's certain things you can ignore, like you don't have to read the VLR comments and all that shit.
The more I might start to become a believer, even if they're working with the pistols. Smokes
but like,
down and out.
whether you like it or not, if the entire community is like
so we're going to be pushed out of the back
literally riding your team and
EDG
you're not playing well,
most of the mollies coming their way. Plant from Simon is committed to see.
They will set the narrative. Like how Sentinels, the narrative is like, oh, they can't run deadlock.
The difference is they don't have the rifles.
That's
but again,
literally
that might not stop
created
EDG.
by the community. We don't really know. I mean,
Satchel,
it did look horrible.
Pre-fired. He was just following the trails there, and the rifle spray down. Kang. Trying to relieve that pressure.
Right, 3-3.
Falling, sticking. Have onto the defuse. Needs to be something to offload and push this one back, but sticking it all the way to safety. Despite the kills that are flooding in from EDG. Damage definitely done to the economy, but a round win FUT will be happy to walk away with.
Absolutely the case, but FUT should not have allowed it to get that close. They also would have liked to win that round without having to use the showstopper, because now they have...
No, I mean, it wasn't created by me because I wouldn't do it after one time. I witnessed it all throughout Americas, and like the community was very harsh on them throughout Americas. And then they brought the deadlock comp into champs, and that's when I was harsh because, yeah, I mean, you expect to see better coordination.
Brawl in the skirmish, Prowler disrespected Yeneche. He's way ahead of it. He's traded, Thrash just biting at the heels there. The captain's going to be detained.
Oh, he's dead.
Strike collected, slowed to a crawl.
Got out? No, he didn't get out.
Brought down. Not expecting this though. Mr. Fallen just anchoring, holding it down, locked down the position.
Fallen.
But finally struck from behind.
1 on 2.
But it's a little bit too late here for Smoggy. Brings it to that 1v2 with the spike hard committed into the site.
Yes, they're both here. They dulce me outright.
Hard task ahead of him. Pre-firing away into the corners. Doubled up is all it takes from FUT. That
nice
discipline.
Shot, Ned.
It's tough to criticize, but I think EDG, I mean, they're going to take a tag time out here, but I think they needed to call a cancel, a slowdown in the round once they got that ult combo.
Yeah.
They had an enormous player advantage, but they just made it super obvious which side they were hitting, and the rotates were already on the way from A. They also had a very late player coming up B long, and in the end, that anchoring player of Mr. Fallen did so much to win FUT the round there. That's huge ult investments. They had plenty of time when they were coming through hookah there. They could have slowed things down and just been happy with the fact that they had them on the back foot, had a Thrash orbital strike combo. A bit of panic, chaos thrown into the calling there for EDG. Small things, but they're going to make the difference when you get to champs. I think nobody had a blinder of a game on Lotus too.
So
just the utility and the way that he was setting
the
up
reason why
minimizing his feeding plays, which are like that's a genuine thing when it comes to nobody getting value. But right now he's zero.
So there's been a lot of people that have tried this comp. Holy fuck, I have so many tabs open right here. Fnatic obviously tried against BBL. They were successful. We ran it. Moistec Shopify ran it quite a bit. The last 2 games in the playoffs didn't go very well, but the initial ones were kind of nice. M80 has run, in my opinion, the best playoff of the Deadlock Cypher with the Yoru added in. And then Turtle Trooper, actually Dark Zero, are the ones that started all this shit. And they were very successful up until the last game against Blinn. But yeah, a lot of teams had tons of success using this shit.
These easy pickoffs.
They do tend to play quite a bit slower with Kangkang's op, but
okay,
immediately it finds value.
Was that jump spot? Jump spot you?
Almost to get at him out. A short. With Yeneche gone as well, at this point, could make a few plays, but risks have to be played here by FUT as well. Seeking to offset the disadvantage. Chichu, it was almost there, man. Almost good enough, just done.
But yeah, so like the thing, bring it back full circle. First principles. The problem is with like the coach and players not caring about the fans. So.
Floating him.
Holy
damage
fuck.
done potentially through the bodies as well. He's played Mr. Fallen in, but again, tip tap at the right
could have gotten that, but that was a good double face.
Great movement from the EDG players, enough to survive into this one here.
It's solid.
We'll lock down that side
no
line.
smokes.
They'll be able to step past that one.
Kong in hookah holding the cross spawn.
Might be the playmaker. No, brought down to his knees. So just the one, and it's cracks.
Smoggy is back in Tokyo form, I'm telling you.
Exactly where he might be playing from. Chooses to back away, knows it's an impossibility.
Bit of a misread from Mr. Fallen. He thought that the EDG team was going to...
Okay, so yeah. What I was starting to yap about right there is... We're in Fnatic's fucking page right now. So if we look at like Sen, you could say like, well, why do they look at the fan shit? Like, why do they care? Well, if they were to lock in this deadlock Cypher comp again, here's the thing. Some of the people on Sentinels know that their job could be on the line if they lose that game. If they're so stubborn with it and the community is so against it and they get embarrassed, like that's a game that could cause you to lose your job. And like, while you can say like, oh, the community doesn't really matter, blah, 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 you should focus on winning, like that will definitely play a part in the decision making.
You know that Showers has given up, but the timing's
I love that play, by the way.
Make sure that they crunch that one. So mosh pit through alongside the C's nade. It's all committed nice and early. That's a lot of big tools that FUT would like to use to try and stunt and stop a fast exec. Not that's really any time coming soon with EDG playing his attack side op.
No, they're going to be slow. They're going to be looking for picks. And FUT at some point may peek for info. Similar to how EDG was going for that jump peek, he'll have thought he was safe there, trying to take the safer option in the previous
spread
round.
out looking for picks on the lanes. This is kind of wild. They're all looking for picks on the lanes. They're not even holding for pushes.
EDG is working.
That's kind of insane.
Forwards. Again, what a risk.
Yeah, super risky. Just don't know where this operator's going to be, and not just that, you don't know where the players are going to be. Chichu, there with a punish. Make him think twice about it.
He is so fucking back,
his life yet again cracks. So he's going to play spoiler inside the smoke. Has to dodge most of the util coming his way, including the bullets. Nobody with the plan as well. Here's that reload, but sprays away and does reveal his position. Seen it up and over the top. He's praying that a head will be revealed to him, but nobody graceful enough to oblige. So this Lamps controls the aim of the game here for EDG. Haunt.
Nobody's 0-8.
Nobody's going to be spotted. Orbital strike from Ada Captain. Good to clear this one through and away. Dizzy, but over the top at the wall. Gives him that cover. Kang full run in.
Oh.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh my god, that
it's
adjustment.
A ridiculous adjustment, and Simon's still locking down control. FUT have no more chances available to them. And CNED has to concede the space, has to concede the round.
What's up, Ranted? What's up, what's up?
FUT are giving away too many early kills. I mean, EDG in this round taking an egregious risk, I think. Getting caught by Shishu.
For pre-fires.
But then also, what a whiff from Ada Captain coming around the back as well. There are opportunities for FUT to be able to
I'm
get
not sure
back
which one
into
you
these
saw.
rounds,
I could
or
answer
to,
you.
You know, just stabilize and not give away the advantages at the beginning. But EDG are playing patiently, playing slowly with the op, and it's getting so much value because FUT are getting antsy, and it's forcing mistakes out of them. Maybe not even forcing the mistakes out of them necessarily. It's just the sheer lack of information.
Oh, the Viper's short.
And FUT make the unforced error. We haven't seen a CNED Kang sniper battle yet today.
Yeah, not quite blessed with it.
So that last round, I assume you mean the short kill from Chichu? Okay, yeah.
Players in position. Much harder shot to land though. Walled into the face of CNED. You do not want to be peeking through that one. Kang looks his way up. Chichu was already there, way ahead of him.
Good support by Chichu. Holy fuck.
Firepower's there. First picks.
Really good support.
Slow and steady as you go for EDG.
Chichu just leaves, so they're going to pounce on B.
Barely spots the leg. Damage done to Cracks. Drops him down to 5 HP.
And a captain incentivized to go aggressive. In a round like this, you've got to take risks. It's not similar to the previous, where you wanted to minimize.
Long pile. Fade drawing attention.
EDG putting a slow squeeze on FUT right now. It's working.
Both Prowler's going to be committed. They know that there's at least some presence out towards the hook angle. Util going to be used to push them back here.
Holy fuck.
And the captain is very much alone in
Molly,
this spot.
was that on the flood out?
Without too much to work with. Another round wait. EDG to get this plant down. Ults are really starting to become a problem soon as well.
Yeah, massive issue. I was wondering if Kang would even get the plant here, actually, to get his showstopper online, but...
Yeah, I think EDG can win a trophy.
Pretty sure he feels comfortable being able to pick up an ult orb. Captain going for a dance, seeing if he can get any closer to a range where the Stinger's favored.
He'll advise, though, to really just tango with this guy, Kang.
Yeah, first it's rough.
Again, just so keen.
It was very stressful for me. It's something that I haven't really talked a lot about, actually, about my time on 100 Thieves, and ultimately, like, something that honestly did aid in the decision to like step down. Like I told the org I was not going to be coaching before Champions, in case you guys are wondering. Not the players, but the org. Like I did tell them, like, I mean, I'm aware as a competitor, like, and just I'm a realist. So what I told them was this. I was like, oh, wow, what a play. Like, I have full intentions of, like, not coaching next year. I'm, like, I was kind of talking with them a lot throughout the year, so I'm just giving you cliff notes.
Popping it around with the weaponry, no noise made. Control gained.
I knew he was going to hit that shit. I fucking knew it.
He will be punished out of captain. Molly has to rebound, and they know exactly where it is. It's blood in the water.
Holy.
And EDG are keen for it.
But yeah, so like, it's just really hard. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, when you're on an org like 100 Thieves or like Sentinels, like one of these clouded orgs, it was the first time I'd really experienced that, I think, maybe since, nah, because even when we first joined Cloud9 was like not known in Counter-Strike. I remember when we joined Cloud9, when Jack reached out to us in Katowice, I thought Cloud9 could have been like a scam org because I knew nothing about League of Legends. I was like, what the fuck are these guys and why do they want to pay us so much money? Like, are they gonna fucking scam us?
Hong Kong's operator is the tip of the spear.
So I never had that feeling on like Complexity.
Is blooming and blossoming.
Before that, like Area 51. Never had that feeling like Misfits. Never had that feeling in Echo Fox. To an extent, Cloud9 because we're the best team in the
had the money at any point in this half. A defense side op would actually be a good idea, but he's never had the economy to get one online.
Like only a select amount of orgs have that pressure.
If that had gone down untraded, you know, maybe the round's a little different. But
like most orgs or most players feel pressure from like within the team, and that's kind of it, right? Most orgs. But orgs like Sentinels, they feel pressure from within the team, from like their own peers and like their co-workers, obviously, because they're in a professional environment. They can be replaced any day. They feel pressure from the org itself, right, to create content and to deliver results because they are a clouded org. And the third thing is the fan base. Like, so you get all 3 points of pressure like coming in. Whereas like there's some orgs that just get like none of that, right? Like there were moments last year for like EG or like even Cloud9, like they were flying under the radar completely, right? Whereas like some of the big orgs, you know, they're getting content made about them constantly. So there's like a lot of things they're working against. You think we get a map 3? I don't know. EDG looking really fucking good.
And orbital strike and then pit in the post plant. It's going to be so tough. You've put yourself in an awful spot now.
Money's at the point now where EDG, look at him. I mean, he's flexing his wealth. He's swapping around the weaponry like nobody's business. Rifle at your feet.
You get an AWP. Yeah. You get an AWP.
Exactly. And they are grouped up fully over towards A here. So EDG potentially thinking about cooking up a play to punish a defensive pit if it was laid down by EDG, but he's nowhere near this A site.
Gonna drop the wall for him to pick.
Gives free ground for EDG. Smokes it down.
I like this EDG, guys. It's like old EDG.
Potential player.
Letting Kong all pick with this.
There is no showers control for EDG.
Built around him.
In the danger zone. Plant down now. Nobody going to be aiming to get that one, but it's pre-fired down and away. And a pit preemptive here from EDG.
That's a really good Viper pit. What the fuck?
So.
Yeah.
Where did he start this from?
Controlling really important sight lines. It's going to make it much easier for FUT to deny plant.
Actually,
the A side is just entirely
I don't think the plant will be in the pit.
Entwine.
If they go through the teleporter, EDG is waiting.
This is really where it gets awkward.
Big fight.
As well, because
the next fight,
to me right now, is looking like a bit.
This fight will cause a round to collapse if he wins it.
Spot here. They know that showers is a problem. They can't quite clear it again. Nobody going to go for a second round of things. Wingman back online. Nightfall called, but want to fight. This time held down as the rifle's in hand, running and gunning.
Big fight win and killing Wingman again.
Nobody right from behind those. Smokey strikes back, and one left alone. It's EDG. Once more asked to do way too much. They don't even want the A side, taking it. Okay, I mean, TP.
So tragic from EDG's point of view. He was in hookah the entire round.
Brutal.
If only he'd waited there, maybe he could have caught Kankan, but of course he rotated.
Spike planted.
He is going to be unexpected. Having said that, Smoggy's watching.
Yeah, he is. Might have even spotted him there. Unorthodox angle. EDG's got a lot to clear. Lot to clear, not enough, not just with the Bulldog in his hand. So an 8-4 finish, felt almost preordained, I think, from the way that EDG were playing that one. Another strong showcase here for Bind.
Lovely performance from EDG. It really is. They're looking strong to try to close this one
out. Like, I don't actually know, so like who would have like a lot of pressure on them? Like NRG have a lot of pressure on them. They didn't used to, but now that like they've made these big like splash signings and like the clouded brands have been built, like now all of a sudden like NRG has like pressure. But like teams like Furia and MIBR, I feel like receive such little pressure. Even EG, like they don't get a lot of pressure. They don't like feel. They don't feel the pressure that like Sentinels feels, like, or even like Loud, dude. Yeah, like there's certain teams like when they lose, guys, the amount of hate that comes into them in those moments is insane. It's like greater than the love from the wins. You know, like it's ridiculous. So like there's players that don't have to deal with that type of scenario where the hate for the losses is just so overwhelming sometimes. PRX, I'm sure too, yeah. I mean, I'm a lot different now that I'm older, but I can tell you that when I was a player, after losses like that, on Cloud9 or even like later in my career, it would make me not want to stream. Like I wouldn't want to show my face, you know, like, and I'm sure a lot of players deal with shit like that. Like, yeah.
Untested. I mean, I know that they've said in interviews that they put a lot of work into their own.
Like you don't want to have to deal with all the harassment and all that nonsense.
A lot of extra elements that go amiss for them so far.
Like you're already fucking
convincing.
And
shameful of your performance as it
very
is.
Convincing. Their B setup in particular, I think they play around Nobody's Dizzy excellently. EDG have been putting in the work. It didn't look super convincing in China. It looked like the other teams were catching up. But maybe that's a sign of the entire region finally ready to take scalps in a major way.
But no one would be surprised if they just never win ever again.
To it with
Benny?
Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
This is another EMEA team looking to fall here to the #1 seed from China.
I didn't see that. Wow, I did not see that. Was it? Was
down the naysayers, the doubters, but bullet straight to the dome into Kang.
Jesus.
Be holding your breath a little bit longer.
Did Kang have a sheriff too? Double orb.
CNED wants to square up to this one here. He's trying to be cool, calm and collected with the aim, but didn't get really enough to survive. He did get the one before the trade come through. Instant reaction, FUT make their way over towards B, but the Spike is, I guess, different ideas about it. Mr. Fallen's moving in a different direction. They know that A is completely opened up here with TPs heard and called. EDG now have lost all semblance of map control.
And FUT planning for backside here.
FUT do this backside
plan quite a way that they really struggled to on Lotus, but here on Bind, understanding how important that is. Krax is in a great position to backstab.
They look like they're in a good spot
to
win this round.
Should be focused on going down short.
You can hear the footsteps. Fallen catches it, sees the two of them. Mosh still available, ready and waiting for this, and striking from behind, Krax. Happy to deliver the death blow, at least the Chichu flashes in util, a little bit too much to overcome, tapping away with a ghost in hand. Smoggy is crouching for dear life, and even just returns the fire himself. 2v3 now.
Still no chance.
They need a lot more where that came from. Time starting to get away from them. Ada Captain again will ward them back. Dropping the two of them, pissed around for FUT, grants them that lifeline.
They needed that. If there was any chance of coming back into Bind, pushing things to sunset, which would also be a brutal map for FUT. I think it's probably EDG's best, the decider here. A nice opener from CNED. That one starts to get the job done. CNED himself is going to pick up a Vandal heading into the next round too. And EDG full stacking the B site. Now, when I said earlier that their B defense is good, this is not the standard, but I think their B defense is going to be pretty potent here.
Drop it up holding. Even trying to take that fight straight up.
He won it.
Yeah, he did win it, but the rifle's going to be retrieved. But you have to worry about this.
The Brimmy.
Cutting up these angles out of Captain. Molly at the feet of many of them. Smoggy, hello. That was just not coordinated in the slightest. Out of Captain. He's having a field day. He's farming up multiple kills. Just needs to keep this rifle going.
He really does need the rifle. He's got reinforcements coming back along, so they might be able to recover this.
Okay.
Or throw it away, perhaps.
Yeah. Wait, Crash, you're not swinging that? We're not trading that right there? We're running?
Now. An opportunity.
Okay.
They don't want to let this one slip. These FUT are already the ones who have made it nice and open. Possibility for them. Backing away this time, though. FUT want to play this one with more discipline. Crossfire set up nade. Just rebounding. A lot of angles to clear. Simon's going to be trying to take that first point of contact. Defuse. Trying to stick this. Half. Dizzy dealt with again. But the adjustment and a rifle aim. Not quite there for the EDG players. Definitely did some damage. Don't get me wrong.
FUT will be very happy that the Vandal got delivered back to them as well. Kankan picked that one up, and so FUT can save it into the next round. It is going to mean, though, that 2 players have got to sit there with pistols. Whereas if the bonus had gone a bit better, they would have had full 5 rifles online. EDG doing damage to the economy. The only downside was, Adacaptain got so many kills, he's kind of getting close to that orbital strike. He's only 2 away. Could get into a good position with it, and then make a very unwinnable post. What a shot from CNED.
Okay, if he's firing like this...
CNED just swinging these lines to open up the rounds.
Shutting down a star player of China.
A-Merchants was right.
Growler gliding past, could bait somebody right in here in the footsteps, maybe. Simon's back onto the angle.
He knows this is fake pressure in showers now. This is great information for Simon.
He's moved right past it. EDG might be getting a closer look and a tango. Simon does not expect it.
Wow.
Gave it those timings. They both thought that they had the read, but it's EDG.
Fucking classic, bro.
Top. Even if he did just have that pistol in hand. Never to push this one back now. No plant denial, so it's the following.
I didn't even think, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think EDG would be super aware. I thought he had great timing and EDG would be looking at radar or some shit.
Them left. They've already made the call to just not even play into it.
Super good awareness.
What a disciplined decision there to just save in a 3v5. I mean, obviously, you've lost 2 players. It's going to be very difficult.
I'm also surprised
the other factor that
Simon
might be
didn't clear
into it is that if you go for
I'll agree with that.
You take...
So, this was the trap play I was, like, glazing quite a bit in the first half. It looks something like this. And what happens is the Brim will smoke long off of, like, the default setup. So, say the Brim will jump spot. They'll start defaulting. When they feel the shower pressure coming, the Brim will smoke, the Gecko will come down, the Gecko will molly. They'll initiate this trap play. Here's what it actually looked like. This is such a good trap play. So you can see the Brim playing long, the Haunt comes in, that makes the Gecko come down. It's super off-timed, but you could see how good that would be. Like, if that Seize hits you, you can't get out.
But most of what we've seen from the Turkish superstar is excellence. I mean, he's been going
really tricky play that probably gets them a lot of kills.
Sights up for them on the entry.
It's like Util will get them a kill right there quite often.
I think, if they want to make this comeback a reality.
Rolling back the years a little bit, CNED. These kind of performances. One of 4 players at this event that could potentially lift the second CHAMPS trophy.
If FUT are the team that lifts the second CHAMPS trophy.
I mean,
CNED wasn't favored to lift the first one. That one came out of nowhere with Ascend in 2021.
Very, very true.
But it is CHAMPS. I mean, that just shows you the fact that CNED has that trophy, shows you a lot of it is about turning up at the tournament.
Chat, we have a potential
having
pie.
That form, having that excellence when it matters. That's what all the Chinese fans are hoping EDG can do as well. But Kankan's going to get shut down. That light armor not helping.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication, I think, as well, that sightline was open. Right for the taking here, FUT. They're pouncing on the chance. Another plant down, dude. 2 players left to stand. Smoggy might just want to save this rifle. Simon can go hunting, poking around, maybe see if he can take some guns out of hands of them, but again, the question remains, do you want to be generating these ults for them? Because one away, CNED, Mr. Fallen, they're holding on to these angles. Fallen's got it.
And CNED could play for it.
Okay, while we exit this round, just look at how drilled this shit is, by the way. This is like really cool. So this is where they get in, the wall drops, right? So CNED is not aware that these guys probably cross with the wall up. So he comes out, they get this kill. He immediately mollies off spawn so no one else can rotate in. This is that C's that I was pointing out yesterday. It's so interesting that like the next day we get to see it again. So this C's is really good because it will give them true info on like where the person is. If they're in this corner, you'll see the line there, side, backside, whatever. So you get like true info basically on your exec to know exactly how to use util. I don't want to miss the next round. We're still not in freeze time. Immediately after they dizzy, the dizzy travels like the perfect distance to get like under tube. They're spamming when it pings. Like there's so many good things they do right there on that exec.
He can come up with a game plan here. It's got to be one that takes into account that CNED's got a showstopper to burst down, you know, if he wants to go hookah or if he wants to go through short. And he's going to have a Thrash clearing the way from him as well. And if you decide to play retake setups, first of all, those are difficult on bind. And secondly, FUT are probably going to sniff that out and just save one of the ults for post plan. It is really tough to deal with rounds like this where it's an eco swing round.
Have they gotten around this
after? Broken economy. Normally teams will decide to try to take aggressive fights. Because if you can challenge FUT before they get into position to use their showstopper or their Thrash, then maybe you've got a chance. If you can get that pick early enough, you got to take risks in rounds where you've got a disadvantage like that.
Question's
Just
going to be
in and out of the haze.
Playbook of EDG on the defensive half. So, you know, as much as we were singing the praises of it,
say
a
map
lot of, that
of streaks.
Them letting teams exec into them.
Yeah.
And anchoring against that. You're not going to want to do a strat like that when the other team has massive attack ultimates.
That might be occurring.
Oh, what a read.
Yeah. This is a highlight set about
so close to
might be just trying to beam down CNED if he tries to make the move towards it. Mosh, unconventional location for it. Jump spot and Horn.
It's a bit like 100
through.
here.
Thrash is going to try and lead the way, pave a chance potentially for them to get themselves into their side. Kang forced and pushed back and away. Chichu playing spoiler.
Ooh,
rifle spray down. Barely escaping off to the side as well. This fight's happening.
Damn, he broke
Dizzy
and still got that.
Just needs to back away and
this
survive.
guy is a machine.
Around the corner, rifle reload.
Get him,
on
Chichu.
point.
Fucking get him.
Corner. This guy is low. But the damage done, as I said prior,
he's going to get caught.
Might be enough.
Can he take another
one? Yeah, I mean, there's fire from every single avenue. Reclear cord, EDG trying to go with this one, a bit more pace as well. That's Dizzy and TP, reclear around. CNED, he's offloaded the ult as well, and now everybody scatters right to the win. This is just sloppy gaming.
He's one shot as well, one Vandal body shot, and he goes down in that situation. He's popped the ultimate there just to try to stabilize the round.
Oh, no.
So it's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and I think EDG will be super happy about how this one has turned out.
Yes.
As bonkers as it seemed,
big win for
EDG. Reset into a
chat.
situation where they can win. They've even got the read correct.
Can I
players
get a
defending
motherfucking Gyro EDG?
Time becoming an issue. Rotating away though. Simon Haunt didn't see anything. He thinks it's towards B.
This is such a big
Where's
round
that
for
Marsh?
EDG.
Nobody. Waits it out. EDG's planting. There's nothing to clear this one away. He's just trying to walk up onto the angle. He does spot him weak enough. Bullet to the chest, as you already mentioned.
Full kit on a Gecko. Not bad.
Mosh overhead.
Don't die with this wingman.
All combined.
Okay.
Wingman's out. Get that first tap. Force them out wide. Simon. That is a Ferrari peak on the swing.
Simon says, sit the fuck down.
Defense, jumping, hopping up onto the box. EDG. They stem the bleeding.
Frustration for CNED. They had massive advantages in that round, and EDG took it away.
I am indeed rooting for EDG right now. I'm
Not
going
necessarily
against my
at the start of the round. They had 4 players stacked over towards A, recognizing that Thrash showstopper.
They got me again. These motherfuckers. Every tournament, they trick me. But they look like they're back in the Tokyo form. When EDG is in the Tokyo form, they can beat anyone. They can literally beat anyone when they aim like this.
that the region is known for.
Hong Kong needs to be slightly more dominant, though.
And now very different ults
Smoggy
to come online.
Chichu, they're fucking
close to ones that are good in the post plant, not ones that are good to open up a site. Whereas EDG are just starting to get to their first of everything. Double stack up towards Hookah here.
That's not true at all.
It's all about timing.
No way. Trying to take this one again. Attack play once broken.
Wow.
Good adjustment with the rifle aim, but it's traded.
Dude.
So 4 versus 4. That's where we
that
stand
single kill
18.
could keep them in this game.
Smokes up in their face. FUT. They have the position, could try and explode out into this one, and they're going to do just that now. Nobody's got to push this one back and away. Prowler in his face nade as well. Got to respect that. Tiptoeing around most of this util, falling with the plan as well. That's Wingman sprayed down and away.
Great play by nobody.
A chance here, but do they have a second wave of util? EDG might just try and put a stop to it. No, out of Captain gets that extension and an ult earned over the strike to carry forwards into the next. It's good into this post
one off,
plan,
some big ults over here. Hong Kong
they still have
and
Molly
Simon.
as well.
Full rotate backside.
Control over lamps. Held down, pre-fires around, C's dropped, and players alongside it. This is EDG winning this one out, forwards and away, rifles, crouch and spraying.
Oh no, they might think Brim is shower, it didn't ping him. Oh god, they might...
My god, man! Running them down.
Oh man,
EDG, they take away another
that's
one.
a star play. That's a star play right there by Hong Kong. Just actually sticking with it, trusting his gut and clearing that line. I don't know if he heard something or what. I honestly probably would have thought there's a very high likelihood that guy's in shower. Maybe he brim mullied.
2 players, one caught by the C's, the other flicked onto. Cine could not trade.
That was
in terms of the
so
rifle
big,
skill
though.
today, EDG have turned up to a higher degree, I think, than FUT. Not every player, Yedderjay and CNED still holding their own, finding good timings.
Stop. You guys, nah, you guys are literally. This is misinformation at its finest.
Team fight scenarios more often.
How do you think for the primer? Playana, yo, thanks for the 2 months.
Suddenly the shoe is on the other foot.
Oh, back. Helter Skelter.
Okay, all right.
Almost.
Looking for a new co-caster at this point.
That is not. Potty words are not allowed outside of that.
That's even worse, isn't it?
It's even worse.
But EDG have got massive ultimates, right? And these are good for defense. And Hong Kong has got enough money to pick up the operator, which, spoiler alert, he has. So, CNED guys, they're all going to be there trying to figure out how do they get past all of the tools that EDG have to now close out the map and close out the series.
And EDG would love to do that. Again, reiterating, they've got a very angry hometown crowd after the back of that Shanghai performance where they just bombed out entirely. But maybe this event could be the event for China. We're already seeing upsets occurring, as we already mentioned. You know, Trace the other day over Vitality, EDG. This wouldn't necessarily be an upset. I think most people were panning this one to be quite a close match, but
I'm doing the lazy ass Viper wall, like a U-Haul Viper wall. Doesn't even cut through.
EDG 1 and 4 across Madrid and Shanghai. So that shows you how desperate they are for a win.
It's been dire this year. EDG
I think it's a great transition.
Down and lay down that pit.
Love that, actually. He has respect to the players in the team.
But do not have big ults to try and clear their way through this one.
The goated transition, yeah.
And
if the player's willing to do it.
Looking at the pit, wondering whether they should be going inside it, pressuring it. They have no showers control. Normally, if you're going to pressure a pit like this, you need showers.
And this is where
it's often a hard transition for the player.
That transition showcasing wide open just from the inability, I think, just to pass through some of these defensive setups. Kang with the op, posted back up. Chances now at a captain. Top of the fountain. Needs to stay alert.
He knows.
Know which angle it's going to be. Barely a leg spotted out and through.
Even if you're pressuring, though, he's got the showstopper in his back pocket.
Yeah.
So you can't run him down this time.
So we can afford to play this one a little bit more close. He doesn't even catch onto the corner. I mean, seeing it's failed to even clear this one here, it's used as a response. At least EDG going to be getting util pulled back out.
Come on, Bianca, what about Fang?
And given up. Wingman spots it. Nobody. You're really going to try and take this fight. Live and true here. It's a showstopper. It's already used preemptively. 25 seconds left.
Dude.
The door's open, wide open.
20 seconds.
The man, slow play all you like here. Stumbling.
TP
EDG
is in. Brim's still here.
Struggling to even
Brim's
put a
got
stop to it.
15.
TP pivots though. Round and round we go. Smoggy. He's
Smoggy.
ADS'd. He's locked it up. Pit dropped down to try and get them into spot as well, but a molly stopped them from even getting this plan down. Barely enough time on the clock to do so.
But now that they have secured the plant, the round almost unwinnable. Smoggy was the last chance, the last hope for EDG. Their B defense collapsing a little, and FUT with a nice pivot through the teleport.
I'm just scratching my head at that.
At which part of it?
I think EDG's defensive B, I think, is that they had every single tool necessary to stunt and just stop any sort of exec, and they used it all preemptively.
Yeah, normally,
yeah.
Normally they're really good at being able to hold multiple cycles with that util. I think the big problem in this round for them was that nobody tried to hop back inside. I mean, there's
just no way, mate. Yeah.
Our first ninja defuse at a global event. I don't think that's likely. Yeah, the hop back into hookah from nobody, I think, was our first. Listen, the first that I've seen. First nobody feed of the day. I know he's 4-15. He hasn't been throwing his life away too much. But this one, walking back into the horns, back into hookah, instead of backing off with the rest of your team, I think he was worried about.
The first nobody feed of the day is a crazy line. This guy's keeping a fucking count on the feeding behind our back. And honestly, I would be doing the exact same in his shoes.
Through connection, they hear the footsteps.
That's a crazy line.
Mr. Fulham with the right.
Says a lot about what he thinks about nobody.
Postured and pushed back. Out and away, EDG have control, deep flanks
occurring
all through the middle of the map here. Might be looking to try and take that fight, and the call is made by FUT to refight. They don't want to flip the map at all. Just trying to take it with the weaponry, but it does open them up to risky plays. Kang's from behind, Prowler in their faces. Other captains watching. No way, the time is just about missed. And he hits it. Sound cues around, chaos incarnate occurring before our
Oh my god, it's gonna get ugly. Oh no.
Noise and time, but the shot's fired and missed. The sheriff in hand, Kang just cannot make it work. This is, as I said, all over the place. Chichu. You know where he is. They know they lost control of this one, but it is controlled in the end by FUT to bring it to that 10-10.
Both teams winning vitally important rounds and then being able to secure follow-ups. So that the ults, I say secure follow-ups.
One bullet.
Hey up, Chichu. There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. 1v2.
Oh, fuck.
Peek out, captain's way ahead of it again. He pokes his head out. 1v1. Oh, you can't be letting him get away with this. Not in the slightest. Pre-aim into the wall again. Another reload online. But this is so damn precarious. Retreat by Cracks. Backs away.
At some point, Chishu's got to go for the spike.
This is so difficult.
When does that timing come? Peeking through again. Uncertainty at the back of the mind of Cracks as well. Spots it! But just a fade away shot, man. It is so damn messy.
Don't count him out of any round. My mistake there, assuming that FUT had got that one sealed up.
Dude.
Wasn't familiar with EDG's eco game, apparently.
He is in great form.
10-10 though. Both teams have let slip opportunities. It looked like FUT had a huge one to be able to get back into the game.
FUT's econ can't be great after this, right? One living? They're like, the game is such a grind. What's their econ?
Tooth and nail to stay in here on bind.
They got a bind. They got a couple buys in the tank.
This is looking like it's going to be an A execute.
Or at least a shower's take.
Well, the Mosh as well.
Result coming out of shower right now.
Now a nightfall as well. Going to be used to supplement. In through the back of the side, Kang. It's an off-angle hold. In through Lamps as well. Has to be cautious, and he's worried, but still takes the peek and a timing. Trying to make a go of things here. The call is made to try and fight this one. Showstopper in a hands of seen it. There's a danger. Kang knows he's weaved his way past most of this, and it just glides straight past him.
God.
Whistles through, a tap away, yet a J, able to offset it, at least with the movement.
3-on-3.
Survives another day
but
here.
He caused so...
Chichu rapidly approaching, out for the side, there is chaos.
That was not
again occurring before our very eyes. Chichu, he's isolated.
This is it, guys. This fight right here.
Out through showers here, just trying to make this one a bit winnable. Nobody to defuse is going to be pushed back and away in a rifle spam. Not enough. No players are put surviving.
That was the one. That fight.
That one round
that fight was so big.
Another one of those scrappy situations where EDG come out on top. Eventually, situations like that just come.
Brandon is fucking fighting for his life out there on the cast, man. I don't know how he does this shit.
Getting more value from his spot.
Just rattling off words so fast.
Manages to delete Captain, evades a showstopper, gets another pick inside as well. CNED trying to make a similar thing happen by walking inside the one-way, seeing if he can surprise EDG. The impact difference from the two Raze players was enormous in that spot. And then FUT on top of that lost a bunch of just straight up duels. They're going to need another big one, and they're set up for a B execute. They have Thrash. Last time they tried to take it short.
They do the Viper, the clouded out Viper orb, which allows them to kind of like slip through.
Just got to be scared of this.
Blocks off any offlines.
Here's that one. Snakebite dropped. Let's break it with the Thrash there. A lot of bullets though going to be gliding right past, along with the Dizzy. That's a connection haunt. Nothing to offset any of this util. FUT getting full value from this one, but they can't get.
My God!
It doesn't even matter. They'll let the util do the work. To seize, it's Molly's organ being used in conjunction on one another.
They'll have nothing for this post fight, right?
It's the only thing that could steady the
They
course.
got nothing,
EDG.
chat. They got nothing.
Put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang rattling the bars. This guy unleashed and had a captain now.
God, that take was ridiculous.
One player left still onto the side.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Here, Haunts there, picks up the spike,
Wait.
reload. Not even
No.
tapping, doesn't even expect it, but now knows. Isolating the fight into the 1v1. And another tap here, Smoggy. How the hell do you play this without a captain? Not expecting still. Trained onto the angle, but Smoggy finds it. And the 12th round, eventually, it was a laboured course to get there.
Dude.
But EDG smiled on their faces.
Smoggy is putting on a masterclass in terms of his smoke utility here as well. The smoke that he's putting down on the left side towards Cubby is actually allowing them so much control over backside. Look how difficult it is in these replays for FUT to try to break through that when they peek. They're not going through the smoke. Smoggy pierces the Merc, is able to actually be able to deliver them the final kill in a 1v1 clutch. Kang back to the old classic, the old reliable of the op and the showstopper. They're leaving him B-side completely to deal with on his own.
Ooh, PRX
Everyone
style.
else on EDG stacks A, making the lead.
I call this PRX style. I don't know. They do so many 4-1 setups like this where they put a lot of faith in someone to not like, not only just
because of that orbital strike, had a captain holding on
like
to it.
give info.
Don't want to fall prey to it.
Like in NA a long time ago, this guy used to be like a Cypher or a Killjoy.
Nobody's hard.
Would never be like a solo Raze like this.
Now going to be dropped down here.
Actually,
now
I
the
fucked with this idea a lot.
So space does have to be given up with the Haunt up and over. Reveal onto the 2. Nade's going to rebound. CNED, you are so damn vulnerable. I'm still trying to play off this util. He's been dropped. Orbital strike now going to be earned and now going to be used on either side here. There's a skirmish occurring. Showers control is EDG's. And with it, the round almost
EDG
inevitable.
is back,
Captain, a
guys.
mad dash away, but
They're
into
back.
the open arms. EDG, a 2-0 finish for their opening game of Champs.
What a way to start things off here in Seoul. Instantly dispelling all of the bad vibes that were acquired during their flat performance at Shanghai. When they were in front of their home crowd, they go straight into the next event, instantly 2-0 dismissed another EMEA team.
Look, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it, but I think we've got definitive proof here that China has, at very least, gotten out of the basement of this house of VCT teams. They are moving out from the basement room. I am sorry, EMEA. You went from the Jack and Jill bathroom upstairs. You are now relegated into the basement. Americas, we do have the master bedroom, of course. We are the GOATs. So maybe one day, Edward Gaming, you can come into our master bedroom. But until then,
Not bad at all for the
enjoy sharing the Jack and Jill bathroom with APAC. The end. Yeah, they're not in the playpen anymore.
They were struggling with their adaptations on Lotus. Struggled to be able to turn up on an individual level, I think, over the course of this series. They'll be disappointed.
China looking solid as fuck, by the way.
For them,
APAC has the office.
meeting with PRX
Okay, I'll give you the office.
No easier players to go up against. This EDG team is going to be the story.
APAC definitely has the bigger of the two
We'll
rooms.
see big performances coming out from FPX as well. Just to keep talking about these Chinese squad.
You know what? Maybe not a Jack and Jill bathroom type. Maybe actually APAC has their own room and their own bathroom in that room. Their very own bathroom. That is a huge dub for a fucking solo room, you know? And then China's just like a standard bedroom. Europe Bro, Europe is like when you take the garage and you turn it into a bedroom, but yet you haven't like put carpet down yet. Like they're just living in the garage.
Dividends.
Absolutely. I'm excited now to see the rest of these games. I mean, EDG themselves are going to be going up against G2. That is a tough matchup. They're going to be tested. But they're going to be confident after what they did today.
Certainly are. I mean, so far, stellar performances from a lot of individuals, but we're going to send it down to the floor now for the Verizon.
It always gets a laugh out of me when I'm expecting to read chat and read like shock faces and like you're an asshole, and I read like someone just dumping on them even more. Not even the garage, the attic. Got the cardboard bed frame. Like this shit always gets me, man.
I'm also joined by our lovely translator Luna. Hello, Luna. 네, 오늘 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. EDG의 챔피언스 첫 경기를 통해서 이제 승리를 거뒀는데 오늘 상대를 하면서 사이먼을 새로 이렇게 영입한 후에 첫 챔스인데 좀 어떤지 팀의 조합에 대해서도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Hello, 캉캉. It's your first time coming to Champs with Simon on board, so I want to know what does he bring to the table and how that's been like for you.
那其实这也是第一次和 Simon 一起来到世界赛嘛。那你觉得他为团队带来了一些什么，以及跟他在一起打比赛的时候有什么样的感觉？
Oh, she took her thing off. 带来了更多的青春风暴吧。对，就感觉大家都现在 Simon 来了过后，就团队可能协作更好了嘛，因为他是一个比较主动的一个人，所以说这可能是。也不说是主动吧，就是他给道具的时候很主动，所以说这可能是对于团队的一个润滑剂吧，我觉得。
I think after like Simon joined in, he's a super like young, energetic person, and after that we are more play with our teamwork and synergy. Seems like when he deal with the insurance, his skills, kit, everything is so good. So that's kind of like that.
사이먼이 정말 이제 젊고 밝은 분위기로 새로 합류하면서 팀에 정말 좋은 뭔가 스킬이나 다방면으로 좀 보완하는 데 도움이 많이 돼서 정말 오늘도 그렇듯 좋은 결과를 얻어낼 수 있었다고 하네요. 그리고 아까 첫 번째 포스트매치 인터뷰 때 제가 G2 발렌 선수한테 누구 만나고 싶냐고 물어봤더니 EDG라고 이렇게 대답을 했었거든요. 그거에 대한 좀 반응이 궁금해서 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
And then our girls
are first match, I asked EDG, I asked G2's Valen who they want to meet, and Valen said EDG. So what's your reaction to that?
那之前可能他提问了说进去的 Valen 说想要跟谁来打比赛，他回答是 EDG。那你想要说些什么呢？对此？
你要战，我便战。
你要战？
Yeah, if you want to face against us, I will face against with you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, I love the way Kong
he
can like talk shit.
Come true. 네, 마지막으로 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 콩시 캉캉.
감사합니다.
Thank you for the interview. All right. That is all for our post-match interviews today, but we'll be back with more Valorant action on Tuesday.
Write it.
So see you then. Bye.
Bye. I like the when she says
bye.
Thank
you so much for that, Bella. Always great to hear from Kong there. And wow, I mean, so impressed.
Get some sleep. Get some
EDG,
sleep.
Really showing, like, even when FUT.
Okay, I'm gonna come in. I promise. I'm gonna come in Tuesday. I feel like I'm sunk into the schedule a little bit. I'm not as tired anymore. I'm making it through the day. I'm expecting Tuesday. We'll start having fun like outside of the fucking co-stream. Maybe play Cult of Lamb or something. Figure something out. But I'm gonna take tomorrow off to clean up some stuff with the stream. I want to have some people with me next week. So maybe like reach out to some people. Maybe get some new soundboard shit going. Just clean up a lot of this stuff with the stream. I feel like I've been going like nonstop and I haven't really like tinkered with shit in a while. So gonna take tomorrow off to do that kind of stuff. Just letting you guys know. And then I'll see you guys for the, sorry, what was the game that we have coming up? It's Genji Heretics. So, wow, what a day. Oh my God, these games are fucking insane. Holy shit, they're giving us both of those in one day. So we get all the winners games. And then after the winners game, the first thing we get, oh my God. Dude, they're going to lose this. China, it looks so insane. Like, dude, we got 5 straight bangers right there. Billy versus Crew. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. Billy looked a little rough. But Fnatic did look very good. I was complimenting the shit out of Fnatic, so maybe I shouldn't say that. Is it? I didn't even realize. Is it 4 straight?
Real showman that we have seen from him in the past. It's been a while since we've
I see it here.
Be able to come in, look dominant. It's been a while.
PCT Americas.
Exactly.
What the fuck? That's weird. Lev Trace. Dude, that is so odd.
And especially facing off against a former champion like Cena, seeing him step up today was really
guys. Chat. I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. You know that thing when I talk shit and like immediately after like the jinx sets in and like I regret it? I kind of talked mad shit about EMEA losing to China, and now we play all 4 teams. I feel like America's about to get fucking slapped. Just based on karma alone.
Bounce back, I think, is the question. I want to think they can.
I think
don't say it like that. Don't say there's no way.
Asking the question, can they
don't say it like that.
Which one can have that preparation and really find their form
it's
a little
gonna
bit
happen.
faster? I think that FUT put a little
it's
bit
gonna
more
happen.
on display here today to maybe have a bit more.
At best, we're going 2 for 2. At best, we're going 2 for 2 in that stretch. Trace versus Lev. Surely Lev wins that. EDG versus G2. Honestly, this EDG can win this. I'm not even trolling. Like, this is actually a great game. I have no idea how deep EDG's map pool is going to be, but right now they've shown me they're a very different team. They've made some great changes. Sen versus FPX. I'm not going to lie, I'm favoring FPX entering that. Billy versus Crew. Pretty coin flippy. I don't think we've seen enough to pick Billy here. But it's not like Crew or world beaters or anything lately. PLG are frauds? Why are you doing this? Why? Why does chat do this? And you guys call me the jinxer. Like, oh, fuck it. Yeah, dude. Kesnet needs to get mad. Kesnet needs to get real mad. These are really good games, man. Holy fuck, we're getting to the good area here.
DRX versus Fnatic, 2 teams that have clashed
time and
time again. And I believe maybe even every single Champions to date. I forget about last year, but it happened over at the first one in Berlin. It happened again in Istanbul. DRX were the ones that sent them home in that instance. So these guys getting ready to clash once more with
dude,
2
I am
very different looking
slumming
teams.
it.
I am
Look at me
very
down
excited
here.
to see how this goes.
Yeah, same.
I'm terrified.
I'm stoked. And honestly, I'm kind of
Not a singular point was gotten
See
today.
if Trace is the real deal or not. It's going to be a tough one for sure. And of course, we
I've
got to see
lost
if Livy
3 in a row.
Are, you know, back
God
into
damn
their
it.
form.
Ever since
I'm
Trace.
so stoked.
They're taking the
what a
whole
moment
They
it would be
ruined
for
me.
them.
What a moment. It'd be incredible. That would be truly,
Like that more
truly
than
awesome.
anything would be proof that like
Wait.
this is China's event.
Always
But
yeah.
But I think that after what we saw, if I'm Lev, I'm trying to get away from jet maps, even though
what?
An incredible jet in his own right, maybe the best in the world. But
I'm convinced
so good.
We have like fucking savants up in here. We have 340 points.
I would too, but I'm just saying if I'm them, I don't want to give Kai the chance. No, Feng did also look incredible.
How do we have 3 people up here?
But we're still talking about freaking
out. What? You got 35? Look at you.
I said he was the best.
You're cooking.
I covered my tracks.
You did.
Come for me.
You did. All right, folks. Well, we're going to be taking a day off, and it seems like the camera's on set. So I'll just do this real fast. Hold on a second. There we go. Problem solved.
Yup, that's happening.
Well, we'll be back on Tuesday.
I'm sorry, that's actually not happening. This is actually incorrect.
So here are going to be the matches on the horizon. You got Gen G taking on Team
Also
Heritage.
not happening. I'm sorry.
That match is going to be sick too. Oh, I'm so excited. We also have Fnatic taking on DRX. That is going to be your matches kicking things off on Tuesday. Oh, it's going to be incredible top to bottom, and we hope you guys join us for all the action.
These are the 3 people with 40 in our group.
We should do that more often.
See what they got here.
Well, in any case, seemed like everything
Fnatic
went out.
crew.
We'll talk to you later, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Bye-bye.
They copied the bye-bye. They copied the bye-bye. Oh my god, they're trolling. So, dude, I love this. We have someone with 40 points that like went all out in this lower right here. Wait, they have Heretics being judged. Holy shit. The perfect bracket, but they just start cooking all of a sudden. This is actually exactly what I had. Wait, no, this isn't what I had because I have Trace. Holy shit, dude. Bro, this could happen. If this shit happens, this will be like the only perfect bracket, I feel like. Because this is like somehow Kaden has a perfect bracket now, and then after now, it's still crazy a little bit. Whereas I guarantee you it's pretty tame everywhere else. So here, like Fnatic, DRX make it through. Even this one's different than what we just saw. Oh, this is actually, again, another Heretics there. This is the same. Even this is the same too. This is looking pretty chalk, other than Vitality losing there. Wow, that's kind of wild that all 3 of those people have different outcomes here coming up. So there's not going to be many perfect brackets left after the next couple days. Yeah, that's what we're looking at, Jen. It's insane. Dude. I love how all of these 40-point brackets are different, and they all have some like fire upsets actually too. Oh my god, these are so good. I'm actually excited to see it. I feel like one of you guys is gonna still have a perfect bracket. One of you, surely. They're all different. My body is ready. My body is ready. Why is everyone spamming that shit? I didn't see a single person having Trace go through, no. Fake fans, actually. Anywhere where you guys would like to go? Any requests for the raid? Trace EDG Grand Finals? Oh, dude. Just all China. Com streaming? Oh, yeah, I'll do com. I didn't know streaming. Like that. I like that idea actually a lot. Okay. I bet if Trace and EDG made finals, dude, like whole stadium would just be packed. Fucking Chinese billionaires just scooping up all the tickets. That shit would be sick. Peace out, KT. All right, to come we go. Is it done? Yeah, we just ended. Unlucky though. I feel like we've had a lot of 2-0s in this event. So, but the form of EDG looking great. The form of both of the winners today, very, very good. Because Group D is, without a doubt, the closest, I would say. I wouldn't say it has like the best team in the world. I think that's like Gen G, maybe Heretics, but I'd say the level here, this has like 4 dark horse teams that could literally win the event. Like Group D has 4 teams that could win the event. Group B also has 4 teams that could win the event though. Still unsure about FPX making that run, but I think they have the skill. I think B and D are both, you can't go wrong. B and D. Go groups. All right, send you guys the comm. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks again, Curry, for the raid. Be sure to follow. And I will see you guys not tomorrow, but the next day where we're doing the winners game. So Gen G versus Heretics, first game. And yeah, peace out. Thank you guys for watching. Stay safe.